Preface of Apologia pro Vita Sua. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill McGilvery. Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. The following history of my religious opinions, now that it is detached from the context in which it originally stood, requires some preliminary explanation, and that, not only in order to introduce it generally to the reader, but specially to make him understand how I came to write a whole book about myself, and about my most private thoughts and feelings. Did I consult indeed my own impulses, I should do my best simply to wipe out of my volume, and consign to oblivion, every trace of the circumstances to which it is to be ascribed. But its original title of Apologia is too exactly borne out by its matter and structure, and these again are too suggestive of correlative circumstances, and those circumstances are of too grave a character to allow of my indulging so natural a wish. And therefore, though in this new edition I have managed to omit nearly 100 pages of my original volume, which I could safely consider to be of merely ephemeral importance, I am even for that very reason obliged, by way of making up for their absence, to prefix to my narrative some account of the provocation out of which it arose. It is now more than 20 years that a vague impression to my disadvantage has rested on the popular mind, as if my conduct towards the Anglican Church, while I was a member of it, was inconsistent with Christian simplicity and uprightness. An impression of this kind was almost unavoidable under the circumstances of the case, when a man who had written strongly against a cause, and had collected a party round him by virtue of such writings, gradually faltered in his opposition to it, unsaid his words, threw his own friends into perplexity, and their proceedings into confusion, and ended by passing over to the side of those whom he had so vigorously denounced. Sensitive then as I have ever been of the imputations which have been so freely cast upon me, I have never felt much impatience under them, as considering them to be a portion of the penalty which I naturally and justly incurred by my change of religion, even though they were to continue as long as I lived. I left their removal to a future day, when personal feelings would have died out, and documents would see the light, which were as yet buried in closets or scattered through the country. This was my state of mind, as it had been for many years, when, in the beginning of 1864, I unexpectedly found myself publicly put upon my defense, and furnished with an opportunity of pleading my cause before the world, and, as it so happened, with a fair prospect of an impartial hearing. Taken indeed by surprise, as I was, I had much reason to be anxious how I should be able to acquit myself in so serious a matter. However, I had long had a tacit understanding with myself that, in the improbable event of a challenge being formally made to me by a person of name, it would be my duty to meet it. That opportunity had now occurred. It never might occur again. Not to avail myself of it at once would be virtually to give up my cause accordingly. I took advantage of it, and as it turned out, the circumstance that no time was allowed me for any studied statements has compensated, in the equitable judgment of the public, for such imperfections in composition as my want of leisure involved. It was in the number of January 1864 of a magazine of wide circulation, and in an article upon Queen Elizabeth, that a popular writer took occasion formerly to accuse me by name of thinking so lightly of the virtue of veracity as in set terms to have countenanced and defended that neglect of it which he at the same time imputed to the Catholic priesthood. His words were these, quote, "Truth, for its own sake, had never been a virtue with the Roman clergy. Father Newman informs us that it need not, and on the whole ought not to be, that cunning is the weapon which heaven has given to the saints, wherewith to withstand the brute male force of the wicked world, which marries and is given in marriage. Whether his notion be doctrinal, correct or not, it is at least historically so." Close quote. These assertions, going far beyond the popular prejudice entertained against me, had no foundation whatever in fact. I never had said, I never had dreamed of saying, that truth for its own sake need not, and on the whole ought not to be, a virtue with the Roman clergy, or that cunning is a weapon which heaven has given to the saints, wherewith to withstand the wicked world. To what work of mine then could the writer be referring? In a correspondence which ensued upon the subject between him and myself, he rested his charge against me on a sermon of mine, preached before I was a Catholic, in the pulpit of my church at Oxford, and he gave me to understand that, after having done as much of this, he was not bound over and above such a general reference to my sermon to specify the passage of it, in which the doctrine, which he imputed to me, was contained. On my part, I considered this not enough, and I demanded of him to bring out his proof of his accusation in form and in detail, or to confess he was unable to do so. But he persevered in his refusal to cite any distinct passage from any writing of mine, and though he consented to withdraw his charge, he would not do so on the issue of its truth or falsehood, but simply on the ground that I assure him that I had had no intention of incurring it. This did not satisfy my sense of justice. Formally to charge me with committing a fault is one thing; to allow that I did not intend to commit it is another. It is no satisfaction to me, if a man accuses me of this offense, for him to profess that he does not accuse me of that, but he thought differently. Not being able then to gain redress in the quarter where I had a right to ask it, I appealed to the public. I published the correspondence in the shape of a pamphlet, with some remarks of my own at the end on the course which that correspondence had taken. This pamphlet, which appeared in the first week of February, received a reply from my accuser towards the end of March, in another pamphlet of 48 pages, entitled, "What then does Mr. Newman mean?" in which he professed to do that which I had called upon him to do, that is, he brought together a number of extracts from various works of mine, Catholic and Anglican, with the object of showing that if I was to be acquitted of the crime of teaching and practicing deceit and dishonesty, according to his first supposition, it was at the price of my being considered no longer responsible for my actions, for, as he expressed it, I had a human reason once, no doubt, but I had gambled it away, and I had worked my mind into that morbid state in which nonsense was the only food for which it hungered, and that it could not be called a hasty or far-fetched or unfounded mistake when he concluded that I did not care for truth for its own sake, or teach my disciples to regard it as a virtue. And though too many prefer the charge of insincerity to that of incipience, Dr. Newman seemed not to be of that number. He ended his pamphlet by returning to his original imputation against me, which he had professed to abandon. Alluding by anticipation to my probable answer to what he was then publishing, He professed his heartfelt embarrassment how he was to believe anything I might say in my exculpation, in the plain and literal sense of the words. I am henceforth, he said, in doubt and fear, as much as an honest man can be, concerning every word Dr. Newman may write. How can I tell that I shall not be the dupe of some cunning equivocation, of one of these kinds laid down as permissible by the blessed St. Alfonso da Ligure and his pupils, even when confirmed with an oath, because then we do not deceive our neighbors, but allow him to deceive himself? How can I tell that I may not in this pamphlet have made an accusation of the truth, of which Dr. Newman is perfectly conscious, and that, as I, a heretic Protestant, have no business to make it, he has a full right to deny it? Even if I could have found it consistent with my duty to my own reputation to leave such an elaborate impeachment of my moral nature unanswered, my duty to my brethren in the Catholic priesthood would have forbidden such a course. They were involved in the charges which this writer, all along, from the original passage in the magazine to the very last paragraph of the pamphlet, had so confidently, so pertinaciously made. In exculpating myself, it was plain I should be pursuing no mere personal quarrel. I was offering my humble services to a sacred cause. I was making my protest in behalf of a large body of men of higher character, of honest and religious minds, and of sensitive honor, who had their place and their right in this world, though they were ministers of the world unseen, and who were insulted by my accuser, as the above extracts from him sufficiently show, not only in my person, but directly and pointedly in their own. Accordingly, I at once set about writing the Apologia pro Vita sua, of which the present volume is a new edition. And it was a great reward to me to find, as the controversy proceeded, such large numbers of my clerical brethren supporting me by their sympathy in the course which I was pursuing, and, as occasion offered, bestowing on me the formal and public expression of their approbation. These testimonials in my behalf, so important and so grateful to me, are, together with the letter, sent to me with the same purpose from my bishop, contained in the last pages of this volume. This edition differs from the first form of the Apologia as follows. The original work consisted of 7 parts, which were published in series of consecutive Thursdays between April 21 and June 2nd. An appendix, in answer to specific allegations urged against me in the pamphlet of accusation, appeared on June 16th. Of these, Part 1 and Part 2, as being for the most part directly controversial, are omitted in this edition, excepting certain passages in them which are subjoined to this preface as being necessary for the due explanation of the subsequent 5 parts. These, being 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the Apologia, are here numbered as chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, respectively. Of the appendix, about half has been omitted, for the same reason as had led to the omission of parts 1 and 2. The rest of it is thrown into the shape of notes, of a discursive character, with 2 new ones on Liberalism and the Lives of the English Saints of 1843-1844, and another new in part on Ecclesiastical Miracles. In the body of the work, the only addition of consequence is the letter which is found on page 228, a copy of which has recently come into my possession. I should add that since writing the Apologia last year, I have seen for the first time Mr. Oakley's Notes on the Tractarian Movement. This work remarkably corroborates the substance of my narrative. while the kind terms in which he speaks of me personally call for my sincere gratitude. May 2nd, 1865. I make these extracts from the first edition of my Apologia, Part 1, page 3, pages 20 to 25, and Part 2, pages 29 to 31, and pages 41 to 51, in order to set before the reader the drift I had in writing my volume. I cannot be sorry to have forced my accuser to bring out in fullness his charges against me. It is far better that he should discharge his thoughts upon me in my lifetime than after I am dead. Under the circumstances, I am happy in having the opportunity of reading the worst that can be said of me by a writer who has taken pains with his work and is well satisfied with it. I account it a gain to be surveyed from without by one who hates the principles which are nearest to my heart, has no personal knowledge of me to set right his misconceptions of my doctrine, and who has some motives or other to be as severe with me as he can possibly be. But I really feel sad for what I am obliged now to say. I am in warfare with him, but I wish him no ill. It is very difficult to get up resentment towards persons whom one has never seen. It is easy enough to be irritated with friends or foes vis-a-vis, but though I am writing with all my heart against what he has said of me, I am not conscious of personal unkindness towards himself. I think it necessary to write as I am writing, for my own sake, and for the sake of the Catholic priesthood. But I wish to impute nothing worse of him than that he has been furiously carried away by his feelings. Yet what I shall say of the upshot of all this talk of my economies and equivocations and the like? What is the precise work which it is directed to effect? I am at war with him, but there is such a thing as legitimate warfare. War has its laws. There are things which may fairly be done, and things which may not be done. I say it with shame and with stern sorrow. He has attempted a great transgression. He has attempted, as I may call it, to poison the wells. I will quote him and explain what I mean. He says, quote, "I am henceforth in doubt and fear, as much as any honest man can be, concerning every word Dr. Newman may write. How can I tell that I shall not be the dupe of some cunning equivocation, of one of the three kinds laid down as permissible by Blessed Alfonso da Liguori and his pupils, even when confirmed by an oath, because then we do not deceive our neighbor, but allow him to deceive himself? It is admissible, therefore, to use words and sentences which have a double signification, and leave the hapless hearer to take which of them he may choose. What proof have I then that by mean it I never said it? Dr. Newman does not signify. I did not say it, but I did mean it?" Close quote. Now these insinuations and questions shall be answered in their proper place. Here I will but say that I scorn and detest lying and quibbling and double-tongued practice, and slyness and cunning, and smoothness and cant and pretense quite as much as any Protestant hates me, and I pray to be kept from the snare of them. But all this is just now by the by. My present subject is my accuser. What I insist upon here is this unmanly attempt of his, in his concluding pages, to cut the ground from under my feet, to poison by anticipation the public mind against me, John Henry Newman, and to infuse into the imaginations of my readers suspicion and mistrust of everything that I may say in reply to him. This I call poisoning the wells. I am henceforth in doubt and fear, he says, as much as any honest man can be, concerning every word Dr. Newman may write. How can I tell that I shall not be the dupe of some cunning equivocation. Well, I can only say, that if his taunt is to take effect, I am but wasting my time in saying a word in answer to his calumnies, and this is precisely what he knows and intends to be its fruit. I can hardly get myself to protest against a method of controversy so base and cruel, lest in doing so I should be violating my self-respect and self-possession, but most base and most cruel it is. We all know how our imagination runs away with us, how suddenly and at what a pace the saying, "Caesar's wife should not be suspected," is an instance of what I mean. The habitual prejudice, the humour of the moment, is the turning point which leads us to read a defence in a good sense or a bad. We interpret it by our antecedent impressions. The very same sentiment, according to our jealousy, is or is not awake, or our aversion stimulated, are tokens of truth or of dissimulation and pretense. There is a story of a sane person being by mistake shut up in the wards of a lunatic asylum, and that, when he pleads his cause to some strangers visiting the establishment, the only remarks he elicits in answer was, "How naturally he talks! You would think he was in his senses." Controversies should be decided by the reason. Is it legitimate warfare to appeal to the misgivings of the public mind and to its dislikings? Anyhow, if my accuser is able thus to practice upon my readers, the more I succeed, the less will be my success. If I am natural, he will tell them, "Ars est celere artem." If I am convincing, he will suggest that I am an able logician. If I show warmth, am acting the indignant innocent. If I am calm, I am thereby detected as a smooth hypocrite. If I clear up difficulties, I am too plausible and perfect to be true. The more triumphant are my statements, the more certain will be my defeat. So will it be if my accuser succeeds in his manoeuvre, but I do not for an instant believe that he will. Whatever judgment my readers may eventually form of me from these pages, I am confident that they will believe me in what I shall say in the course of them. I have no misgivings at all that they will be ungenerous or harsh towards a man who has been so long before the eyes of the world, who has so many to speak of him from personal knowledge, whose natural impulse it has ever been to speak out, who has ever spoken too much rather than too little, who would have saved himself many a scrap if he had been wise enough to hold his tongue, who has ever been fair to the doctrines and arguments of his opponents, who has never slurred over facts and reasoning which told against himself, who has never given his name or authority to proof which he thought unsound, or to testimony which he did not think at least plausible, who has never shrunk from confessing a fault when he felt that he had committed one, who has ever consulted for others more than for himself, who has given up much that he loved and prized and could have retained, but that he loved honesty better than name, and truth better than dear friends. End of Preface, Part 1. Preface, Part 2 of the Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGilvray. Preface, Part 2. What then shall be the special imputation against which I shall throw myself in these pages, out of the 1,001 which my accuser directs upon me? I mean to confine myself to one, for there is only one about which I much care, the charge of untruthfulness. He may cast upon me as many other imputations as he pleases, and they may stick on me, as long as they can, in the course of nature, they will fall to the ground in their season. And indeed I think the same of the charge of untruthfulness, and select it from the rest, not because it is more formidable, but because it is more serious. Like the rest, it may disfigure me for a time, but it will not stain. Archbishop Whately used to say, "Throw dirt enough and some will stick." Well, will stick, but not will stain. I think he used to mean stain, and I do not agree with him. Some dirt sticks longer than other dirt, but no dirt is immortal. According to the old saying, Praevalebit veritas, there are virtues indeed, which the world is not fitted to judge of or to uphold, such as faith, hope, and charity, but it can judge about truthfulness. It can judge about the natural virtues, and truthfulness is one of them. Natural virtues may also become supernatural. Truthfulness is such. But that does not withdraw it from the jurisdiction of mankind at large. It may be more difficult in this or that particular case for men to take cognizance of it, as it may be difficult for the Court of Queen's Bench at Westminster to try a case fairly which took place in Hindostan. But that is a question of capacity, not of right. Mankind has the right to judge of truthfulness in a Catholic, as in the case of a Protestant, of an Italian, or of a Chinese. I have never doubted that in my hour, in God's hour, my avenger will appear, and the world will acquit me of untruthfulness, even though it be not while I live. Still more confident am I of such eventual acquittal, seeing that my judges are my own countrymen. I consider indeed Englishmen the most suspicious and touchy of mankind. I think them unreasonable and unjust in their seasons of excitement, but I had rather be an Englishman, as in fact I am, than belong to any other race under heaven. They are as generous as they are hasty and burly, and their repentance for their injustice is greater than their sin. For 20 years and more I have borne an imputation, of which I am at least as sensitive, who am the object of it, as they can be, who are only the judges. I have not set myself to remove it, first, because I never have had an opening to speak, and next, because I never saw in them the disposition to hear. I have wished to appeal from Philip drunk to Philip sober. When shall I pronounce him to be himself again? If I may judge from the tone of the public press, which represents the public voice, I have great reason to take heart at this time. I have been treated by contemporary critics in this controversy with great fairness and gentleness, and I am grateful to them for it. However, the decision of this time and mode of my defence has been taken out of my hands, and I am thankful that it has been so. I am bound now as a duty to myself, to the Catholic cause, and to the Catholic priesthood, to give account of myself without any delay, when I am so rudely and circumstantially charged with untruthfulness. I accept the challenge. I shall do my best to meet it, and I shall be content when I have done so. It is not my present accuser alone who entertains and has entertained so dishonourable an opinion of me and of my writings. It is the impression of large classes of men, the impression 20 years ago and the impression now. There has been a general feeling that I was for years where I had no right to be, and that I was a Romanist in Protestant livery and service, and that I was doing the work of a hostile church in the bosom of the English establishment, and knew it, or ought to have known it. There was no need of arguing about particular passages in my writings, when the fact was so patent as men thought it to be. First it was certain, and I could not myself deny it, that I scouted the name Protestant. It was certain again, that many of the doctrines which I professed were popularly and generally known as badges of the Roman Church, as distinguished from the faith of the Reformation. Next, how could I have come by them? Evidently I had certain friends and advisers who did not appear. there was some underground communication between Stonyhurst or Oscott and my rooms at Oriel. Beyond a doubt, I was advocating certain doctrines, not by accident, but on an understanding with ecclesiastics of the old religion. Then men went further, and said that I had actually been received into that religion, and withal had leave given me to profess myself a Protestant still. Others went even further, and gave it out to the world, as a matter of fact, of which they themselves had the proof in their hands, that I was actually a Jesuit. And when the opinions which I advocated spread, and younger men went further than I, the feeling against me waxed stronger and took a wider range. And now indignation arose at the knavery of a conspiracy such as this, and it became of course all the greater in consequence of its being the received belief of the public at large, that craft and intrigue, such as they fancied they beheld with their eyes, were the very instruments to which the Catholic Church has in these last centuries been indebted for her maintenance and extension. There was another circumstance still, which increased the irritation and aversion felt by the large classes of whom I have been speaking, against the preachers of doctrines, so new to them and so unpalatable, and that was that they developed them in so measured a way. If they were inspired by Roman theologians, and this was taken for granted, why did they not speak out at once? Why did they keep the world in such suspense and anxiety as to what was coming next, and what was the upshot of the whole? Why this reticence and half-speaking and apparent indecision? It was plain that the plan of operation had been carefully mapped out from the first, and that these men were cautiously advancing towards its accomplishment as far as was safe at the moment, that their aim and their hope was to carry off a large body with them of the young and the ignorant, that they meant gradually to leaven the minds of the rising generation, and to open the gates of that city, of which they were sworn defenders, to the enemy who lay in ambush outside it. And when, in spite of the many protestations of the party to the contrary, there was at length an actual movement among their disciples, and one went over to Rome, and then another, the worst anticipations and the worst judgments which had been formed of them received their justification. And lastly, when men first had said of me, "You will see, he will go, he is only biding his time, he is waiting the word of command from Rome," and when after all, after my arguments and denunciations of former years, at length I did leave the Anglican Church for the Roman, then they said to each other, "It is just as we said, we knew it would be so." This was the state of mind of masses of men 20 years ago, who took no more than an external and common-sense view of what was going on, and partly the tradition, partly the effect of that feeling, remains to the present time. Certainly I consider that, in my own case, it is the great obstacle in the way of my being favourably heard, as at present, when I have to make my defence. Not only am I now a member of a most un-English communion, whose great aim is considered to be the extinction of Protestantism and the Protestant Church, and whose means of attack are popularly supposed to be unscrupulous cunning and deceit, but how come I originally to have any relations with the Church of Rome at all? Did I, or my opinions, drop from the sky? How come I, in Oxford, in gremio universitatis, to present myself to the eyes of men in that full-blown investiture of popery? How could I dare, how could I have the conscience, with warnings, with prophecies, with accusations against me, to persevere in a path which steadily advanced towards, which ended in, the religion of Rome? And how am I to be trusted, when long ago I was trusted and was found wanting? It is this which is the strength of the case of my accuser against me, not the articles of impeachment which he hath framed from my writings, and which I shall easily crumble into dust, but the bias of the court, It is the state of the atmosphere, it is the vibrations all around, which will echo his bold assertions of my dishonesty. It is that proposition against me, which takes it for granted that, when my reasoning is convincing, it is only ingenious, and that when my statements are unanswerable, there is always something put out of sight, or hidden in my sleeve. It is that plausible but cruel conclusion to which men are apt to jump, that when much is imputed, much must be true, and it is more likely that one should be to blame than that many should be mistaken in blaming him. These are the real foes which I have to fight, and the auxiliaries to whom my accuser makes his advances. Well, I must break through this barrier of prejudice against me if I can, and I think I shall be able to do so. When first I read the pamphlet of accusation, I almost despaired of meeting effectively such a heap of misrepresentations and such a vehemence of animosity. What was the good of answering first one point, and then another, and going through the whole circle of its abuse, when my answer to the first point would be forgotten as soon as I got to the second? What was the use of bringing out 100 separate principles or views for refutation of the separate counts in the indictment, when rejoinders of this sort would but confuse and torment the reader by their number and their diversity? What hope was there of condensing into a pamphlet of readable length matter which ought freely to expend itself into half a dozen volumes? What means was there, except the expenditure of impermissible pages, to set right even one of that series of single passing hints, to use my assailant's own language, which, as with his finger-tip he had delivered against me? All those separate charges had their force in being illustrations of one and the same great imputation. He had already a positive idea to illuminate his whole matter, and to stamp it with a force, and to quicken it with an interpretation. He called me a liar, a simple, a broad, and intelligible, to the English public a plausible arrangement. But for me to answer in detail charge 1 by reason 1, and charge 2 by reason 2, and charge 3 by reason 3, and so on through the whole string both of accusations and replies, each of which was to be independent of the rest, this would be certainly labour lost as regards any effective result. What I need was a corresponding antagonist, unity, in my defence, and where was that to be found? We see, in the case of commentators on the prophecies of Scripture, an exemplification of the principle on which I am insisting, namely, how much more powerful even a false interpretation of the sacred text is than none at all; how a certain key to the visions of the Apocalypse, for instance, may cling to the mind. I have found it so in the case of my own, because the view which it opens on us is positive and objective, in spite of the fullest demonstration that it really has no claim upon our reception. The reader says, "What else can the prophecy mean?" Just as my accuser asks, "What then does Dr. Newman mean?" I reflected, and I saw a way out of my perplexity. "Yes," I said to myself, "his very question is about my meaning. What does Dr. Newman mean?" It pointed in the very same direction as that into which my musings had turned me already. He asked what I mean, not about my words, not about my arguments, not about my actions, as his ultimate point, but about that living intelligence by which I write and argue and act. He asked about my mind and its belief and its sentiments, and he shall be answered, not for his own sake, but for mine, for the sake of the religion which I profess, and of the priesthood in which I am unworthily included, and of my friends, and of my foes, and of that general public which consists of neither one nor the other, but of well-wishers, lovers of fair play, skeptical cross-questioners, interested inquirers, curious lookers-on, and simple strangers, unconcerned, yet not careless about the issue. For the sake of all these he shall be answered. My perplexity had not lasted half an hour. I recognized what I had to do, though I shrank from both the task and the exposure which it would entail. I must, I said, give the true key to my whole life. I must show what I am, that it may be seen what I am not, and that the phantom may be extinguished, which gibbers inside of me. I wish to be known as a living man, and not as a scarecrow which is dressed up in my clothes. False ideas may be refuted indeed by argument, but by true ideas alone are they expelled. I will vanquish not my accuser, but my judges. I will indeed answer his charges and criticisms on me, one by one, lest any one should say that they are unanswerable. But such a work shall not be the scope nor the substance of my reply. I will draw out, as far as may be, the history of my mind. I will state the point of which I began, in what external suggestion or accident each opinion had its rise, how far and how they developed from within, how they grew, were modified, were combined, were in collusion with each other, and were changed. Again, how I conducted myself towards them, and how far, and for how long a time, I thought I could hold them consistently with the ecclesiastical engagements which I had made, and with the position which I held. I must show, what is the very truth, that the doctrines which I held and have held for so many years have been taught me, speaking humanly, partly by the suggestions of Protestant friends, partly by the teachings of the books, and partly by the actions of my own mind, and thus I shall account for that phenomenon, which to so many seems so wonderful, that I should have left my kindred and my father's house for a church from which once I turned away with dread. So wonderful to them, as if forsooth a religion which has flourished through so many ages, among so many nations, amid such varieties of social life, in such contrary classes and conditions of men, and after so many revolutions, political and civil, could not subdue the reason and overcome the heart, without the aid of fraud in the process and the sophistries of the schools. What I had proposed to myself in the course of half an hour, I determined on at the end of 10 days. However, I have many difficulties in fulfilling my design. How am I to say all that has been said in a reasonable compass? And then, as to the material of my narrative, I have no autobiographical notes to consult, no written explanations of particular treatises or of tracts which at the time gave offence, hardly any minutes of definite transactions or conversations, and few contemporary memoranda, I fear, of the feelings or motives under which from time to time acted. I have an abundance of letters from friends, with some copies or drafts of my answers to them, but they are for the most part unsorted. Until this process has taken place, they are even too numerous and various to be available at a moment for my purpose. Then, as to the volumes which I have published, they would in many ways serve me, were I well up in them. But though I took great pains in their composition, I have thought little about them when they were once out of my hands, and for the most part the last time I read them has been when I revised their last proof sheets. Under these circumstances my sketch will of course be incomplete. I now for the first time contemplate my course as a whole. It is a first essay, but it will contain, I trust, no serious or substantial mistakes, and so far will answer the purpose for which I write it. I purpose to set nothing down in it as certain, of which I have not a clear memory, or some written memorial, or the corroboration of some friend. There are witnesses enough up and down the country to verify or correct or complete it, and letters, moreover, of my own abundance, unless they have been destroyed. Moreover, I mean to be simply personal and historical. I am not expounding Catholic doctrine. I am doing no more than explaining myself, in my opinions and actions. I wish, as far as I am able, simply to state facts, whether they are ultimately determined to be for me or against me. Of course there will be room enough for contrariety of judgment among my readers, as to the necessity, or appositeness, or value, or good taste, or religious prudence of the details which I shall introduce. I may be accused of laying stress on little things, of being beside the mark, of going into impertinent or ridiculous details, of sounding my own praise, of giving scandal. But this is a case, above all others, in which I am bound to follow my own lights, and to speak out my own heart. It is not at all pleasant for me to be egotistical, not to be criticized for being so. It is not pleasant to reveal to high and low, young and old, what has gone on within me from my early years. It is not pleasant to be giving to every shallow or flippant disputant the advantage over me of knowing my most private thoughts, I might even say the intercourse between myself and my Maker. But I do not like to be called to my face a liar and a knave, nor should I be doing my duty to my faith or to my name, if I were to suffer it. I know I have done nothing to deserve such an insult, and if I prove this, as I hope to do, I must not care for such incidental annoyances as are involved in the process. End of Preface. Chapter 1, Part 1 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. History of my religious opinions to the year 1833. It may easily be conceived how great a trial it is for me to write the following history of myself, but I must not shrink from the task. The words secretum meum mihi keep ringing in my ears, but as men draw towards their end, they care less for disclosures. Nor is it the least part of my trial to anticipate that, upon first reading what I have written, my friends may consider much in it irrelevant to my purpose. Yet I cannot help thinking that, viewed as a whole, it will effect what I propose to myself in giving it to the public. I was brought up from a child to take great delight in reading the Bible, but I had no formed religious conviction till I was 15. Of course I had perfect knowledge of my catechism. After I was grown up, I put on paper my recollections of the thoughts and feelings on religious subjects, which I had at the time that I was a child and a boy, such as has remained on my mind with sufficient prominence to make me then consider them worth recording. Out of these, written in the long vacation of 1820, and transcribed with additions in 1823, I select two which are at once the most definite among them, and also have a bearing on my later convictions. 1. I used to wish the Arabian tales were true. My imagination ran on unknown influences, on magical powers, and talismans. I thought life might be a dream, or I an angel, and all this world a deception, my fellow angels by a playful device concealing themselves from me, and deceiving me with a semblance of a material world. Again, reading in the spring of 1816 a sentence from Dr. Watts' Remnants of Time, entitled "The Saints Unknown to the World," to the effect that there is nothing in their figure or countenance to distinguish them, etc., etc., I suppose he spoke of angels who lived in the world, as it were disguised. 2. The other remark is this. I was very superstitious, and for some time previous to my conversion, when I was 15, used constantly to cross myself on going into the dark. Of course I must have got this practice from some external source or other, but I can make no sort of conjecture whence, and certainly no one had ever spoken to me on the subject of the Catholic religion, which I only knew by name. The French master was an émigré priest, but he was simply made a butt, as French masters too commonly were in that day, and spoke English very imperfectly. There was a Catholic family in the village, old maiden ladies we used to think, but I knew nothing about them. I have of late years heard that there were 1 or 2 Catholic boys in the school, but either we were carefully kept from knowing this, or the knowledge of it made simply no impression on our minds. My brother will bear witness how free the school was from Catholic ideas. I had once been into Warwick Street Chapel with my father, who, I believe, wanted to hear some pieces of music. All that I bore away from it was the recollection of a pulpit and a preacher and a boy swinging a censer. When I was at Littlemore, I was looking over old copy books of my school days, and I found among them my first Latin verse book, and in the first page of it there was a device which almost took my breath away with surprise. I have the book before me now, and have just been showing it to others. I have written in the first page, in my schoolboy hand, John H. Newman, February 11th, 1811, verse book. Then follow my first verses. Between verse and book I have drawn the figure of a solid cross upright, and next to it is what may indeed be meant for a necklace, but what I cannot make out to be anything else than a set of beads suspended, with a little cross attached. At this time I was not quite 10 years old. I supposed I got these ideas from some romance, Mrs. Radcliffe's or Miss Porter's, or from some religious picture. But the strange thing is, how among the 1,000 objects which meet a boy's eyes, these in particular should so have fixed themselves in my mind, that I made them thus practically my own. I am certain there was nothing in the churches I attended, or the prayer books I read, to suggest them. It must be recollected that Anglican churches and prayer books were not decorated in those days, as I believe they are now. When I was 14, I read Paine's tracts against the Old Testament, and found pleasure in thinking of the objections which were contained in them. Also I read some of Hume's essays, and perhaps that on miracles. So at least I gave my father to understand, but perhaps it was a brag. Also I recollect copying out some French verses, perhaps Voltaire's, in denial of the immortality of the soul, and saying to myself something like, "How dreadful, but how plausible." When I was 15, in the autumn of 1816, a great change of thought took place in me. I fell under the influence of a definite creed, and received into my intellect impressions of dogma, which, through God's mercy, have never been effaced or obscured. Above and beyond the conversions and sermons of the excellent man, long dead, the Reverend Walter Mayers, of Pembroke College, Oxford, who was the human means of this beginning of divine faith in me, was the effect of the books which he put into my hands, all the school of Calvin. One of the first books I read was a work of Romaine's. I neither recollect the title nor the contents, except one doctrine, which of course I do not include among these which I believe to have come from a divine source, namely, the doctrine of final perseverance. I received it at once, and believed that the inward conversion of which I was conscious, and of which I still am more certain than that I have hands and feet, would last into the next life, and that I was elected to eternal glory. I have no conscience that this belief had any tendency whatever to lead me to be careless about pleasing God. I retained it till the age of 21, when it gradually faded away, but I believe that it had some influence on my opinions in the direction of those childish imaginations which I have already mentioned, namely, in isolating me from the objects which surrounded me, in confirming me in my mistrust of the reality of material phenomena, and making me rest in the thought of two and two only absolute and luminous self-evident beings, myself and my Creator. For while I considered myself predestined to salvation, my mind did not dwell upon others, as fancying them simply passed over, not predestined to eternal death. I only thought of the mercy to myself. The detestable doctrine last mentioned is simply denied and abjured, unless my memory strangely deceives me, by the writer who made a deeper impression on my mind than any other, and to whom, humanly speaking, I almost owe my soul, Thomas Scott of Aston Sandford. I so admired and delighted in his writings, that, when I was an undergraduate, I thought of making a visit to his parsonage, in order to see a man whom I so deeply revered. I hardly think I could have given up the idea of this expedition, even after I had taken my degree, for the news of his death in 1821 came upon me as a disappointment as well as a sorrow. I hung upon the lips of Daniel Wilson, afterwards Bishop of Calcutta, as in 2 sermons at St. John's Chapel he gave the history of Scott's life and death. I had been possessed of his Force of Truth and Essays from a Boy. His commentary I bought when I was an undergraduate. What, I suppose, will strike any reader of Scott's history and writings is his bold unworldliness and vigorous independence of mind. He followed truth wherever it led him, beginning with Unitarianism, and ending in a zealous faith in the Holy Trinity. It was he who first planted deep in my mind that fundamental truth of religion, with the assistance of Scott's Essays, in the admirable work of Jones of Nayland. I made a collection of Scripture texts in proof of the doctrine, with remarks, I think, of my own upon them, before I was 16. And a few months later I drew up a series of texts in support of each verse of the Athanasian Creed. These papers I have still. Besides his unworldliness, what I also admired in Scott was his resolute opposition to antinomianism in the minutely practical character of his writings. They show him to be a true Englishman, and I deeply felt his influence, and for years I used almost as proverbs what I considered to be the scope and issue of his doctrine: holiness rather than peace, and growth the only evidence of life. Calvinists make a sharp separation between the elect and the world. There is much in this that is cognate, or parallel to the Catholic doctrine. But they go on to say, as I understand them, very differently from Catholicism, that the converted and the unconverted can be discriminated by man, that the justified are conscious of their state of justification, and that the regenerate cannot fall away. Catholics, on the other hand, shade and soften the awful antagonism between good and evil, which is one of their dogmas, by holding that there are different degrees of justification, that there is a great difference in point of gravity between sin and sin, that there is the possibility and the danger of falling away, and that there is no certain knowledge given to any one that he is simply in the state of grace, and much less that he is to persevere to the end. Of the Calvinistic tenets, the only one which took root in my mind was the fact of heaven and hell, divine favour and divine wrath, of the justified and of the unjustified. The notion that the regenerate and the justified were one and the same, and that the regenerate, as such, had the gift of perseverance, remained with me not many years, as I have said already. This main Catholic doctrine of the warfare between the city of God and the powers of darkness was also deeply impressed upon my mind by the work of a character very opposite of Calvinism, Law's serious call. From this time I have held with a full inward assent and belief of the doctrine of eternal punishment as delivered by our Lord Himself, in as true a sense as I hold that of eternal happiness, though I have tried in various ways to make that truth less terrible to the imagination. Now I come to two other works, which produced a deep impression on me in the same autumn of 1816, when I was 15 years old, each contrary to each, and planting in me the seeds of an intellectual inconsistency which disabled me for a long course of years. I read Joseph Milner's Church History, and was nothing short of enamoured of the long extracts from St. Augustine, St. Ambrose, and other Fathers, which I found there. I read them as being the religion of the primitive Christians, but simultaneously with Milner I read Newton on the Prophecies, and in consequence became most firmly convinced that the Pope was the Antichrist predicted by Daniel, St. Paul, and St. John. My imagination was stained by the effects of this doctrine up to the year 1843. It had been obliterated from my reason and judgment at an earlier date, but the thought remained upon me as a sort of false conscience. Hence came that conflict of mind, which so many have felt besides myself, leading some men to make a compromise between two ideas so inconsistent with each other, driving others to beat out the one idea or the other from their minds, and ending in my own case, after many years of intellectual unrest, in the gradual decay and extinction of one of them. I do not say in its violent death, for why should I not have murdered it sooner, if I murdered it at all? I am obliged to mention, though I do it with great reluctance, another deep imagination, which at this time, the autumn of 1816, took possession of me. There can be no mistake about the fact, namely, that it would be the will of God that I should lead a single life. This anticipation, which has held its ground almost continuously ever since, with the break of a month now and a month then, up to 1829, and after that date, without any break at all, was more or less connected in my mind with the notion that my calling in life would require such a sacrifice as celibacy involved, as, for instance, missionary work among the heathens, to which I had a great drawing for some years. It also strengthened my feeling of separation from the visible world, of which I have spoken above. In 1822 I came under very different influences from those to which I had hitherto been subjected. At that time, Mr. Whately, as he was then, afterwards Archbishop of Dublin, for the few months he remained in Oxford, which he was leaving for good, showed great kindness to me. He renewed it in 1825, when he became Principal of Alban Hall, making me his Vice-Principal and tutor. Of Dr. Whately I will speak presently, for from 1822 to 1825 I saw most of the present Provost of Oriel, Dr. Hawkins, at that time Vicar of St. Mary's, and when I took orders in 1824 and had a curacy in Oxford, then during the long vacations, I was especially thrown into his company. I can say with full heart that I love him, and have never ceased to love him, and I thus preface, what otherwise might sound rude, that in the course of many years in which we were together afterwards, he provoked me very much from time to time, though I am perfectly certain that I have provoked him a great deal more. Moreover, in me such provocation was unbecoming, both because he was the head of my college, and because, in the first years that I knew him, he had been in many ways of great service to my mind. He was the first who taught me to weigh my words, and to be cautious in my statements. He led me to that mode of limiting and clearing my senses in discussion and in controversy, and of distinguishing between cognate ideas, and of obviating mistakes by anticipation, which to my surprise has been since considered, even in quarters friendly to me, to savour of the polemics of Rome. He is a man of most exact mind himself, and he used to snub me severely, on reading, as he was kind enough to do, the first sermons that I wrote, and other compositions which I was engaged upon. Then, as to doctrine, he was the means of great addition to my belief. As I have noticed elsewhere, he gave me the treatise on Apostolical Preaching by Sumner, afterwards Archbishop of Canterbury, from which I was led to give up my remaining Calvinism, and to receive the doctrine of baptismal regeneration. In many other ways, too, he was of use to me on subjects semi-religious and semi-scholastic. It was Dr. Hawkins, too, who taught me to anticipate that before many years were over, there would be an attack made upon the books and the canon of Scripture. I was brought to the same belief by the conversation of Mr. Blanco White, who also led me to have freer views on the subject of inspiration than were usual in the Church of England at the time. There is one other principle which I gained from Dr. Hawkins, more directly bearing upon Catholicism than any that I have mentioned, and that is the doctrine of tradition. When I was an undergraduate, I heard him preach in the university pulpit his celebrated sermon on the subject, and recollect how long it appeared to me, though he was at that time a very striking preacher, but when I read it and studied it as his gift, it made a most serious impression upon me. He does not go one step, I think, beyond the high Anglican doctrine, nay, he does not reach it, but he does his work thoroughly, and his view was in him original, and his subject was a novel one at the time. He lays down a proposition, self-evident as soon as stated, to those who have all examined the structure of Scripture, namely, that the sacred text was never intended to teach doctrine, but only to prove it, and that, if we would learn doctrine, we must have recourse to the formularies of the Church, for instance to the Catechism, and to the creeds. He considers that after learning from them the doctrine of Christianity, the inquirer must verify them by Scripture. This view, most true in the outline, most fruitful in its consequence, opened upon me a large field of thought. Dr. Whately held it too. One of its effects was to strike at the root of the principle on which the Bible Society was set up. I belonged to its Oxford Association. It became a matter of time when I should withdraw my name from its subscription list, though I did not do so at once. It is with pleasure that I pay here a tribute to the memory of the Rev. William James, then Fellow of Oriel, who, about the year 1823, taught me the doctrine of apostolical succession. In the course of a walk, I think, round Christ Church Meadow, I recollect being somewhat impatient of the subject at the time. It was about this date, I suppose, that I read Bishop Butler's Analogy, the study of which has been to so many, as it was to me, an error in the religious opinions. Its inculcation of a visible Church, the oracle of truth and a pattern of sanctity, of the duties of external religion, and of the historical character of revelation, are characteristics of this great work, which strike the reader at once. For myself, if I may attempt to determine what I most gained from it, it lay in 2 points, which I shall have an opportunity of dwelling on in the sequel. They are the underlying principles of a great portion of my teaching. First, the very idea of an analogy between the separate works of God leads to the conclusion that the system which is of less importance is economically or sacramentally connected with the more momentous system, and of this conclusion the theory to which I was inclined as a boy, namely the unreality of material phenomena, is an ultimate resolution. At this time I did not make the distinction between matter itself and its phenomena, which is so necessary and so obvious in discussing the subject. Secondly, Butler's doctrine that probability is the guide of life led me, at least under the teachings to which a few years later I was introduced, to the question of the logical cogency of faith on which I have written so much. Thus to Butler I trace those two principles of my teaching, which have led to a charge against me both of fancifulness and of scepticism. And now as to Dr. Whately, I owe him a great deal. He was a man of generous and warm heart. He was particularly loyal to his friends, and to use the common phrase, all his geese were swans. While I was still awkward and timid in 1822, he took me by the hand and acted towards me the part of a gentle and encouraging instructor. He emphatically opened my mind, and taught me to think and to use my reason. After being first noticed by him in 1822, I became very intimate with him in 1825, when I was his vice-principal of Alban Hall. I gave up that office in 1826, when I became tutor of my college, and his hold upon me gradually relaxed. He had done his work towards me, or nearly so, when he had taught me to see with my own eyes, and to walk with my own feet. Not that I had not a good deal to learn from others still, but I influenced them as well as they me, and cooperated rather than merely concurred with them. As to Dr. Whately, his mind was too different from mine for us to remain long on one line. I recollected how dissatisfied he was with an article of mine in the London Review, which Blanco White good-humouredly only called Platonic. When I was diverging from him in opinion, which he did not like, I thought of dedicating my first book to him, in words to the effect that he had not only taught me to think, but to think for myself. He left Oxford in 1831. After that, as far as I can recollect, I never saw him but twice, when he visited the University, once in the street in 1834, once in a room in 1838. From the time that he left, I have always felt a real affection for what I must call his memory, for at least from the year 1834 he made himself dead to me. He had practically indeed given me up from the time that he became Archbishop in 1831, but in 1834 a correspondence took place between us, which, though conducted especially on his side in a friendly spirit, was the expression of differences of opinion, which acted as a final close to our intercourse. My reason told me that it was impossible we could have got on together longer, had he stayed in Oxford. Yet I loved him too much to bid him farewell without pain. After a few years had passed, I began to believe that his influence on me in a higher respect than intellectual advance, I will not say through his fault, had not been satisfactory. I believe that he had inserted sharp things in his later works about me. They have never come in my way, and I have not thought it necessary to seek out what would pain me so much in the reading. What he did for me in point of religious opinion was first to teach me the existence of the Church as a substantive body or corporation; next, to fix in me those anti-Erastian views of Church polity, which were one of the most prominent features of the Tractarian movement. On this point, and as far as I know, on this point alone, he and Hurrell Froude intimately sympathized, though Froude's development of opinion here was of a later date. In the year 1826, in the course of a walk, he said much to me about a work then just published, called Letters on the Church by an Episcopalian. He said that it would make my blood boil. It was certainly a most powerful composition. One of our common friends told me that after reading it, he could not keep still, but went on walking up and down his room. It was ascribed at once to Whately. I gave eager expression to the contrary opinion, but I found the belief of Oxford in the affirmative to be too strong for me. Rightly or wrongly, I yield to the general voice, and I have never heard then or since of any disclaimer of authorship on the part of Dr. Whately. The main positions of this able essay are these. First, that Church and State should be independent of each other. He speaks of the duty of protesting against the profanation of Christ's kingdom by that double usurpation, the interference of the Church in temporals and the State in spirituals. And secondly, that the Church may justly and by right retain its property, though separate from the State. The clergy, he says, though they ought not to be hired servants of the civil magistrate, may justly retain their revenues, and the State, though it has no right of interference in spiritual concerns, not only is justly entitled to support from the ministers of religion and from all other Christians, but would, under the system I am recommending, obtain it much more effectually. The author of this work, whoever he may be, argues out of both these points with great force and ingenuity, and with a thorough-going vehemence, which perhaps we may refer to the circumstances that he wrote not in propria persona, and as thereby answerable for every sentiment that he advanced, but in the professed character of a Scottish Episcopalian. His work had a gradual but a deep effect on my mind. I am not aware of any other religious opinion which I owe to Dr. Whately. In his special theological tenet I had no sympathy. In the next year, 1827, he told me he considered that I was Arianizing. The case was this: though at that time I had not read Bishop Bull's Defensio, nor the Fathers, I was just then very strong for that ante-Nicene view of the Trinitarian doctrine, which some writers, both Catholic and non-Catholic, have accused of wearing a sort of Arian exterior. This is the meaning of a passage in Froude's Remains, in which he seems to accuse me of speaking against the Athanasian Creed. I had contrasted the two aspects of the Trinitarian doctrine, which are respectively presented by the Athanasian Creed and the Nicene. My criticism were to the effect that some of the verses of the former creed were unnecessarily scientific. This is a specimen of a certain disdain for antiquity, which had been growing on me now for several years. It showed itself in some flippant language against the Fathers in the Encyclopaedia Metropolitana, about whom I knew little at the time, except what I had learnt as a boy from Joseph Milner. In writing on the Scripture Miracles in 1825-1826, I had read Middleton on the miracles of the early Church, and had imbibed a portion of his spirit. The truth is, I was beginning to prefer intellectual excellence to moral. I was drifting in the direction of the liberalism of the day. I was rudely awakened from my dream at the end of 1827 by two great blows, illness and bereavement. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 1. History of my religious opinions to the year 1833, Part 2. In the beginning of 1829 came the formal break between Dr. Whately and me. The fear of Mr. Peel's re-election was the occasion of it. I think in 1828 or 1827 I had voted in the minority, when the petition to Parliament against the Catholic claims was brought into convocation. I did so mainly on the views suggested to me in the letters of an Episcopalian. Also I shrank from the bigoted two-bottle orthodox, as they were individually called. When then I took part against Mr. Peel, it was on an academical, not at all an ecclesiastical or a political ground, and this I professed at the time. I considered that Mr. Peel had taken the University by surprise, that his friends had no right to call upon us to turn round on a sudden, and to expose ourselves to the imputation of time-serving, and that a great University ought not to be bullied, even by a great Duke of Wellington. Also by this time I was under the influence of Keble and Froude, who, in addition to the reason I have given, disliked the Duke's change of policy as dictated by liberalism. Whately was considerably annoyed at me, and he took a humorous revenge, of which he had given me due notice beforehand. As head of a house, he had duties of hospitality to men of all parties. He asked a set of the least intellectual men in Oxford to dinner, and men most fond of port. He made me one of his party, placed me between provost this and principal that, and then asked me if I was proud of my friends. However, he had a serious meaning in his act. He saw more clearly than I could do that I was separating from his own friends for good and all. Dr. Whately attributed my leaving his clientela to a wish on my part to be the head of a party myself. I do not think that this charge was deserved. My habitual feeling then and since has been that it was not I who sought friends, but friends who sought me. Never man had kinder or more indulgent friends than I have had, but I express my own feelings as to the mode in which I gained them. In this very year 1829, in the course of a copy of verses. Speaking of my blessings, I said, "Blessings of friends, which to my door unasked, unhoped, have come. They have come, they have gone, they came to my great joy, they went to my great grief. He who gave took away." Dr. Whately's impression about me, however, admits of this explanation. During the first years of my residence at Oriel, though proud of my college, I was not quite at home there. I was very much alone, and I used often to take daily walks by myself. I recollect once meeting Dr. Copleston, then provost, with one of the fellows. He turned round, and with a kind courteousness, which sat so well on him, made me a bow and said, "Nunquam minus solus, quam cum solus." At that time, indeed, from 1823, I had the intimacy of my dear and true friend, Dr. Pusey, and could not fail to admire and revere a soul so devoted to the cause of religion, so full of good works, so faithful in his affections. But he left residence when I was getting to know him well. As to Dr. Whately himself, he was too much my superior to allow of my being at my ease with him, and to no one in Oxford at this time did I open my heart fully and familiarly. But things changed in 1826. At that time I became one of the tutors of my college, and this gave me position. Besides, I had written one or two essays, which had been well received. I began to be known. I preached my first university sermon. Next year I was one of the public examiners for the B.A. degree. In 1828 I became Vicar of St. Mary's. It was to me like the feeling of spring weather after winter, and, if I may so speak, I came out of my shell. I remained out of it till 1841. The two persons who knew me best at that time are still alive, beneficed clergymen, no longer my friends. They could tell better than any one else what I was in those years. From this time my tongue was, as it were, loosened, and I spoke spontaneously and without effort. One of the two, Mr. Rickards, said of me, I have been told, "Here is a fellow who, when he is silent, will never begin to speak, and when he once begins to speak, will never stop." It was at this time that I began to have influence, which steadily increased for a course of years. I gained upon my pupils, and was in particular intimate and affectionate with two of our probationer fellows, Robert Isaac Wilberforce, afterwards Archdeacon, and Richard Hurrell Froude. Whately then, an acute man, perhaps saw around me the signs of an incipient party, of which I was not conscious myself. And thus we discern the first element of that movement afterwards called Tractarian. The true and primary author of it, however, as is usual with great motive powers, was out of sight. having carried off as a mere boy the highest honours of the university, he had turned from the admiration which haunted his steps, and sought for a better and holier satisfaction in pastoral work in the country. Need I say that I am speaking of John Keble? The first time that I was in a room with him was an occasion of my election to a fellowship at Oriel, when I was sent for into the Tower, to shake hands with the Provost and Fellows. How is that hour fixed in my memory after the changes of 42 years? 42 this very day of which I write. I have lately had a letter in my hand, which I sent at the time to my great friend John William Bowden, with whom I passed almost exclusively my undergraduate years. I had to hasten to the Tower, I say to him, to receive the congratulations of all the Fellows. I bore it till Keble took my hand, and then felt so abashed and unworthy of the honour done me, that I seemed desirous of quite sinking into the ground. His had been the first name which I had heard spoken of, with reverence rather than admiration, when I came to Oxford. When one day I was walking in High Street, with my dear earliest friend just mentioned, with what eagerness did he cry out, "There's Keble!" and with what awe did I look at him! Then at another time I heard a Master of Arts of my college give an account how he had just then had occasion to introduce himself on some business to Keble, and how gentle, courteous, and unaffected Keble had been, so as almost to put him out of countenance. Then too it was reported, truly or falsely, how a rising man of brilliant reputation, the present Dean of St. Paul's, Dr. Milman, admired and loved him, adding that somehow he was strangely unlike any one else. However, at the time when I was elected Fellow of Oriel, he was not in residence, and he was shy of me for years in consequence of the marks which I bore upon me of the evangelical and liberal schools. At least so I have ever thought. Hurrell Froude brought us together about 1828. It is one of the sayings preserved in his remains. Do you know the story of the murderer who had done one good thing in his life? Well, if I was ever asked what good deed I had ever done, I should say that I had brought Keble and Newman to understand each other. The Christian year made its appearance in 1827. It is not necessarily and scarcely becoming to praise a book which has already become one of the classics of the language. When the general tone of religious literature was so nerveless and impotent as it was at that time, Keble struck an original note and woke up in the hearts of thousands a new music, the music of a school long unknown in England. Nor can I pretend to analyze in my own instance the effect of religious teaching so deep, so pure, so beautiful. I have never till now tried to do so, yet I think I am not wrong in saying that the two main intellectual truths which it brought home to me were the same two which I had learned from Butler, though recast in the creative mind of my new master. The first of those was what may be called, in a large sense of the word, the Sacramental System, that is, the doctrine that material phenomena are both the types and instruments of real things unseen, a doctrine which embraces in its fullness not only what Anglicans as well as Catholics believe about sacraments properly so called, but also the article of the communion of saints, and likewise the mysteries of the faith. The connection of this philosophy of religion with what is sometimes called Berkeleyism has been mentioned above. I knew little of Berkeley at this time, except by name, nor have I ever studied him. On the second intellectual principle which I gained from Mr. Keble, I could say a great deal, if this were the place for it. It runs through very much that I have written, and has gained for me many hard names. Butler teaches us that probability is the guide of life. The danger of this doctrine, in the case of many minds, is its tendency to destroy in them absolute certainty, leading them to consider every conclusion as doubtful, and resolving truth into an opinion, which it is safe indeed to obey or to profess, but not possible to embrace with full internal assent. If this were to be allowed, then the celebrated saying, "O God, if there be a God, save my soul, if I have a soul," would be the highest measure of devotion. But who can really pray to a being, about whose existence he is seriously in doubt? I consider that Mr. Keble met this difficulty by ascribing the firmness of assent which we give to religious doctrine, not to the probabilities which introduce it, but to the living power of faith and love, which accepted it. In matters of religion, he seemed to say, it is not merely probability which makes us intellectually certain, but probability as it is put to account by faith and love. It is faith and love which give to probability a force which it has not in itself. Faith and love are directed towards an object. In the vision of that object they live. It is that object, received in faith and love, which renders it reasonable to take probability as sufficient for internal conviction. Thus the argument from probability in the matter of religion became an argument from personality, which in fact is one form of the argument from authority. In illustration, Mr. Keble used to quote the words of the Psalm, "I will guide thee with mine eye, but ye not like to horse and mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held with bit and bridle, lest they fall upon thee." This is the very difference he used to say between slaves and friends or children. Friends do not ask for literal commands, but from their knowledge of the speaker they understand his half-words, and from love of him they anticipate his wishes. Hence it is that in the poem of St. Bartholomew's Day he speaks of the eye of God word, and in the note from Mr. Miller of Worcester College, who remarks in his Bampton Lectures on the special power of Scripture as having this eye like that of a portrait, uniformly fixed upon us, turn where we will. The view thus suggested by Mr. Keble is brought forward in one of the earliest of the Tracts for Our Times. In number 8, I say, the Gospel is a law of liberty. We are treated as sons, not as servants, not subjected to a code of formal commandments, but addressed as those who love God and wish to please Him. I did not at all dispute this view of the matter, for I made use of it myself, but I was dissatisfied because it did not go to the root of the difficulty. It was beautiful and religious, but it did not even profess to be logical, and accordingly I tried to complete it by considerations of my own, which are to be found in my University Sermons, Essays on Ecclesiastical Miracles, and Essays on Development of Doctrine. My argument is in outline as follows: that absolute certitude which we are able to possess, whether as to the truth of natural theology or as to the fact of a revelation, was the result of an assemblage of concurring and converging probabilities, and that both according to the constitution of the human mind and the will of its Maker, that certitude was a habit of mind, that certainty was a quality of propositions, that probability which did not reach to logical certainty might suffice for a mental certitude, that the certitude thus brought about might equal in measure and strength the certitude which was created by the strictest scientific demonstration, and that to possess such certitude might in given cases and to given individuals be a plain duty, though not to others in other circumstances. Moreover, that as there were probabilities which sufficed for certitude, so there were other probabilities which were legitimately adapted to create opinion, that it might be quite as much a matter of duty in given cases and to given persons to have about a fact an opinion of a definite strength and consistency, as in the case of greater or of more numerous probabilities it was a duty to have a certitude, that accordingly we were bound to be more or less sure on a sort of, as it were, graduated scale of assent, namely, according as the probability attaching to a professed fact were brought home to us, and as the case might be, to entertain about it a pious belief, or a pious opinion, or a religious conjecture, or at least a tolerance of such belief, or opinion, or conjecture in others. That, on the other hand, as it was a duty to have a belief, of more or less strong texture, in given cases, so in other cases it was a duty not to believe, not to opine, not to conjecture, not even to tolerate the notion that a professed fact was true, inasmuch as it would be credulity, or superstition, or some other moral fault to do so. This was the region of private judgment in religion, that is, of a private judgment not formed arbitrarily and according to one's fancy or liking, but conscientiously and under a sense of duty. Considerations such as these throw a new light on the subject of miracles, and they seem to have led me to reconsider the view which I had taken of them in my essay in 1825-1826. I do not know what was the date of this change in me, nor of the train of ideas on which it was founded. That there had been already great miracles, as those of Scriptures, as the resurrection, was a fact establishing the principle that the laws of nature had sometimes been suspended by their divine author, and since what had happened once might happen again, a certain probability, at least no kind of improbability, was attached to the idea taken in itself, of miraculous intervention in later times, and miraculous accounts were to be regarded in connection with the verisimilitude, scope, instrument, character, testimony, and circumstances with which they presented themselves to us. And, according to the final results of those various considerations, it was our duty to be sure, or to believe, or to opine, or to surmise, or to tolerate, or to reject, or to denounce. The main difference between my essay on miracles in 1826 and my essay in 1842 is this, that in 1826 I considered that miracles were sharply divided into two classes, those which were to be received and those which were to be rejected, whereas in 1842 I saw that they were to be regarded according to their greater or lesser probability, which was in some cases sufficient to create certitude about them, in other cases only belief or opinion. Moreover, the argument from analogy, on which this view of the question was founded, suggested to me something besides in recommendation of the ecclesiastical miracles. It fastened itself upon the theory of church history, which I had learned as a boy from Joseph Milner. It is Milner's doctrine that upon the visible church come down from above, at certain intervals, large and temporary effusions of divine grace. This is the leading idea of his work. He begins by speaking of the day of Pentecost, as marking the first of those effusions of the Spirit of God, which from age to age have visited the earth since the coming of Christ. Volume I, page 3. In a note he adds that in the term effusion, there is not here included the idea of the miraculous or extraordinary operations of the Spirit of God. But still it was natural for me, admitting Milner's general theory, and applying it to the principle of analogy, not to stop short at his abrupt ipse dixit, but boldly to pass forward to the conclusion, on other grounds plausible, that as miracles accompany the first effusion of grace, so they might accompany the latter. It is surely a natural and on the whole a true anticipation, though of course there are exceptions in particular cases, that gifts and graces go together. Now, according to the ancient Catholic doctrine, the gift of miracles was viewed as the attendant and shadow of transcendent sanctity, and moreover, since such sanctity was not of every day's occurrence, nay, further, since one period of church history differed widely from another, and, as Joseph Milner would say, there have been generations or centuries of degeneracy or disorder, and times of revival, and since one region might be in the midday of religious fervour, and another in twilight or gloom, there was no force in the popular argument that, because we did not see miracles with our own eyes, miracles had not happened in former times, or were not now at this very time taking place in distant places. But I must not dwell longer on a subject to which in a few words it is impossible to do justice. Hurrell Froude was a pupil of Keble's, formed by him and in turn reacting upon him. I knew him first in 1826 and was in the closest and most affectionate friendship with him from about 1829 till his death in 1836. He was a man of the highest gifts, so truly many-sided that it would be presumptuous in me to attempt to describe him except under those aspects in which he came before me. Nor have I here to speak of the gentleness and tenderness of nature, the playfulness, the free elastic forces and graceful versatility of mind, and the patient winning considerateness in discussion, which endeared him to those to whom he opened his heart. For I am all along engaged upon matters of belief and opinion, and am introducing others into my narrative, not for their own sake or because I love and have loved them, so much as because and so far as they have influenced my theological views. In this respect, then, I speak of Hurrell Froude in his intellectual aspect, as a man of high genius, brimful and overflowing with ideas and views, in him original, which were too many and strong even for his bodily strength, and which crowded and jostled against each other in their effort after distinct shape and expression. And he had an intellect as critical and logical as it was speculative and bold. Dying prematurely as he did, and in the conflict and transition state of opinion, his religious views never reached their ultimate conclusion, by the very reason of their multitude and their depth. His opinions arrested and influenced me even when they did not gain my assent. He professed openly his admiration of the Church of Rome, and his hatred of the Reformers. He delighted in the notion of a hierarchical system, of sacerdotal power, and of full ecclesiastical liberty. He felt scorn of the maxim, "The Bible and the Bible only is the religion of Protestants," and he gloried in accepting tradition as a main instrument of religious teaching. He had a high, severe idea of the intrinsic excellence of virginity, and he considered the Blessed Virgin its great pattern. He delighted in thinking of the saints. He had a vivid appreciation of the idea of sanctity, its possibilities and its heights, and he was more than inclined to believe a large amount of miraculous interference as occurring in the early and Middle Ages. He embraced the principle of penance and mortification. He had a deep devotion to the real presence in which he had a firm faith. He was powerfully drawn to the medieval church, but not to the primitive. He had a keen insight into abstract truths, but he was an Englishman to the backbone, in his severe adherence to the real and the concrete. He had a most classical taste and a genius for philosophy and art, and he was fond of a historical inquiry and the politics of religion. He had no turn for theology as such. He set no sufficient value on the writings of the Fathers, on the detail or development of doctrine, on the definite traditions of the Church viewed in their matter, on the teachings of the ecumenical councils, or on the controversies out of which they arose. He took an eager, courageous view of things on the whole. I should say that his power of entering into the minds of others did not equal his other gifts. He could not believe, for instance, that I really held the Roman Church to be anti-Christian. On many points he would not believe but that I agreed with him, when I did not. He seemed not to understand my difficulties. His were of a different kind, the contrariety between theory and fact. He was a high Tory of the Cavalier stamp, and was disgusted with the Toryism of the opponents of the Reform Bill. He was smitten with the love of the theocratic Church. He went abroad and was shocked by the degeneracy which he thought he saw in the Catholics of Italy. It is difficult to enumerate the precise additions to my theological creed which I derived from a friend to whom I owe so much. He taught me to look with admiration towards the Church of Rome, and in the same degree to dislike the Reformation. He fixed deep in me the idea of devotion to the Blessed Virgin, and he led me gradually to believe in the real presence. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 1, Part 3 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. There is one remaining source of my opinions to be mentioned, and that far from the least important. In proportion as I moved out of the shadow of that liberalism which had hung over my course, my early devotion towards the Fathers returned, and in the long vacation of 1828 I set about to read them chronologically, beginning with St. Ignatius and St. Justin. About 1830 a proposal was made to me by Mr. Hugh Rose, who with Mr. Lyell, afterwards Dean of Canterbury, was providing writers for a theological library, to furnish them with a history of the principal councils. I accepted it, and at once set to work on the Council of Nicaea. It was to launch myself on an ocean with currents innumerable, and I was drifted back first to the ante-Nicean history, and then to the Church of Alexandria. The work at least appeared under the title of The Arians of the Fourth Century, and of its 422 pages, the first 117 consisted of introductory matter, and the Council of Nicaea did not appear till the 254th, and then occupied at most 20 pages. I do not know when I first learned to consider that Antiquity was the true exponent of the doctrine of Christianity, and the basis of the Church of England. But I take it for granted that the works of Bishop Bull, which at this time I read, were my chief introduction to this principle. The course of reading which I pursued in the composition of my volume was directly adapted to develop it in my mind. What principally attracted me in the ante-Nicean period was the great Church of Alexandria, the historical centre of teaching in those times. Of Rome, for some centuries, comparatively little is known. The battle of Arianism was first fought in Alexandria. Athanasius, the champion of the truth, was the Bishop of Alexandria, and in his writings he refers to the great religious names of an earlier date, to Origen, Dionysius, and others who were the glory of its see, or of its school. The broad philosophy of Clement and Origen carried me away, the philosophy, not the theological doctrine, and I have drawn out some features of it in my volume, with the zeal and freshness, but with the partiality of a neophyte. Some portions of their teaching, magnificent in themselves, came like music to my inward ear, as if the response to ideas, which, with little external to encourage them, I had cherished so long. These were based on the mystical or sacramental principle, and spoke of the various economies or dispensations of the eternal. I understood these passages to mean that the exterior world, physical and historical, was but the manifestation to our sense of realities greater than itself. Nature was a parable, Scripture was an allegory, pagan literature, philosophy, and mythology properly understood were but a preparation for the Gospel. The Greek poets and sages were in a certain sense prophets, for thoughts beyond their thought to those high bards were given. There had been a directly divine dispensation granted to the Jews, but there had been in some sense a dispensation carried on in favour of the Gentiles. He who had taken the seed of Jacob for his elect people had not therefore cast the rest of mankind out of his sight. In the fullness of time both Judaism and paganism had come to naught. The outward framework, which concealed yet suggested the living truth, had never been intended to last, and it was dissolved under the beams of the sun of justice, which shone behind it and through it. The process of changes had been slow. It had been done not rashly, but by rule and measure, at sundry times and in divers manners, first one disclosure and then another, till the whole evangelical doctrine was brought into full manifestation. And thus room was made for the anticipation of further and deeper disclosures, of truth still under the veil of the letter, and in their season to be revealed. The visible world still remains without its divine interpretation. Holy Church in her sacraments and her hierarchical appointments will remain even to the end of the world, after all but a symbol of those heavenly facts which fill eternity. Her mysteries are but the expression in human language of truths to which the human mind is unequal. It is evident how much there was in all this correspondence with the thoughts which had attracted me when I was young, and with the doctrine which I have already associated with the analogy and the Christian year. It was, I suppose, to the Alexandrian school and to the early Church that I owe in particular what I definitely held about the angels. I viewed them not only as the ministers employed by the Creator in the Jewish and Christian dispensations, as we find on the face of Scripture, but as carrying on, as Scripture also implies, the economy of the visible world. I consider them as the real cause of motion, light, and life, and of those elementary principles of the physical universe, which, when offered in their development to our senses, suggest to us the notion of cause and effect, and of what are called the laws of nature. This doctrine I have drawn out of my sermon for Michaelmas Day, written in 1831. I say of the angels, "Every breath of air and ray of light and heat, every beautiful prospect is, as it were, the skirts of their garments, the waving of the robes of those whose faces see God." Again I ask, what would be the thought of a man who, when examining a flower, or a herb, or a pebble, or ray of light, which he treats as something so beneath him in the scale of existence, suddenly discovered that he was in the presence of some powerful being, who was hidden behind the visible things he was inspecting, who, though concealing his wise hand, was giving them their beauty, grace, and perfection, as being God's instrument for the purpose; nay, whose robe and ornaments those objects were which he was so eager to analyze. And I therefore remark, that we may say with grateful and simple hearts, with the three holy children, "O all ye works of the Lord," etc., etc. Bless ye the Lord, praise him, and magnify him forever. Also, besides the host of evil spirits, I considered there was a middle race, Oovia, neither in heaven nor in hell, partially fallen, capricious, wayward, noble or crafty, benevolent or malicious, as the case might be. These beings gave a sort of inspiration or intelligence to races, nations, and classes of men. Hence the action of body politics and associations, which is often so different from that of individuals who compose them. Hence the character and the instinct of states and governments, of religious communities and communions. I thought these assemblages had their life in certain unseen powers. My preference of the personal to the abstract would naturally lead me to this view. I thought it countenanced by the mention of the Prince of Persia in the prophet Daniel, and I think I considered that it was of such intermediate beings that the Apocalypse spoke in its notice of the angels of the seven churches. In 1837 I made a further development of this doctrine. I said to an intimate and dear friend, Samuel Francis Wood, in a letter which came into my hands on his death, "I have an idea. The Mass of the Fathers, Justin, Athenagoras, Irenaeus, Clement, Tertullian, Origen, Lactantius, Sulpicius, Ambrose, Nazianzen, hold that, though Satan fell from the beginning, the angels fell before the deluge, falling in love with the daughters of men. This has lately come across me as a remarkable solution of a notion, which I cannot help holding. Daniel speaks as if each nation had its guardian angel. I cannot but think that there are beings with a great deal of good in them, yet with great defects, who are the animating principles of certain institutions, etc., etc. Take England, with many high virtues, and yet a low Catholicism. It seems to me that John Bull is a spirit neither of heaven nor hell. Has not the Christian Church in its parts surrendered itself to one or other of these simulations of the truth? How are we to avoid Scylla and Charybdis, and go straight on to the very image of Christ, etc., etc.? I am aware that what I have been saying will, with many men, be doing credit to my imagination at the expense of my judgment. Hippocrates doesn't care. I am not setting myself up as a pattern of good sense or of anything else. I am but giving a history of my opinions, and that with the view of showing that I have come by them through intelligible process of thought and honest external means. The doctrine indeed of the economy has in some quarters been itself condemned as intrinsically pernicious, as if leading to lying and equivocation, when applied, as I have applied it in my remarks upon it in my History of the Arians, to matters of conduct. My answer to this imputation I postpone to the concluding pages of my volume. While I was engaged in writing my work upon the Arians, great events were happening at home and abroad, which brought out into form and passionate expression the various beliefs which had so gradually been winding their way into my mind. Shortly before there had been a revolution in France, the Bourbons had been dismissed, and I held that it was unchristian for nations to cast off their governors, and much more sovereigns who had the divine right of inheritance. Again the great reform agitation was going on around me as I wrote. The Whigs had come into power. Lord Grey had told the bishops to set their house in order, and some of the prelates had been insulted and threatened in the streets of London. The vital question was, how were we to keep the Church from being liberalized? There was such apathy on the subject in some quarters, such imbecile alarm in others, the true principles of churchmanship seemed so radically decayed, and there was such distraction in the councils of the clergy. Bloomfield, the Bishop of London of the day, an active and open-hearted man, had been for years engaged in diluting the high orthodoxy of the Church by the introduction of members of the evangelical body into places of influence and trust. He had deeply offended men who agreed in opinion with myself, by an off-handed saying, as it was reported, to the effect that belief in the apostolical succession had gone out with the non-jurors. "We can count you," he said to some of the gravest and most venerated persons of the old school. And the evangelical party itself, with their late successes, seemed to have lost that simplicity and unworldliness which I admired so much in Milner and Scott. It was not that they did not venerate such men as Ryder, the then Bishop of Lichfield, and others of similar sentiments, who were not yet promoted out of the ranks of the clergy, but I thought little of the evangelicals as a class. I thought they played into the hands of the liberals. With the Establishment thus divided and threatened, thus ignorant of its true strength, I compared that fresh vigorous power of which I was reading in the first centuries. In her triumphant zeal on behalf of that primeval mystery, to which I had had so great a devotion from my youth, I recognized the movement of my spiritual mother. Incessu patuit die, the self-conquest of her ascetics, the patience of her martyrs, the irresistible determination of her bishops, the joyous swing of her advance both exalted and abashed me. I said to myself, look on this picture and on that. I felt affection for my own Church, but not tenderness. I felt dismay at her prospects, anger and scorn at her do-nothing perplexity. I thought that if Liberalism once got a footing within her, it was sure of the victory in the event. I saw that Reformation principles were powerless to rescue her. As to leaving her, the thought never crossed my imagination. Still I ever kept before me that there was something greater than the Established Church, and that was the Church Catholic and Apostolic, set up from the beginning, of which she was but the local presence and the organ. She was nothing unless she was this. She must be dealt with strongly, or she would be lost. There was need for a second Reformation. At this time I was disengaged from college duties, and my health had suffered from labour involved in the composition of my volume. It was ready for the press in July, 1832, though not published till the end of 1833. I was easily persuaded to join Hurrell Froude and his father, who were going to the south of Europe for the health of the former. We set out in December 1832. It was during this expedition that my verses, which are in the Lyra Apostolica, were written; a few indeed before it, but not more than one or two of them after it. Exchanging, as I was, definite tutorial work, and the literary quiet and pleasant friendship of the last 6 years, for foreign countries and an unknown future, I naturally was led to think that some inward changes, as well as some larger course of action, was coming upon me. At Whitchurch, while waiting for the down mail to Falmouth, I wrote the verses about my guardian angel, which began with the words, "Are these the tracks of some unearthly friend?" and which go on to speak of the vision which haunted me. That vision is more or less brought out in the whole series of these compositions. I went to various coasts of the Mediterranean, parted with my friends at Rome, went down for the second time to Sicily without companion at the end of April, and got back to England by Palermo in the early part of July. The strangeness of foreign life threw me back into myself. I found pleasure in historical sites and beautiful scenes, not in men and manners. We kept clear of Catholics throughout our tour. I had a conversation with the Dean of Malta, a most pleasant man, lately dead, but it was about the Fathers and the library of the great Church. I knew the Abbot Santini at Rome, who did no more than copy for me the Gregorian tones. Froude and I made 2 calls upon Monsignore, now Cardinal Wiseman, at the Collegio Inglese, shortly before we left Rome. Once we heard him preach at the church in the Corso. I do not recollect being in a room with any other ecclesiastics except a priest at Castro Giovanni in Sicily, who called on me when I was ill, and with whom I wished to hold a controversy. As to church services, we attended the Tenebrae at the Sestine for the sake of the Miserere, and that was all. My general feeling was, all, save the spirit of man, is divine. I saw nothing but what was external of the hidden life of Catholics. I knew nothing. I was still more driven back into myself, and felt my isolation. England was in my thoughts solely, and the news from England came rarely and imperfectly. The Bill for the suppression of the Irish sees was in progress, and filled my mind. I had fierce thoughts against the Liberals. It was the success of the Liberals' cause which fretted me inwardly. I became fierce against its instruments and its manifestations. A French vessel was at Algiers. I would not even look at the tricolour. On my return, though forced to stop 24 hours at Paris, I kept indoors the whole time, and all that I saw of that beautiful city was what I saw from the diligence. The Bishop of London had already sounded me as to my filling one of the Whitehall preacherships, which he had just then put on a new footing, but I was indignant at the line which he was taking, and from my steamer I had sent him a letter declining the appointment by anticipation, should it be offered to me. At this time I was specially annoyed with Dr. Arnold, though it did not last into latter years. Some one, I think, asked in conversation at Rome, whether a certain interpretation of Scripture was Christian. It was answered that Dr. Arnold took it. I interposed, "But is he a Christian?" The subject went out of my head at once. When afterwards I was taxed with it, I could say no more in explanation than, what I believe was the fact, that I must have had in mind some free views of Dr. Arnold about the Old Testament. I thought I must have meant, Arnold's answer for the interpretation, but who is to answer for Arnold? It was at Rome too that we began the Lyra Apostolica, which appeared monthly in the British Magazine. The motto shows the feeling of both Froude and myself at the time. We borrowed from M. Bunsen a Homer, and Froude chose the words in which Achilles, on returning to the battle, says, "You shall know the difference, now that I am back again." Especially when I was left by myself, the thought came upon me that deliverance is wrought, not by the many, but by the few; not by bodies, but by persons. Now it was, I think, that I repeated to myself the words which had ever been dear to me from my school days, exoriare aliquis. Now too, that Southey's beautiful poem of Thalaba, for which I had an immense liking, came forcibly to my mind. I begin to think that I had a mission. There are sentences of my letters to my friends to this effect, if they are not destroyed. When we took leave of Monsignore Wiseman, we had courteously expressed a wish that we might make a second visit to Rome. I said with great gravity, "We have work to do in England." I went down at once to Sicily, and the presentiment grew stronger. I struck into the middle of the island, and fell ill of a fever at Leonfort. My servant thought that I was dying, and begged for my last directions. I gave them as he wished, but I said, "I shall not die." I repeated, "I shall not die, for I have not sinned against light. I have not sinned against light." I never have been able to quite make out what I meant. I got to Castro Giovanni, and was laid up there for nearly 3 weeks. Towards the end of May I left for Palermo, taking 3 days for the journey. Before starting from my inn in the morning of May 26th or 27th, I sat down on my bed and began to sob violently. My servant, who had acted as my nurse, asked what ailed me. I could only answer him, "I have a work to do in England." I was aching to get home, yet for want of a vessel I was kept at Palermo for 3 weeks. I began to visit the churches, and they calmed my impatience, though I did not attend any services. I knew nothing of the presence of the Blessed Sacrament there. At last I got off in an orange boat bound for Marseilles. Then it was that I wrote the lines, "Lead kindly light," which have since become well known. We were becalmed a whole week in the Straits of Bonifacio. I was writing verses the whole time of my passage. At length I got to Marseilles, and set off for England. The fatigue of travelling was too much for me, and I was laid up for several days at Lyons. At last I got off again, and did not stop night or day, except a compulsory delay at Paris, till I reached England, and my mother's house. My brother had arrived from Persia only a few hours before. This was on the Tuesday. The following Sunday, July 14th, Mr. Keble preached the Assize Sermon in the University pulpit. It was published under the title of National Apostasy. I have ever considered and kept the day as the start of the religious movement of 1833. End of Chapter 1, Part 3. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 2, History of my Religious Opinions, from 1833 to 1839. In spite of the foregoing pages, I have no romantic story to tell, but I have written them because it is my duty to tell things as they took place. I have not exaggerated the feelings with which I returned to England, and I have no desire to dress up the events which followed, so as to make them in keeping with the narratives which has gone before. I soon relapsed into everyday life, which I had hitherto led, and all things the same, except that a new object was given me. I had employed myself in my own room in reading and writing, and in the care of the Church before I left England, and I returned to the same occupation when I was back again. And yet perhaps those most vehement feelings which carried me on were necessary for the beginning of the movement, and afterwards, when it was once begun, the special need of me was over. When I got home from abroad, I found that already a movement had commenced, in opposition to the specific danger which at that time was threatening the religion of the nation and its Church. Several zealous and able men had united their counsel, and were in correspondence with each other. The principal of these were Mr. Keble, Hurrell Froude, who had reached home long before me, Mr. William Palmer of Dublin and Worcester College, not Mr. William Palmer of Magdalen, who is now a Catholic, Mr. Arthur Percival, and Mr. Hugh Rose. To mention Mr. Hugh Rose's name is to kindle in the minds of those who knew him a host of pleasant and affectionate remembrances. He was the man above all fitted by his cast of mind and literary powers to make a stand, if a stand could be made, against the calamity of the times. He was gifted with a high and large mind, and a true sensibility of what was great and beautiful. He wrote with warmth and energy. He had a cool head and cautious judgment. He spent his strength and shortened his life. Pro ecclesiaste die, as he understood that southern idea. Some years earlier he had been the first to give warning, I think from the University pulpit at Cambridge, of the perils to England which lay in the biblical and theological speculations of Germany. The Reform agitation followed, and the Whig government came into power, and he anticipated in their distribution of Church patronage the authoritative introduction of liberal opinions into the country. He feared that by the Whig party a door would be opened in England to the most grievous of heresies, which never could be closed again. In order under such grave circumstances to unite Churchmen together and to make a front against the coming danger, he had in 1832 commenced the British Magazine, and in the same year he came to Oxford in the summer term in order to beat up for writers for his publication. On that occasion I became known to him through Mr. Palmer. His reputation and position came in aid of his obvious fitness, in point of character and intellect, to become the centre of an ecclesiastical movement, if such a movement were to depend on the action of a party. His delicate health, his premature death, would have frustrated the expectation, even though the new school of opinion had been more exactly thrown into the shape of a party than in fact was the case. But he zealously backed up the first efforts of those who were principals in it, and when he went abroad to die in 1838, he allowed me the solace of expressing my feelings of attachment and gratitude to him, by addressing him in the dedication of a volume of my sermons, as the man who, when hearts were failing, bade us stir up the gifts that was in us, and betake ourselves to our true Mother. But there were other reasons besides Mr. Rose's state of health, which hindered those who so much admired him from availing themselves of his close co-operation in the coming fight. United as both he and they were in the general scope of the movement, they were in discordance with each other from the first in their estimate of the means to be adopted for attaining it. Mr. Rose had a position in the Church, a name, and serious responsibilities. He had direct ecclesiastical superiors. He had intimate relations with his own university, and a large clerical connection through the country. Froude and I were nobodies, with no characters to lose and no antecedents to fetter us. Rose could not go ahead across country, as Froude had no scruples in doing. Froude was a bold rider, as on horseback, so also in his speculations. After a long conversation with him on the logical bearing of his principles, Mr. Rose said of him with quiet humour that he did not seem to be afraid of inferences. It was simply the truth. Froude had that strong hold on first principles, and that keen perception of their value, that he was comparatively indifferent to the revolutionary action which would attend on their application to a given state of things, whereas in the thoughts of Rose, as a practical man, existing facts had the precedence of every other idea, and the chief test of the soundness of the line of policy lay in the consideration whether it would work. This was one of the first questions which, as it seemed to me, on every occasion occurred to his mind. With Froude, Erastianism, that is, the union, so he viewed it, of Church and State, was the parent, or if not the parent, the serviceable and sufficient tool of Liberalism. Till that union was snapped, Christian doctrine never could be safe, and while he well knew how high and unselfish was the temper of Mr. Rose, yet he used to apply to him an epithet reproachful in his own mouth. Rose was a conservative. By bad luck I brought out this word to Mr. Rose in a letter of my own, which I wrote to him in criticism of something he had inserted in his magazine. I got a vehement rebuke for my pains, for though Rose pursued a conservative line, he had as high a disdain as Froude could have of worldly ambitions, and an extreme sensitiveness of such an imputation. But there was another reason still, and a more elementary one, which served Mr. Rose from the Oxford movement. Living movements do not come of committees, nor are great ideas worked out through the post, even though it had been the penny post. This principle deeply penetrated both Froude and myself from the first, and recommended to us the course which things soon took spontaneously, and without set purpose of our own. Universities are the natural centres of intellectual movements. How could men act together, whatever was their zeal, unless they were united in a sort of individuality? Now, first, we had no unity of place. Mr. Rose was at Suffolk, Mr. Perceval in Surrey, Mr. Keble in Gloucestershire. Perdell Froude had to go for his health to Barbadoes. Mr. Palmer was indeed in Oxford. This was an important advantage, and took well in the first months of the movement, but another condition besides that of place was required. A far more essential unity was that of antecedents, a common history, common memories, an intercourse of mind with mind in the past, and a progress and increase in the intercourse in the present. Mr. Perceval, to be sure, was a pupil of Mr. Keble's, but Keble, Rose, and Palmer represented distinct parties, or at least tempers, in the establishment. Mr. Palmer had many conditions of authority and influence. He was the only really learned man among us. He understood theology as a science. He was practised in the scholastic mode of controversial writings, and I believe was as well acquainted as he was dissatisfied with the Catholic schools. He was as decided in his religious views as he was cautious and even subtle in their expression, and gentle in their enforcement. But he was deficient in depth, and besides, coming from a distance, he never had really grown into an Oxford man, nor was he generally received as such, nor had he any insight into the force of personal influence and congeniality of thought in carrying out a religious theory, a condition which Froude and I considered essential to any true success in the stand which had to be made against Liberalism. Mr. Palmer had a certain connection, as it may be called, in the establishment, consisting of high church dignitaries, archdeacons, London rectors, and the like, who belonged to what was commonly called the high and dry school. They were far more opposed than even he was to the irresponsible action of individuals. Of course their beau ideal in ecclesiastical action was a board of safe, sound, sensible men. Mr. Palmer was their organ and representative, and he wished for a committee, an association, with rules and meetings, to protect the interest of the Church in its existing peril. He was in some measure supported by Mr. Perceval. I, on the other hand, had out of my own head begun the Tracts, and these, as representing the antagonistic principles of personality, were looked upon by Mr. Palmer's friends with considerable alarm. The great point at the time with the good men in London, some of them men of the highest principle, and far from influenced by what we used to call Erastianism, was to put down the Tracts. I, as their editor and mainly their author, was of course willing to give way. Keble and Froude advocated their continuance strongly, and were angry with me for consenting to stop them. Mr. Palmer shared the anxiety of his own friends, and, kind as were his thoughts of us, he still not unnaturally felt, for reasons of his own, some fidget and nervousness at the course which his Oriel friends were taking. Froude, for whom he had a real liking, took a high tone in his project of measures for dealing with bishops and clergy, which must have shocked and scandalized him considerably. As for me, there was matter enough in the early Tracts to give him equal disgust, and doubtless I much tasked his generosity when he had to defend me, whether against the London dignitaries or the country clergy. Oriel, from the time of Dr. Copleston to Dr. Hampden, had had a name far and wide for liberality of thought. It had received a formal recognition from the Edinburgh Review, if my memory serves me truly, as a school of speculative philosophy in England, and on one occasion in 1833, when I presented myself with some of the first papers of the movement to a country clergyman in Northamptonshire, he paused a while, and then, eyeing me with significance, asked whether Whately was at the bottom of them. Mr. Perceval wrote to me in support of the judgment of Mr. Palmer and the dignitaries. I replied in a letter, which he afterwards published. As to the Tracts, I said to him, I quote my own words from his pamphlet: "Every one has his own taste. You object to some things, another to others. If we altered to please every one, the effect would be spoiled. They were not intended as symbols, e cathedra, but as expressions of individual minds, and individuals feeling strongly; while on the other hand, they are incidentally faulty in mode or language, are still particularly effective. No great work was done by a system, whereas systems rise out of individual exertions. Luther was an individual. The very fault of an individual excites attention. He loses, but his cause, if good and he powerful minded, gains. This is the way of things. We promote truth by a self-sacrifice." The visit which I made to the Northamptonshire rector was only one of a series of similar expedients, which I adopted during the year 1833. I called upon clergy in various parts of the country, whether I was acquainted with them or not, and I attended at the house of friends where several of them were from time to time assembled. I do not think that much came of such attempts, nor were they quite in my way. Also I wrote various letters to clergymen, which fared not much better, except that they advertised the fact that a rally in favour of the Church was commencing. I did not care whether my visits were made to High Church or Low Church. I wished to make a strong pull in union with all who were opposed to the principles of Liberalism, whoever they might be. Giving my name to the editor, I commenced a series of letters in the Record newspaper. They ran to a considerable length, and were borne by him with great courtesy and patience. The heading given to them was Church Reform. The first was on the revival of Church discipline, the second on its Scripture proof, the third on the application of the doctrine, the fourth was an answer to objections, The fifth was on the benefits of discipline, and then the series was abruptly brought to a termination. I had said what I really felt, and what was also in keeping with the strong teachings of the Tracts, but I suppose the editor discovered in me some divergence from his own line of thought, for at length he sent a very civil letter, apologizing for the non-appearance of my sixth communication, on the ground that it contained an attack upon temperance societies, about which he did not wish a controversy in his columns. He added, however, his serious regrets at the theological views of the Tracts. I had subscribed a small sum in 1828 towards the first start of the Record. Acts of the officious character which I have been describing were uncongenial to my natural temper, to the genius of the movement, and to the historical mode of its success. They were the fruit of that exuberant and joyous energy with which I had returned from abroad, and which I never had before or since. I had the exaltation of health restored, and home regained. While I was at Palermo, and thought of the breadth of the Mediterranean, and the wearisome journey across France, I could not imagine how I was ever to get to England; but now I was amid familiar scenes and faces once more, and my health and strength came back to me with such a rebound, that some friends at Oxford, on seeing me, did not well know that it was I, and hesitated before they spoke to me; and I had the consciousness that I was employed in that work which I had been dreaming about, and which I felt to be so momentous and inspiring. I had a supreme confidence in our cause. We were upholding that primitive Christianity, which was delivered for all time by the early teachers of the Church, and which was registered and attested in the Anglican formularies and by the Anglican divines. That ancient religion had well nigh faded away out of the land through the political changes of the last 150 years, and it must be restored. It would be in fact a second Reformation, a better Reformation, for it would be a return not to the 16th century, but to the 17th. No time was to be lost, for the Whigs had come to do their worst, and the rescue might come too late. Bishoprics were already in course of suppression. Church property was in course of confiscation. Sees would soon be receiving unsuitable occupants. We knew enough to begin preaching upon, and there was no one else to preach. I felt as on board a vessel, which first gets under way, and then the deck is cleared out, and luggage and livestock stowed away into their proper receptacles. Nor was it only that I had confidence in our cause, both in itself and in its polemical force, but also, on the other hand, I despised every rival system of doctrine and its arguments too. As to the High Church and the Low Church, I thought that the one had not much more of a logical basis than the other, while I had a thorough contempt for the controversial position of the latter. I had a real respect for the character of many of the advocates of each party, but that did not give cogency to their arguments, and I thought, on the contrary, that the apostolical form of doctrine was essential and imperative, and its ground of evidence impregnable. Owing to this supreme confidence, it came to pass at that time that there was a double aspect in my bearing towards others, which it is necessary for me to enlarge upon. My behaviour had a mixture in it both of fierceness and of sport, and on this account, I dare say, it gave offence to many, nor am I here defending it. I wish men to agree with me, and I walked with them step by step as far as they would go. This I did sincerely, but if they would stop, I did not much care about it, but walked on, with some satisfaction that I had brought them so far. I liked to make them preach the truth without knowing it, and encourage them to do so. It was a satisfaction to me that the Record had allowed me to say so much in its columns without remonstrance. I was amused to hear of one of the bishops, who, on reading the early tract on the Apostolical Succession, could not make up his mind whether he held the doctrine or not. I was not distressed at the wonder or anger of dull and self-conceited men, at propositions which they did not understand. When a correspondent in good faith wrote to a newspaper to say that the sacrifice of the Holy Eucharist, spoken of in the tract, was false print for sacrament, I thought the mistake too pleasant to be corrected before I was asked about it. I was not unwilling to draw an opponent on step by step, by virtue of his own opinions, to the brink of some intellectual absurdity, and to leave him to get back as he could. I was not unwilling to play with a man who asked me impertinent questions. I think I had in my mouth the words of the wise man, "Answer a fool according to his folly," especially if he was prying or spiteful. I was reckless of the gossip which was circulated about me, and, when I might easily have set it right, did not deign to do so. Also, I used irony in conversation when matter-of-fact men would not see what I meant. This kind of behaviour was a sort of habit with me. If I have ever trifled with my subject, it was a more serious fault. I never used arguments which I saw clearly to be unsound. The nearest approach which I remember to such conduct, but which I consider was clear of it nevertheless, was in the case of Tract 15. The matter of this tract was furnished to me by a friend, to whom I had applied for assistance, but who did not wish to be mixed up with the publication. He gave it to me, that I might throw it into shape, and I took his arguments as they stood. In the chief portion of the tract I fully agreed, for instance, as to what it says about the Council of Trent. But there were arguments, or some argument, in which I did not follow. I do not recollect what it was. Froude, I think, was disgusted with the whole tract, and accused me of economy in publishing it. It is principally through Mr. Froude's remains that this word has got into our language. I think I defend myself with arguments such as these, that, as every one knew, the tracts were written by various persons who agreed together in their doctrine, but not always in the arguments by which it was to be proved; that we must be tolerant of differences of opinion among ourselves; that the author of the tract had a right to his own opinion; that the argument in question was ordinarily received; that I did not give my own name or authority, nor was asked for my personal belief, but only acted instrumentally, as one might translate a friend's book into a foreign language. I account these to be good arguments. Nevertheless, I feel also that such practices admit of easy abuse, and are consequently dangerous. But then again, I feel also this, that if all such mistakes were to be severely visited, not many men in public life would be left with a character for honour and honesty. This absolute confidence in my cause, which led me to the negligence or wantonness which I have been instancing, also laid me open, not unfairly, to the opposite charge of fierceness in certain steps which I took, or words which I published. In the Lyra Apostolica I have said that, before learning to love, we must learn to hate, though I had explained my words by adding hatred of sin. In one of my first sermons I said, I do not shrink from uttering my firm convictions that it would be a gain to the country were it vastly more superstitious, more bigoted, more gloomy, more fierce in its religion, than at present it shows itself to be. I added, of course, that it would be an absurdity to suppose such tempers of mind desirable in themselves. The corrector of the press bore these strong epithets till he got to more fierce, and then he put in the margin a query. In the very first page of the first tract I said of the bishops, that black event though it would be for the country, yet we could not wish them a more blessed termination of their course, than the spoiling of their goods and martyrdom. In consequence of a passage in my work upon the Arian history, a northern dignitary wrote to accuse me of wishing to re-establish the blood and torture of the Inquisition. Contrasting heretics and heresiarchs, I had said, the latter should meet with no mercy. He assumes the office of the tempter, and, so far as his error goes, must be dealt with by the competent authority, as if he were embodied evil. To spare him is a false and dangerous pity. It is to endanger the souls of thousands, and it is uncharitable towards himself. I cannot deny that this is a very fierce passage, but Arius was banished, not burned, and it is only fair to myself to say that neither at this nor any other time of my life, not even when I was fiercest, could I have even cut off a Puritan's ears, and I think the sight of a Spanish auto da fe would have been the death of me. Again, when one of my friends of liberal and evangelical opinions wrote to expostulate with me on the course I was taking, I said that we would ride over him and his, as Othniel prevailed over Cushan Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia. Again, I would have no dealings with my brother, and I put my conduct upon a syllogism. I said, St. Paul bids us avoid those who cause divisions. You cause divisions, therefore I must avoid you. I dissuaded a lady from attending a marriage of a sister who had seceded from the Anglican Church. No wonder that Blanco White, who had known me under such different circumstances, now hearing the general course that I was taking, was amazed at the change which he recognized in me. He speaks bitterly and unfairly of me in his letters contemporaneously with the first years of the movement. But in 1839, on looking back, he uses terms of me which it would be hardly modest in me to quote, were it not that what he says of me in praise occurs in the midst of blame. He says, "In this party, the Anti-Peel in 1829, I found, to my great surprise, my dear friend Mr. Newman of Oriel. As he had been one of the annual petitioners to Parliament for Catholic emancipation, his sudden union with the most violent bigots was inexplicable to me. That change was the first manifestation of the mental revolution which has suddenly made him one of the leading prosecutors of Dr. Hampden, and the most active and influential member of that association called the Puseyite party, from which we have those very strange productions entitled Tracts for the Times. While stating these public facts, my heart feels a pang at the recollection of the affectionate and mutual friendship between that excellent man and myself, a friendship which his principle of orthodoxy could not allow him to continue in regard to one, whom he now regards as inevitably doomed to eternal perdition. Such is the venomous character of orthodoxy. What mischief must it create in a bad heart and narrow mind, when it can work so effectually for evil in one of the most benevolent of bosoms, and one of the ablest of minds in the amiable, the intellectual, the refined John Henry Newman. He adds that I would have nothing to do with him, a circumstance which I do not recollect and very much doubt." End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. I have spoken of my firm confidence in my position, and now let me state more definitely what the position was which I took up, and the proposition about which I was so confident. These were three. 1. First was the principle of dogma. My battle was with Liberalism. By Liberalism I mean the anti-dogmatic principle and its developments. This was the first point on which I was certain. Here I make a remark. Persistence in a given belief is no sufficient test of its truth, but departure from it is at least a slur upon the man who has felt so certain about it. In proportion, then, as I had in 1832 a strong persuasion of the truth of opinions which I have since given up. So far a sort of guilt attaches to me, not only for that vain confidence, but for all the various proceedings which were the consequence of it. But under the first head, I have the satisfaction of feeling that I have nothing to retract and nothing to repent of. The main principle of the movement is as dear to me now as it ever was. I have changed in many things, in this I have not. From the age of 15, dogma has been the fundamental principle of my religion. I know no other religion. I cannot enter into the idea of any other sort of religion. Religion, as a mere sentiment, is to me a dream and a mockery. As well can there be filial love without the fact of a father, as devotion without the fact of a supreme being. What I held in 1816 I held in 1833, and I hold in 1864. Please God, I shall hold it to the end. Even when I was under Dr. Whately's influence, I had no temptation to be less zealous for the great dogmas of the faith, and at various times I used to resist such trains of thought on his part as seemed to me, rightly or wrongly, to obscure them. Such was the fundamental principles of the movement of 1833. 2. Secondly, I was confident in the truth of a certain definite religious teaching based upon this foundation of dogma, namely, that there was a visible Church, with sacraments and rites, which are the channels of invisible grace. I thought that this was the doctrine of Scripture, of the early Church, and of the Anglican Church. Here again I have not changed in opinion. I am as certain now on this point as I was in 1833, and have never ceased to be certain. In 1834 and the following years, I put this ecclesiastical doctrine on a broader basis. After reading Laud, Bramhall, and Stillingfleet, and other Anglican divines on the one hand, and after prosecuting the study of the Fathers on the other, but the doctrine of 1833 was strengthened in me, not changed. When I began the Tracts for the Times, I rested the main doctrine, of which I am speaking, upon the Scripture, on the Anglican Prayer Book, and on St. Ignatius' Epistles. 1. As to the existence of a visible Church, I especially argued out the point from Scripture, in Tract 11, namely, from the Acts of the Apostle and the Epistles. 2. As to the sacraments and sacramental rites, I stood on the Prayer Book. I appealed to the ordination service, in which the Bishop says, "Receive the Holy Ghost," to the visitation service, which teaches confession and absolution, to the baptismal service, in which the priest speaks of the child after baptism as regenerate, to the catechism, in which the sacramental communion is receiving verily and indeed the body and blood of Christ, to the commination service, in which we are told to do works of penance, to the collects, epistles, and gospels, to the calendar and rubric portions of the Prayer Book, wherein we find the festivals of the Apostles, notice of certain other saints, and days of fasting and abstinence. 3. And further, as to the episcopal system, I founded upon the Epistle of St. Ignatius, which inculcated it in various ways. One passage especially impressed itself upon me. Speaking of cases of disobedience to ecclesiastical authority, he says, "A man does not deceive that bishop whom he sees, but he practices rather with the bishop invisible, and so the question is not with flesh, but with God, who knows the secret heart." I wish to act on the principle to the letter, and I may say with confidence that I never consciously transgressed it. I love to act as feeling myself in my bishop's sight, as if I were in the sight of God. It was one of my special supports and safeguards against myself. I could not go very wrong while I had reason to believe that I was in no respect displeasing him. It was not a mere formal obedience to rule that I put before me, but I desired to please him personally, as I considered him set out over me by the divine hand. I was strict in observing my clerical engagements, not only because they were engagements, but because I considered myself simply as a servant and instrument of my bishop. I did not care much for the bench of bishops, except as they might be the voice of my Church, nor should I have cared much for a provincial council, nor for the diocesan synod presided over by my bishop. All these matters seemed to me to be jure ecclesiastico, but what to me was jure divino was the voice of my bishop in his own person. My own bishop was my pope. I knew no other, the successor of the apostles, the vicar of Christ. This was but a practical exhibition of the Anglican theory of church government, as I had already drawn it out myself after various Anglican divines. This continued all through my course, when at length in 1845 I wrote to Bishop Wiseman, in whose vicariate I found myself, to announce my conversion. I could find nothing better to say to him than that I would obey the Pope as I had obeyed my own bishop in the Anglican Church. My duty to him was my point of honour. His disapprobation was the one thing which I could not bear. I believe it to have been a generous and honest feeling, and in consequence I was rewarded by having all my time for ecclesiastical superior a man whom, had I had a choice, I should have preferred, out and out, to any other bishop on the bench, and for whose memory I have a special affection. Dr. Bagot, a man of noble mind, and as kind-hearted and as considerate as he was noble, he ever sympathized with me in my trials which followed. It was my own fault that I was not brought into more familiar personal relations with him than it was my happiness to be. May his name be ever blessed. And now, in concluding my remarks on the second point on which my confidence rested, I repeat that here again I have no retraction to announce as to its main outline. While I am now as clear in my acceptance of the principle of dogma as I was in 1833 and 1816, so again I am now as firm in my belief of a visible Church, of the authority of bishops, of the grace of the sacraments, of the religious worth of works of penance, as I was in 1833. I have added articles to my creed, but the old ones, which I then held with a divine faith, remain. 3. But now, as to the third point on which I stood in 1833, and which I have utterly renounced and trampled upon since, my then view of the Church of Rome. I will speak about it as exactly as I can. When I was young, as I have said already, and after I was grown up, I thought the Pope to be Antichrist. At Christmas 1824-25, I preached a sermon to that effect, but in 1827 I accepted eagerly the stanza of the Christian Year, which many people thought too charitable. Speak gently of thy sister's fall. From the time that I knew Froude, I got less and less bitter on the subject. I spoke successively, but I cannot tell on what order or at what dates, of the Roman Church as being bound up with the cause of Antichrist, as being one of the many Antichrists foretold by St. John, as being influenced by the spirit of Antichrist, and as having something very anti-Christian or unchristian about her. From my boyhood and in 1824 I considered after Protestant authorities that St. Gregory I, about A.D. 600, was the first Pope that was Antichrist, though in spite of this he was also a great and holy man. But in 1832-33 I thought the Church of Rome was bound up with the cause of Antichrist by the Council of Trent. When it was that in my deliberate judgment I gave up the notion altogether in any shape, that some special reproach was attached to her name, I cannot tell, but I had a shrinking from renouncing it, even when my reason so ordered me, from a sort of conscience or prejudice, I think up to 1843. Moreover, at least during the tract movement, I thought the essence of her offence to consist in the honours which she paid to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints; and the more I grew in devotion, both to the Saints and to Our Lady, the most impatient was I at the Roman practices, as if glorified creations of God must be gravely shocked, if pain could be theirs, at the undue veneration of which they were the objects. On the other hand, Hurrell Froude in his familiar conversations was always tending to rub the idea out of my mind. In a passage of one of his letters from abroad, alluding, I suppose, to what I used to say in opposition to him, he observed, "I think people are injudicious who talk against the Roman Catholics for worshipping saints and honouring the Virgin, and images, etc. These things may perhaps be idolatrous, I cannot make up my mind about it, but to my mind it is the Carnival which is the real practical idolatry. As it is written, the people sat down to eat and drink, and rose up to play." The Carnival, I observed in passing, is in fact one of those very excesses, to which, for at least 3 centuries, religious Catholics have ever opposed themselves, as we see in the life of St. Philip, to say nothing of the present day. But this we did not then know. Moreover, from Froude I learned to admire the great medieval Pontiffs, and, of course, when I had come to consider the Council of Trent to be the turning point of the history of Christian Rome, I found myself as free as I was rejoiced to speak in their praise. Then when I was abroad, the sight of so many great places, venerable shrines, the noble churches, much impressed my imagination. And my heart was touched also. Making an expedition on foot across some wild country in Sicily, at 6 in the morning, I came upon a small church. I heard voices, and I looked in. It was crowded, and the congregation was singing. Of course it was the Mass, though I did not know it at this time; and in my weary days at Palermo I was not ungrateful for the comfort which I had received in frequenting the church, nor did I ever forget it. Then again her zealous maintenance of the doctrine and the rule of celibacy, which I recognized as apostolic, and her faithful agreement with antiquity in so many other points which were dear to me, was an argument as well as a plea in favour of the great Church of Rome. Thus I learned to have tender feelings towards her, but still my reason was not affected at all. My judgment was against her, when viewed as an institution, as truly as it ever had been. This conflict between reason and affection I expressed in one of the early tracts, published in July 1834. Considering the high gifts and the strong claims of the Church of Rome, and its dependencies on our admiration, reverence, love, and gratitude, how could we withstand it, as we do? How could we refrain from being melted into tenderness, and rushing into communion with it, but for the words of truth itself, which bid us prefer it to the whole world? "He that loveth father and mother more than me, is not worthy of me." How could we learn to be severe, and execute judgment, but for the warnings of Moses against even a divinely gifted teacher, who should preach new gods, and the anathema of St. Paul even against angels and apostles who should bring in a new doctrine? Records, No. 24. My feeling was something like that of a man who is obliged in a court of justice to bear witness against a friend, or like my own now, when I have said, and shall say, so many things on which I had rather be silent. As a matter then of simple conscience, though it went against my feelings, I felt it to be a duty to protest against the Church of Rome. But besides this it was a duty, because the prescription of such a protest was a living principle of my own Church, as expressed not simply in a catena, but by a consensus of her divines, and by the voice of her people. Moreover, such a protest was necessary, as an integral portion of her controversial basis. For I adopted the arguments of Bernard Gilpin, that Protestants were not able to give any firm and solid reasons of the separation besides this, to wit, that the Pope is Antichrist, But while I thus thought such a protest to be based upon truth, and to be a religious duty, and a rule of Anglicanism, and a necessity of the case, I did not at all like the work. Hurrell Froude attacked me for doing it, and, besides, I felt that my language had a vulgar and rhetorical look about it. I believed and really measured my words when I used them, but I knew that I had a temptation, on the other hand, to say against Rome as much as ever I could, in order to protect myself against the charge of Popery. And now I come to the very point for which I have introduced the subject of my feelings about Rome. I felt such confidence in the substantial justice of the charges which I advanced against her, that I considered them to be a safeguard, and an assurance that no harm could ever arise from the freest exposition of what I used to call Anglican principles. All the world was astounded at what Froude and I were saying. Men said that it was sheer Popery. I answered, "True, we seem to be making straight for it, but go on a while, and you will come to a deep chasm across the path, which makes real approximation impossible." And I urged in addition that many Anglican divines had been accused of Popery, yet had died in their Anglicanism. Now the ecclesiastical principles which I professed, they had professed also, and the judgment against Rome which they had formed, I had formed also. Whatever deficiencies then had to be supplied in the existing Anglican system, and however boldly I might point them out, anyhow that system would not in the process be brought nearer to the special creed of Rome, and might be mended in spite of her. In that very agreement of the two forms of faith, close as it might seem, would really be found, on examination, the elements and principles of an essential discordance. It was with absolute persuasion on my mind that I fancied that there could be no rashness in giving to the world in fullest measure the teaching and writings of the Fathers. I thought that the Church of England was substantially founded upon them. I did not know all that the Fathers had said, but I felt that, even when their tenets happened to differ from the Anglican, no harm could come of reporting them. I set out what I was clear they had said. I spoke vaguely and imperfectly of what I thought they said, or what some of them had said. Anyhow, no harm could come of bending the crooked stick the other way in the process of straightening it. It was impossible to break it. If there was anything in the Fathers of a startling character, this would be only for a time. It would admit of explanation, or it might suggest something profitable to Anglicans. It could not lead to Rome. I expressed this view of the matter in the passage of the Preface to the first volume, which I edited, of the Library of the Fathers. Speaking of the strangeness at first sight, in the judgment of the present day, of some of their principles and opinions, I bid the reader go forward hopefully, and not indulge his criticism till he knows more about them than he will learn at the outset. Since the evil, I say, is in the nature of the case itself, we can do no more than have patience and recommend patience to others, and with the racer in the tragedy, look forward steadily and hopefully to the event. Ta foye, ta feli, pesta ine, fish oriene. When, as we trust, all that is inharmonious and anomalous in the details will at length be practically smoothed. Such was the position, such the deference, such the tactics by which I thought that it was both incumbent on us and possible for us to meet that onset of liberal principles of which we were all in immediate anticipation, whether in the Church or in the University. And during the first year of the Tracts, the attack upon the University began. In November 1834 was sent to me by Dr. Hampden the second edition of his pamphlet entitled Observations on Religious Dissent, with particular reference to the use of religious tests in the University. In this pamphlet it was maintained that religion is distinct from theological opinion, pages 1, 28, 30, etc. That it is but a common prejudice to identify theological propositions, methodically deduced and stated, with the simple religion of Christ, page 1. That under theological opinions were to be placed the Trinitarian doctrine, page 27, and the Unitarian, page 19. That a dogma was a theological opinion formally insisted on, pages 20 and 21. That speculation always left an opening for improvement, page 22. That the Church of England was not dogmatic in its spirit, though the wording of its formularies might often carry the sound of dogmatism, page 23. I acknowledge the receipt of this work in the following letter. The kindness which has led to your presenting me with your late pamphlet encourages me to hope that you will forgive me, if I take the opportunity it affords of expressing to you my very sincere and deep regret that it has been published. Such an opportunity I could not let slip without being unfaithful to my own serious thoughts on the subject. While I respect the tone of piety which the pamphlet displays, I dare not trust myself to put on paper my feelings about the principles contained in it, tending as they do, in my opinion, altogether to make shipwreck of Christian faith. I also lament that, by its appearance, the first step has been taken towards interrupting that peace and mutual good understanding which has prevailed so long in this place, and which, if once seriously disturbed, will be succeeded by dissensions the more intractable, because justified in the minds of those who resist innovation by a feeling of imperative duty. Since that time Phaeton has got into the chariot of the sun, we, alas, can only look on and watch him down the steep of heaven. Meanwhile the lands which he is passing over suffer from his driving. Such was the commencement of the assault of Liberalism upon the old orthodoxy of Oxford and England, and it could not have been broken, as it was, for so long a time, had not a great change taken place in the circumstances of that counter-movement which had already started with the view of resisting it. For myself, I was not the person to take the lead of a party. I never was, from first to last, more than a leading author of a school, nor did I ever wish to be anything else. This is my own account of the matter, and I say it neither as intending to disown the responsibility of what was done, or as if ungrateful to those who at that time made more of me than I deserved, and did more for my sake and at my bidding than I realized myself. I am giving my history from my own point of sight, and it is as follows. I had lived for 10 years among my personal friends. The greater part of the time I had been influenced, not influencing, and at no time have I acted on others without their acting upon me. As is the custom of a university, I had lived with my private, nay, with some of my public pupils, and with the junior fellows of my college, without form or distance, on a footing of equality. Thus it was through friends, younger, for the most part, than myself, that my principles were spreading. They heard what I said in conversation, and told it to others. Undergraduates in due time took the degree and became private tutors themselves. In their new status, they in turn preached the opinions, with which they had already become acquainted. Others went down to the country, and became curates of parishes. Then they had down from London parcels of the tracts and other publications. They placed them in the shops of local booksellers, got them into newspapers, introduced them to clerical meetings, and converted more or less their rectors and their brother curates. Thus the movement, viewed with relation to myself, was but a floating opinion. It was not a power. It never would have been a power, if it had remained in my hands. Years after, a friend, writing to me in remonstrance of the excesses, as he thought them, of my disciples, applied to me my own verse about St. Gregory Nazianzen: "Thou couldst a people raise, but couldst not rule." At the time that he wrote to me, I had special impediments in the way of such an exercise of power, but at no time could I exercise over others that authority, which under the circumstances was imperatively required. My great principle ever was, live and let live. I never had a staidness or dignity necessary for a leader. To the last I never recognized the hold I had over young men. Of late years I have read and heard that they even imitated me in various ways. I was quite unconscious of it, and I think my immediate friends knew too well how disgusted I should be at such proceedings to have the heart to tell me. I felt great impatience at our being called a party, and would not allow that we were such. I had a lounging, free and easy way of carrying things on. I exercised no sufficient censorship upon the tracts. I did not confine them to the writings of such persons as agreed in all things with myself, and as to my own tracts. I printed on them a notice to the effect that any one who pleased might make what use he would of them, and reprint them with alterations if he chose, under the conviction that if their main scope could not be damaged by such a process. It was the same with me afterwards, as regards other publications. For 2 years I furnished a certain number of sheets for the British Critic, from myself and my friends, while a gentleman was editor, a man of splendid talent, who, however, was scarcely an acquaintance of mine, and had no sympathy with the tracts. When I was editor myself, from 1838 to 1841, in my very first number, I suffered to appear a critique unfavourable to my work on Justification, which had been published a few months before, from a feeling of propriety, because I had put the book into the hands of the writer who so handled it. Afterwards I suffered an article against the Jesuits to appear in it, of which I did not like the tone. When I had to provide a curate for my new church at Littlemore, I engaged a friend, by no fault of his, who, before he had entered into his charge, preached a sermon either in depreciation of baptismal regeneration, or of Dr. Pusey's view of it. I showed a similar easiness as to the editors who helped me in the separate volumes of Fleury's Church History. They were able, learned, and excellent men, but their after history has shown how little my choice of them was influenced by any notion I could have had of any intimate agreement of opinion between them and myself. I shall have to make the same remarks in its place concerning the lives of the English saints, which subsequently appeared. All this may seem inconsistent with what I have said of my fierceness. I am not bound to account for it, but there have been men before me, fierce in act, yet tolerant and moderate in their reasoning, at least so I read history. However, such was the case, and such its effects upon the tracts. These at first starting were short, hasty, and some of them ineffective, and at the end of the year, when collected into a volume, they had a slovenly appearance. It was under these circumstances that Dr. Pusey joined us. I had known him well since 1827-28, and had felt for him an enthusiastic admiration. I used to call him a Mahagazda. His great learning, his immense diligence, his scholarlike mind, his simple devotion to the cause of religion, overcame me, and great of course was my joy, when in the last days of 1833 he showed a disposition to make common cause with us. His tract on Fasting appeared as one of the series, with the date of December 21. He was not, however, I think, fully associated in the movement till 1835 and 1836, when he published his tract on Baptism, and started the Library of the Fathers. He at once gave to us a position and a name. Without him we should have had little chance, especially at the early date of 1834, of making any serious resistance to the liberal aggression. But Dr. Pusey was a professor and canon of Christ Church. He had a vast influence in consequence of his deep religious seriousness, the munificence of his charities, his professorship, his family connections, and his easy relations with the university authorities. He was to the movement all that Mr. Rose might have been, with that indispensable addition which was wanting to Mr. Rose, the intimate friendship and familiar daily society of the person who had commenced it. And he had that special claim on their attachment, which lies in the living presence of a faithful and loyal affectionateness. There was henceforth a man who could be the head and centre of the zealous people in every part of the country, who were adopting the new opinions; and not only so, but there was one who furnished the movement with a front to the world, and gained for it a recognition from other parties in the University. In 1829, Mr. Froude, or Mr. Robert Wilberforce, or Mr. Newman, were but individuals; and when they ranged themselves in the contest of that year on the side of Sir Robert Inglis, men on either side only asked with surprise how they got there, and attached no significance to the fact. But Dr. Pusey was, to use the common expression, a host in himself. He was able to give a name, a form, and a personality to what was without him a sort of mob. And when various parties had to meet together in order to resist the liberal acts of the government, we of the movement took our place by right among them. Such was the benefit which he conferred on the movement externally, nor were the internal advantages at all inferior to it. He was a man of large designs. He had a hopeful, sanguine mind. He had no fear of others. He was haunted by no intellectual perplexity. People are apt to say that he was once nearer to the Catholic Church than he is now. I pray God that he may be one day far nearer to the Catholic Church than he was then; for I believe that, in his reason and judgment, all the time that I knew him, he never was near to it at all. When I became a Catholic, I was often asked, what of Dr. Pusey? When I said that I did not see symptoms of his doing as I had done, I was sometimes thought uncharitable. If confidence in his position is, as it is, a first essential in the leader of a party, this Dr. Pusey possessed pre-eminently. The most remarkable instance of this was his statement, in one of his subsequent defences of the movement, when moreover it had advanced a considerable way in the direction of Rome, that among its more hopeful peculiarities was its stationariness. He made it in good faith. It was his subjective view of it. Dr. Pusey's influence was felt at once. He saw that there ought to be more sobriety, more gravity, more careful pains, more sense of responsibility in the Tracts and in the whole movement. It was through him that the character of the Tracts was changed. When he gave to us his Tract on Fasting, he put his initials to it. In 1835 he published his elaborate treatise on Baptism, which was followed by other tracts from different authors, if not of equal learning, yet of equal power and appositeness. The Catenas of Anglican divines, projected by me, which occur in the series, were executed with a like aim at greater accuracy and method. In 1836 he advertised his great project for a translation of the Fathers. But I must return to myself. I am not writing the history either of Dr. Pusey or of the movement, but it is a pleasure to me to have been able to introduce here reminiscences of the place which he held in it, which have so direct a bearing on myself, that they are no digression from my narrative. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McIlvray. I suspect it was Dr. Pusey's influence and example which set me, and made me set others, on the larger and more careful works in defence of the principles of the movement which followed in a course of years. some of them demanding and receiving from their authors such elaborate treatment that they did not make their appearance till both its temper and its fortunes had changed. I set about a work at once, one in which was brought out with precision the relation in which we stood to the Church of Rome. We could not move a step in comfort till this was done. It was of absolute necessity, and a plain duty from the first, to provide as soon as possible a large statement, which would encourage and reassure our friends, and repel the attacks of our opponents. A cry was heard on all sides of us, that the Tracts and the writings of the Fathers would lead us to become Catholics, before we were aware of it. This was loudly expressed by members of the Evangelical party, who in 1836 had joined us in making a protest in Convocation against a memorable appointment of the Prime Minister. These clergymen even then avowed their desire that the next time they were brought up to Oxford to give a vote, it might be in order to put down the Popery of the movement. There was another reason still, and quite as important. Monsignor Wiseman, with the acuteness and zeal which might be expected from that great prelate, had anticipated what was coming, had returned to England by 1836, had delivered lectures in London on the doctrine of Catholicism, and created an impression through the country, shared in by ourselves, that we had for our opponents in controversy not only our brethren, but our hereditary foes. These were the circumstances which led to my publication of The Prophetical Office of the Church viewed relatively to Romanism in Popular Protestantism. This work employed me for 3 years, from the beginning of 1834 to the end of 1836, and was published in 1837. It was composed after a careful consideration and comparison of the principal Anglican divines of the 17th century. It was first written in the shape of controversial correspondence with a learned French priest. Then it was recast and delivered in lectures at St. Mary's. Lastly, with considerable retrenchments and additions, it was rewritten for publication. It attempts to trace out the rudimental lines on which Christian faith and teaching proceed, and to use them as means of determining the relation of Roman and Anglican systems to each other. In this way, it shows that to confuse the two together is impossible, and that the Anglican can be as little said to tend to the Roman as the Roman to the Anglican. The spirit of the volume is not so gentle to the Church of Rome as Tract 71 published the year before. On the contrary, it is very fierce, and this I attribute to the circumstances that the volume is theological and didactic, whereas the tract, being controversial, assumes as little and grants as much as possible on the points in dispute, and insists on points of agreement as well as of difference. A further and more direct reason is, that in my volume I deal with Romanism, as I call it, not so much in its formal decree and in the substance of its creed, as in its traditional action and its authorized teaching as represented by its prominent writers, whereas the tract is written as if discussing the differences of the churches with a view to a reconciliation between them. There is further reason too, which I will state presently. But this volume had a larger scope than that of opposing the Roman system. It was an attempt at commencing a system of theology on the Anglican idea, and based upon Anglican authorities. Mr. Palmer, about the same time, was projecting a work of similar nature in his own way. It was published, I think, under the title, A Treatise on the Christian Church. As was to be expected from the author, it was a most learned, most careful composition, and in its form, I should say, polemical. So happily at least did he follow the logical method of the Roman schools, that Father Perron, in his Treatise on Dogmatic Theology, recognized in him a combatant of the true caste, and saluted him as a foe worthy of being vanquished. Other soldiers in that field he seems to have thought little better than the Landsknechts of the Middle Ages, and, I dare say, with very good reason. When I knew that excellent and kind-hearted man at Rome at a later time, he allowed me to put him to ample penance for those light thoughts of me, which he had once had, by encroaching on his valuable time with my theological questions. As to Mr. Palmer's book, it was one which no Anglican could write but himself; in no sense, if I recollect aright, a tentative work. The ground of controversy was cut into squares, and then every objection had its answer. This is the proper method to adopt in teaching authoritatively young men, and the work in fact was intended for students in theology. My own book, on the other hand, was of a directly tentative and empirical character. I wished to build up an Anglican theology out of the stores which had already lain cut and hewn upon the ground, the past toil of great divines. To do this could not be the work of one man, much less could it be once received into Anglican theology, however well it was done. This I fully recognized, and while I trusted that my statements of doctrine would turn out to be true and important, still I wrote, to use the common phrase, under correction. There was another motive for my publishing, of a personal nature, which I think I should mention. I felt then, and all along felt, that there was an intellectual cowardice in not finding a basis in reason for my belief, and a moral cowardice in not avowing that basis. I should have felt myself less than a man if I did not bring it out, whatever it was. This is one principal reason why I wrote and published the Prophetical Office. It was from the same feeling that in the spring of 1836, at a meeting of residents on the subject of struggle then proceeding against a Whig appointment, when some one wanted us all merely to act on college and conservative grounds, as I understood him, with as few published statements as possible, I answered, that the person whom we were resisting had committed himself in writing, and that we ought to commit ourselves too. This again was the main reason for the publication of Tract 90. Alas! it was my portion for whole years to remain without any satisfactory basis for my religious profession, in a state of moral sickness, neither able to acquiesce in Anglicanism, nor able to go to Rome. But I bore it, till in course of time my way was made clear to me. If here it be objected to me, that as time went on, I often in my writing hinted at things which I did not fully bring out, I submit for consideration whether this occurred except when I was in great difficulties, how to speak, or how to be silent, with due regard for the position of mine or the feeling of others. However, I may have an opportunity to say more on this subject. But to return to the Prophetical Office, I thus speak in the introduction to my volume. It is proposed, I say, to offer helps towards the formation of a recognized Anglican theology in one of its departments. The present state of our divinity is as follows. The most vigorous, the clearest, the most fertile minds have through God's mercy been employed in the service of our Church. Minds too as reverential and holy, and as fully imbued with ancient truths, and as well versed in the writings of the Fathers as they were intellectually gifted. This is God's great mercy indeed, for which we must ever be thankful. Primitive doctrine has been explored for us in every direction, and the original principles of the Gospel and the Church patiently brought to light. But one thing is still wanting. Our champions and teachers have lived in stormy times. Political and other influences have acted upon them variously in their day, and have since obstructed a careful consolidation of their judgments. We have a vast inheritance, but no inventory of our treasures. All is given us in profusion; it remains for us to catalogue, sort, distribute, select, harmonize, and complete. We have more than we know how to use, stores of learning, but little that is precise and serviceable. Catholic truth and individual opinion, first principles, and the guesses of genius, all mingle in the same works, and requiring to be discriminated. We meet with truth overstated or misdirected, matters of detail variously taken, facts incompletely proved or applied, and rules inconsistently urged or discordantly interpreted. Such indeed is the state of every deep philosophy in the first stages, and therefore of theological knowledge. What we need at present for our Church's well-being is not invention, nor originality, nor sagacity, nor even learning in our divines, at least in the first place, though all gifts of God are in a measure needed, and never can be unreasonable when used religiously, but we need particularly a sound judgment, patient thought, discrimination, a comprehensive mind, and abstinence from all private vanities and caprices and personal tastes, in a word, divine wisdom. The subject of the volume is the doctrine of the Via Media, a name which had already been applied to the Anglican system by writers of repute. It is an expressive title, but not altogether satisfactory, because it is at first sight negative. This had been the reason of my dislike of the word Protestant, namely, it did not denote the profession of any particular religion at all, and was compatible with infidelity. A via media was but a receding from extremes. Therefore it needed to be drawn out into a definite shape and character. Before it could have claims on our respect, it must first be shown to be one, intelligible and consistent. This was the first condition of any reasonable treatise of the Via Media. The second condition, and necessary too, was not in my power. I could only hope that it would one day be fulfilled. Even if the Via Media were ever so positive a religious system, it was not as yet objective and real. It had no original anywhere of which it was the representative. It was at present a paper religion. This I confess in my introduction. I say, Protestantism and Popery are real religions, but the Via Media, viewed as an integral system, has scarcely had existence except on paper. I grant the objection, though I endeavour to lessen it. It still remains to be tried, whether what is called Anglo-Catholicism, the religion of Andrews, Laud, Hammond, Butler, and Wilson, is capable of being professed, acted on, and maintained on a large sphere of action, or whether it be a mere modification or transition state of either Romanism or popular Protestantism. I trusted that some day it would prove to be a substantive religion. Lest I should be misunderstood, let me observe that this hesitation about the validity of the theory of the Via Media implied no doubt of the three fundamental points on which it was based, as I have described them above: dogma, the Sacramental System, and anti-Romanism. Other investigations which had to be followed up were of still more tentative character. The basis of the Via Media, consisting of the three elementary points which I have just mentioned, was clear enough, but not only had the house itself to be built upon them, but it had also to be furnished. And it is not wonderful if, after building it, both I and others erred in detail in determining what its furniture should be, what was consistent with the style of building, and what was in itself desirable. I will explain what I mean. I had brought out in the Prophetical Office, in what the Roman and the Anglican systems differ from each other, but less distinctly in what they agreed. I had indeed enumerated the fundamentals, common to both, in the following passage. In both systems the same creeds were acknowledged. Besides other points in common, we both hold that certain doctrines are necessary to be believed for salvation. We both believe in the doctrines of Trinity, Incarnation, and Atonement, in original sin, in the necessity of regeneration, in the supernatural grace of the sacraments, in the apostolical succession, in the obligation of faith and obedience, and in the eternity of future punishments. So much I had said, but I had not said enough. This enumeration implied a great many more points of agreement than were found in those very articles which were fundamental. If the two churches were thus the same in fundamentals, they were also one and the same in such plain consequences as were contained in those fundamentals, and such natural observance as outwardly represented them. It was an Anglican principle that the abuse of a thing does not take away the lawful use of it, and an Anglican canon in 1603 had declared that the English Church had no purpose to forsake all that was held in the churches of Italy, France, and Spain, and reverence those ceremonies and particular points which were apostolic. Excepting then such exceptional matters as are implied in this avowal, whether they were many or few, all these churches were evidently to be considered as one with the Anglican. The Catholic Church in all lands had been one from the first for many centuries. Then various portions had followed their own way to the injury, but not to the destruction, whether of truth or of charity. These portions or branches were mainly three: the Greek, Latin, and Anglican. Each of these inherited the early undivided Church in solido as its own possession. Each branch was identical with that early undivided Church, and in the unity of that Church it had unity with the other branches. The three branches agreed together in all but their later accidental errors. Some branches had retained in detail portions of apostolical truth and usage, which the others had not, and these portions might be and should be appropriated again by the others which had let them slip. Thus the Middle Age belonged to the Anglican Church, and much more did the Middle Age of England. The Church of the 12th century was the Church of the 19th. Dr. Howley sat in the seat of St. Thomas the Martyr. Oxford was a medieval university. Saving our engagements to prayer book and articles, we might breathe and live and act and speak as in the atmosphere and climate of Henry III's day, or the Confessors, or of Alfred's. And we ought to be indulgent to all that Rome taught now, as to what Rome taught then, saving our protest. We might boldly welcome even what we did not ourselves think right to adopt, and when we were obliged, on the contrary, boldly to denounce, we should do so with pain, not with exultation. By very reason of our protest, which we had made, and made ex animo, we could agree to differ. What the members of the Bible Society did on the basis of Scripture, we could do on the basis of the Church. Trinitarian and Unitarian were further apart than Roman and Anglican. Thus we had a real wish to cooperate with Rome in all lawful things, if she would let us, and if the rules of our own Church let us, and we thought there was no better way towards the restoration of doctrinal purity and unity. And we thought that Rome was not committed by her formal decrees to all that she actually taught. And again, if her disputants had been unfair to us, or her rulers tyrannical, we bore in mind that on our side, too, there had been rancor and slander in our controversial attacks upon her, and violence in our political measures. As to ourselves being direct instruments in improving her belief or practice, I used to say, "Look at home, let us first, or at least let us the while, supply our own shortcomings, before we attempt to be physicians to anyone else." This is very much the spirit of Tract 71, to which I referred just now. I am well aware that there is a paragraph inconsistent with it in the Prospectus to the Library of the Fathers, but I do not consider myself responsible for it. Indeed, I have no intention whatever of implying that Dr. Pusey concurred in the ecclesiastical theory which I have been drawing out, nor that I took it up myself, except by degrees in the course of 10 years. It was necessarily the growth of time. In fact, hardly any two persons who took part in the movement agreed in their view of the limit to which our general principles might religiously be carried. And now I have said enough on what I consider to have been the general objects of the various works which I wrote, edited, or prompted in the years which I am reviewing. I wanted to bring out in substantive form a living Church of England, in a position proper to herself and founded on distinct principles, as far as paper could do it, as far as earnestly preaching it and influencing others towards it, could tend to make it a fact. A living Church made of flesh and blood, with voice, complexion, and motion, and action, and a will of its own. I believe I had no private motive and no personal aim, nor did I ask for more than a fair stage and no favour, nor expect the work would be accomplished in my days, but I thought that enough would be secured to continue it in the future, under, perhaps, more hopeful circumstances and prospects than the present. I will mention in illustration some of the principal works, doctrinal and historical, which originated in the object which I have stated. I wrote my essay on justification in 1837. It was aimed at the Lutheran dictum that justification by faith only was the cardinal doctrine of Christianity. I considered this doctrine was either a paradox or a truism. A paradox in Luther's mouth, a truism in Melanchthon's. I thought that the Anglican Church followed Melanchthon, and that in consequence between Rome and Anglicanism, between High Church and Low Church, there was no real intellectual difference on the point. I wished to fill up a ditch, the work of man. In this volume again I express my desire to build up a system of theology out of the Anglican divines, and imply that my dissertation was a tentative inquiry. I speak in the preface of offering suggestions towards a work which must be uppermost in the mind of every true son of the English Church of this day. The consolidation of a theological system, which, built upon those formularies to which all clergymen are bound, may tend to inform, persuade, and absorb into itself religious minds, which hitherto have fancied that, on the particular Protestant question, they were seriously opposed to each other. In my University sermons, there is a series of discussions upon a subject of faith and reason. These again were the tentative commencement of a grave and necessary work, namely an inquiry into the ultimate basis of religious faith, prior to the distinction into creeds. In like manner, in a pamphlet which I published in the summer of 1838, is an attempt at placing the doctrine of the real presence on an intellectual basis. The fundamental idea is consonant to that to which I had been so long attached. It is the denial of the existence of space except as a subjective idea of our minds. The Church of the Fathers is one of the earliest productions of the movement, and appeared in numbers in the British Magazine, being written with the aim of introducing the religious sentiments, views, and customs of the first ages into the modern Church of England. The translation of Floré's Church History was commenced under these circumstances. I was fond of Floré for a reason which I expressed in the advertisement, because it presented a sort of photograph of ecclesiastical history without any comment upon it. In the event that simple representation of the early centuries had a good deal to do with the unsettling me in my Anglicanism, but how little I could anticipate this will be seen in the fact that publication of Floré was a favourite scheme with Mr. Rose. He proposed it to me twice, between the years 1834 and 1837, and I mentioned it as one out of many particulars curiously illustrated how truly my change of opinion arose, not from foreign influences, but from the working of my own mind and the accidents around me. The date from which the portion actually translated began was determined by the publisher on reasons with which we were not concerned. Another historical work, but drawn from original sources, was given to the world by my old friend Mr. Bowden, being a Life of Pope Gregory VII. I need scarcely recall to those who have read it the power and the liveliness of the narrative. This composition was the author's relaxation on evenings and in his summer vacation from his ordinary engagements in London. It had been suggested to him originally by me at the instance of Hurrell Froude. The series of the Lives of the English Saints was projected at a later period, under circumstances which I shall have in the sequel to describe. Those beautiful compositions have nothing in them, as far as I recollect, simply inconsistent with the general objects which I have been assigning to my labours in these years, though the immediate occasion which led to them, and the tone in which they were written, had little that was congenial with Anglicanism. At a comparatively early date I drew up the tract on the Roman Breviary. I frightened my own friends on its first appearance, and several years afterwards, when younger men began to translate for publication the 4 volumes in extenso, they were dissuaded from doing so by advice to which, from a sense of duty, they listened. It was an apparent accident which introduced me to the knowledge of that most wonderful and most attractive monument of the devotion of saints. On Hurrell Froude's death in 1836, I was asked to select one of his books as a keepsake. I selected Butler's Analogy, finding that it had already been chosen. I looked with some perplexity along the shelves as they stood before me, when an intimate friend at my elbow said, "Take that." It was the Breviary, which Hurrell had had with him at Barbadoes. Accordingly I took it, studied it, wrote my tract from it, and have it on my table in constant use till this day. That dear and familiar companion, who thus put the Breviary into my hands, is still in the Anglican Church. So too is the early venerated long-loved friend, together with whom I edited a work, which, more perhaps than any other, caused disturbance and annoyance in the Anglican world, Froude's Remains. Yet, however judgments might run as to the prudence of publishing it, I never heard any one impute to Mr. Keble the very shadow of dishonesty or treachery towards his Church in so acting. The annotated translation of the Treatise of St. Athanasius was of course in no sense of a tentative character. It belongs to another order of thought. This historico-dogmatic work employed me for years. I had made preparation for following it up with a doctrinal history of the heresies which succeeded to the Arian. I should make mention also of the British Critic. I was editor of it for 3 years, from July 1838 to July 1841. My writers belong to various schools, some to none at all. The subjects are various: classical, academical, political, critical, and artistic, as well as theological, and upon the movement none are to be found which do not keep quite clear of advocating the cause of Rome. So I went on for years up to 1841. It was in a human point of view the happiest time of my life. I was truly at home. I had in one of my volumes appropriated to myself the words of Bramhall: "Bees, by the instinct of nature, do love their hives, and birds their nests." I did not suppose that such sunshine would last, though I knew not what would be its termination. It was the time of plenty, and during its 7 years I tried to lay up as much as I could for the dearth which was to follow it. We prospered and spread. I had spoken of the doings of these years, since I was a Catholic, in a passage, part of which I will here quote. "From beginnings so small, I said, from elements of thought so fortuitous, with prospects so unpromising, the Anglo-Catholic party suddenly became a power in the national Church, and an object of alarm to her rulers and friends. Its originators would have found it difficult to say what they aimed at of a practical kind. Rather they put forth views and principles for their own sake, because they were true, as if they were obliged to say them, and, as they might be themselves surprised at their earnestness in uttering them, they had as great cause to be surprised at the successes which attended their propagation. And in fact they could only say that those doctrines were in the air, that to assert was to prove, and to explain was to persuade, and that the movement in which they were taking part was the birth of a crisis rather than of a place. In a very few years a school of opinion was formed, fixed in its principles, indefinite and progressive in their range, and it extended itself into every part of the country. If we inquire what the world thought of it, we have still more to raise our wonder, for, not to mention the excitement it caused in England, the movement and its party names were known to the police of Italy and to the backwoodsmen of America. And so it proceeded, getting stronger and stronger every year, till it came into collision with the nation, and that Church of the nation, which it began by professing especially to serve. The greater its success, the nearer was that collision at hand. The first threatening of what was coming was heard in 1838. At that time my bishop, in a charge, made some light animadversions, but they were animadversions, on the Tract for the Times. At once I offered to stop them. What took place on the occasion I prefer to state in the words in which I related it in a pamphlet addressed to him in a later year, when the blow actually came down upon me. In your Lordship's charge in 1838, I said, an allusion was made to the Tract for the Times. Some opponents of the Tract said that you treated them with undue indulgence. I wrote to the Archdeacon on the subject, submitting the tracts entirely to your Lordship's disposal. What I thought about your charge will appear from the words I then used to him. I said, a bishop's lightest word, ex cathedra, is heavy. His judgment on a book cannot be light. It is a rare occurrence, and I offered to withdraw any of the tracts over which I had control, if I were informed which were those to which your Lordship had objections. I afterwards wrote to your Lordship to this effect, that I trusted I might say sincerely that I should feel a more lively pleasure in knowing that I was submitting myself to your Lordship's expressed judgment in a matter of that kind, than I could have even in the widest circulation of the volumes in question. Your Lordship did not think it necessary to proceed in such a measure, but I felt and always have felt that, if ever you determined on it, I was bound to obey. That day at length came, and I concluded this portion of my narrative with relating the circumstances of it. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 2, Part 4 of Apologia pro Vita Sua, by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. From the time that I had entered upon the duties of public tutor at my college, when my doctrinal views were very different from what they were in 1841, I had meditated a comment upon the Articles. Then, when the movement was in its swing, friends had said to me, "What will you make of the Articles?" But did I not share the apprehension which their question implied? Whether, as time went on, I should have been forced, by the necessities of the original theory of the movement, to put on paper the speculation which I had about them, I am not able to conjecture. The actual cause of my doing so, in the beginning of 1841, was the restlessness, actual and prospective, of those who neither liked the via media nor my strong judgment against Rome. I had been enjoined, I think, by my bishop, to keep these men straight. I wished so to do, but their tangible difficulty was subscription to the Articles, and thus the question of the Articles came before me. It was thrown in our teeth. How can you manage to sign the Articles? They are directly against Rome. Against Rome, I made answer? What do you mean by Rome? Then I proceeded to make distinctions, of which I shall now give an account. By Roman doctrine might be meant one of three things: 1. The Catholic teaching of the early centuries, or 2. The formal dogmas of Rome, as contained in the later councils, especially the Council of Trent, and as condensed in the Creed of Pope Pius IV. 3. The actual popular beliefs and usages sanctioned by Rome in the countries in communion with it, over and above the dogma, and these I call dominant errors. Now Protestants commonly thought that in all three senses Roman doctrine was condemned in the Articles. I thought that the Catholic teaching was not condemned, that the dominant errors were, and as to the formal dogmas, that some were not, and that the line had to be drawn between them. Thus, 1. The use of prayers for the dead was a Catholic doctrine, not condemned in the Articles. 2. The prison of purgatory was a Roman dogma, which was condemned in them, but the infallibility of ecumenical councils was a Roman dogma, not condemned. And 3. The fire of purgatory was an authorized and popular error, not a dogma, which was condemned. Further, I consider that the difficulties felt by the persons whom I have mentioned mainly lay in their mistaking 1. Catholic teaching, which was not condemned in the Articles, for Roman dogma, which was condemned, and 2. Roman dogma, which was not condemned in the Articles, for dominant error, which was. If they went further than this, I had nothing more to say to them. A further motive which I had for my attempt was the desire to ascertain the ultimate points of contrariety between the Roman and Anglican creeds, and to make them as few as possible. I thought that each creed was obscured and misrepresented by a dominant circumambient Popery and Protestantism. The main thesis, then, of my essay was this: the Articles do not oppose Catholic teaching. They but partially oppose Roman dogma. They, for the most part, oppose the dominant errors of Rome, and the problem was, as I have said, to draw the line as to what they allowed and what they condemned. Such being the object which I had in view, what were my prospects of widening and defining the meaning? The prospects were encouraging. There was no doubt at all of the elasticity of the Articles. To take a palmary instance, the 17th was assumed by one party to be Lutheran, by another Calvinistic, though the two interpretations were contradictory of each other. Why then should not other Articles be drawn up with a vagueness of equally intense character? I wanted to ascertain what was the limit of that elasticity in the direction of Roman dogma. But next I had a way of inquiry of my own, which I state without defending. I instanced it afterward in my Essay on Doctrinal Development. That work, I believe, I have not read since I published it, and I do not doubt at all I have made many mistakes in it, partly from my ignorance of the details of doctrine, as the Church of Rome holds them, but partly from my impatience to clear as large a range for the principle of doctrinal development, waiving the question of historical fact, as was consistent with the strict apostolicity and identity of the Catholic Creed. In like manner, as regards the 39 Articles, my method of inquiry was to leap in medias res. I wished to institute an inquiry how far, in critical fairness, the text could be opened. I was aiming far more at ascertaining what a man who subscribed it might hold than what he must, so that my conclusions were negative rather than positive. It was but a first essay, and I made it with the full recognition and consciousness which I had already expressed in my prophetical office as regards the Via Media, that I was making only a first approximation of the required solution, a series of illustrations supplying hints for the removal of a difficulty, and with full acknowledgment that in minor points, whether in question of fact or of judgment, there was room for differences or error of opinion, and that I should not be ashamed to own a mistake if it were proved against me, nor reluctant to bear the just blame of it. Prophetical Office, page 31. I will add, I was embarrassed in consequence of my wish to go as far as was possible in interpreting the Articles in the direction of Roman dogma, without disclosing what I was doing to the parties whose doubt I was meeting, who, if they understood at once the full extent of the license which the Articles admitted, might be thereby encouraged to proceed still further than at the present they found in themselves any call to go. 1. But in the way of such an attempt comes the prompt objection that the Articles were actually drawn up against Popery, and therefore it was transcendently absurd and dishonest to suppose that Popery, in any shape, patristic belief, Tridentine dogma, or popular corruption authoritatively sanctioned, would be able to take refuge under their text. This premise I denied. Not any religious doctrine at all, but a political principle, was the primary English idea of Popery at the date of the Reformation. And what was that political principle, and how could it best be suppressed in England? What was the great question of the day of Henry and Elizabeth? The supremacy. Now, was I saying one single word in favour of the supremacy of the Holy See, in favour of the foreign jurisdiction? No, I did not believe in it myself. Did Henry VIII. Religiously hold justification by faith only? Did he disbelieve purgatory? Was Elizabeth zealous for the marriage of the clergy, or had she a conscience against the Mass? The supremacy of the Pope was the essence of the Popery, to which, at the time of the composition of the Articles, the supreme head or governor of the English Church was so violently hostile. 2. But again I said this: let Popery mean what it would in the mouths of the compilers of the Articles. Let it even, for argument's sake, include the doctrines of that Tridentine Council, which was not yet over when the Articles were drawn up, and against which they could not be simply directed. Yet, consider, what was the object of the government in their imposition? Merely to get rid of Popery? No. It had the further objection of gaining the Papists. What then was the best way to induce reluctant or wavering minds, and these, I supposed, were the majority, to give in their adhesion to the new symbol? How had the Arians drawn up their creeds? Was it not the principle of using vague, ambitious language, which to the subscribers would seem to bear a Catholic sense, but which, when worked out on the long run, would prove to be heterodox? Accordingly, there was great antecedent probability that, fierce as the Articles might look at first sight, their bark would prove worse than their bite. I say antecedent probability, for to what extent that surmise might be true could only be ascertained by investigation. 3. But a consideration came at once, which threw light on this surmise. What if it should turn out that the very men who drew up the Articles, in the very act of doing so, had avowed, or rather in one of those very Articles themselves, had imposed on subscribers a number of those very papistical doctrines which they were now thought to deny, as part and parcel of that very Protestantism which they were now thought to consider divine? And this was the fact, and I showed it in my Essays. Let the reader observe, the 35th Article says, "The second book of Homilies does contain a godly and wholesome doctrine, and necessary for these times, as doth the former book of Homilies." Here the doctrine of the Homilies is recognized as godly and wholesome, and concurrence of that recognition is imposed on all subscribers of the Articles. Let us then turn to the Homilies, and see what this godly doctrine is. I quoted from them to the following effect: 1. They declare that the so-called apocryphal book of Tobit is the teaching of the Holy Ghost, and is Scripture. 2. That the so-called apocryphal book of Wisdom is Scripture, and the infallible and indeceivable Word of God. 3. That the primitive Church, next to the Apostles' time, and, as they imply, for almost 700 years, is no doubt most pure. 4. That the primitive Church is specially to be followed. 5. That the 4 first General Councils belong to the primitive Church. 6. That there are 6 Councils which are allowed and received by all men. 7. Again, they speak of certain truth, and say that it is declared by God's Word, the sentence of the ancient doctors and judgment of the primitive Church. 8. Of the learned and holy bishops and doctors of the Church of the first 8 centuries being of great authority and credit with the people. 9. Of the declaration of Christ and His Apostles, and all the rest of the Holy Fathers. 10. Of the authority both of Scripture and also of Augustine. 11. Of Augustine, Chrysostom, Ambrose, Jerome, and about 30 other Fathers, to some of whom they give the title of Saint, to others of Ancient Catholic Fathers and Doctors, etc. 12. They declare that not only the holy apostles and disciples of Christ, but the godly fathers also, before and since Christ, were endued without doubt with the Holy Ghost. 13. That the ancient Catholic Fathers say that the Lord's Supper is the salve of immortality, the sovereign preservative against death, the food of immortality, the healthful grace. 14. That the Lord's blessed body and blood are received under the form of bread and wine. 15. That the meat in the sacrament is an invisible meat and a ghostly substance. 16. That the holy body and blood of God ought to be touched with the mind. 17. That ordination is a sacrament. 18. That matrimony is a sacrament. 19. That there are other sacraments besides baptism and the Lord's Supper, though not such as they. 20. That the souls of the saints are reigning in joy and in heaven with God. 21. That alms deeds purge the soul from the infection and filthy spots of sin, and are a precious medicine, an inestimable jewel. 22. That mercifulness wipes out and washes away sins as salves and remedies to heal sores and grievous disease. 23. That the duty of fasting is a truth more manifest than it should need to be proved. 24. That fasting used with prayer is of great efficacy and weighted much with God, so the angel Raphael told Tobias. 25. That the puissant and mighty Emperor Theodosius was, in the primitive Church, which was most holy and godly, excommunicated by St. Ambrose. 26. That Constantine, Bishop of Rome, did condemn Philippicus, then emperor, not without a cause indeed, but very justly. Putting altogether aside the question how far these separate theses came under the matter to which subscription was to be made, it was quite plain that in the minds of men who wrote the homilies, and who thus incorporated them into the Anglican system of doctrine, there was no such nice discrimination between the Catholic and the Protestant faith, no such clear recognition of formal Protestant principles and tenets, no such accurate definition of Roman doctrine as is received at the present day. Hence, great probability accrued to my presentiment that the Articles were tolerant not only of what I call Catholic teaching, but of much that was Roman. 4. And here was another reason against the notion that the Articles directly attacked the Roman dogmas as declared at Trent, and as promulgated by Pius IV. The Council of Trent was not over, nor its canons promulgated at the date when the Articles were drawn up, that those Articles must be aiming at something else. What was that something else? The homilies tell us. The homilies are the best comment upon the Articles. Let us turn to the homilies, and we shall find from first to last that not only is not the Catholic teaching of the first centuries, but neither again are the dogmas of Rome the object of the protest of the compilers of the Articles, but the dominant errors, the popular corruptions, authorized or suffered by the high name of Rome. The eloquent declamation of the homilies finds its matters almost exclusively in dominant errors. As to Catholic teachings, nay as to Roman dogma, of such theology those homilies, as I have shown, contain no small portion themselves. The Pope confirmation of the Council, by which its canons became de fide, and his bull Super Confirmatione, by which they were promulgated to the world, are dated January 26, 1564. The Articles are dated 1562. 5. So much of the writers of the Articles and homilies, they were witnesses, not authorities, and I use them as such, but in the next place, who were the actual authorities imposing them? I reasonably consider the authority imponens to be the Convocation of 1571, but here again it would be found that the very Convocation which received and confirmed the 39 Articles also enjoined by canon that preachers should be careful that they should never teach aught in a sermon to be religiously held and believed by the people, except that which is agreeable to the doctrine of the Old and New Testament, and which the Catholic Fathers and ancient bishops have collected from that very doctrine. Here, let it be observed, an appeal is made by the Convocation Imponens to the very same ancient authorities as had been mentioned with such profound veneration by the writers of the Homilies and the Articles, and thus, if the Homilies contained views of doctrine which now would be called Roman, there seems to me to be an extreme probability that the Convocation of 1571 also countenanced and received, or at least did not reject, those doctrines. 6. And further, when at length I came actually to look into the text of the Articles, I saw in many cases a patent justification of all that I had surmised as to their vagueness and indecisiveness, and that not only on questions which lay between Lutherans, Calvinists, and Zwinglians, but on Catholic questions also, and I have noticed them in my tract. In the conclusion of my tract I observed, the Articles are evidently framed on the principles of leaving open large questions on which the controversy hinges. They state broadly extreme truths, and are silent about their adjustment. For instance, they say that all necessary faith must be proved from Scripture, but do not say who is to prove it. They say that the Church has authority in controversies. They do not say what authority. They say that it may enforce nothing beyond Scripture, but do not say where the remedy lies when it does. They say that works before grace and justification are worthless and worse, and that works after grace and justification are acceptable. But they do not speak at all of works with God's aid before justification. They say that men are lawfully called and sent to minister and preach, who are chosen and called by men who have public authority given them in the congregation. But they do not add by whom the authority is to be given. They say that councils called by princes may err. They do not determine whether councils called in the name of Christ may err. Such were the considerations which weighed with me in my inquiry how far the Articles were tolerant of a Catholic or even a Roman interpretation. And such was the defence which I made in my tract for having attempted it. From what I have already said, it will appear that I have no need or intention at this day to maintain every particular interpretation which I suggested in the course of my tract, nor indeed had I then. Whether it was prudent or not, whether it was sensible or not, anyhow I attempted only a first essay of a necessary work, an essay which, as I was quite prepared to find, would require revisions and modifications by means of the lights which I should gain from the criticism of others. I should have gladly withdrawn any statement which could be proved to me to be erroneous. I considered my work to be faulty and open to objection in the same sense in which I now consider my Anglican interpretations of Scripture to be erroneous, but in no other sense. I am surprised that men do not apply the interpreters of Scripture generally the hard names which they apply to the author of Tract 90. He held a large system of theology and applied it to the Articles. Episcopalians or Lutherans or Presbyterians or Unitarians hold a large system of theology and apply it to Scripture. Every theology has its difficulties. Protestants hold justification by faith only, though there is no text in St. Paul which enunciates it, and though St. James expressly denies it. Do we therefore call Protestants dishonest? They deny that the Church is a divine mission, though St. Paul says that it is the pillar and ground of truth. They keep the Sabbath, though St. Paul says, "Let no man judge you in meat or drink, or in respect of the Sabbath days." Every creed has text in its favour, and again texts which run counter to it, and this is generally confessed. And this is what I felt keenly. How had I done worse in Tract 90 than Anglicans, Wesleyans, and Calvinists did daily in their sermons and their publications? How had I done worse than the evangelical party in their ex animo reception of the services for baptism and visitation of the sick. Why was I to be dishonest and they immaculate? There was an occasion on which our Lord gave an answer, which seemed to be appropriate to my own case, when the tumult broke out against my tracts. "He that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at him." I could have fancied that a sense of their own difficulties of interpretation would have persuaded the great party I have mentioned to some prudence, or at least moderation, in opposing a teacher of an opposite school. But I suppose their alarm and their anger overcame their sense of justice. For instance, let candid men consider the form of absolution contained in that Prayer Book, of which all clergymen, evangelical and liberal, as well as High Church, and, I think, all persons in University office, declared that it containeth nothing contrary to the Word of God. I challenge, in the sight of all England, evangelical clergymen generally, to put on paper an interpretation of this form of words, consistent with their sentiments, which shall be less forced than the most objectionable of the interpretations which Tract 90 puts upon any passage in the Article. Our Lord Jesus Christ, who has left power to His Church to absolve all sinners, who truly repent and believe in Him, of His great mercy forgive thee thine offence, and by His authority committed to me, I absolve thee from all thy sins, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost. Amen. I subjoin the Roman form, as used in England and elsewhere: Dominus noster Jesus Christus, te absolvat, et ego auctoritate ipsus te absolvo ab omni vinculo excommunicationis et indictate, in quantum possum et tu indiges, deinde ego te absolvo a peccatis tuis, in nomine Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Amen. In the sudden storm of indignation with which the Tract was received throughout the country on its appearance, I recognized much of real religious feeling, much of honest and true principle, much of straightforward ignorant common sense. In Oxford there was a genuine feeling too, but there had been a smouldering, stern, energetic animosity, not at all unnatural, partly rational, against its author. A false step had been made; now was the time for action. I am told that even before the publication of the Tract, rumours of its content had got into the hostile camp in an exaggerated form, and not a moment was lost in proceeding to action. When I was actually fallen into the hands of the Philistines, I was quite unprepared for the outbreak, and was startled at its violence. I do not think I had any fear; nay, I will add, I am not sure that it was not, in one point of view, a relief to me. I saw indeed clearly that my place in the movement was lost. Public confidence was at an end. My occupation was gone. It was simply an impossibility that I could say anything henceforth to good effect, when I had been posted up by the Marshal on the buttery hatch of every college of my University, after the manner of discommended pastry cooks, and when in every part of the country, in every class of society, through every organ and opportunity of opinion, in newspapers, in periodicals, at meetings, in pulpits, at dinner tables, in coffee rooms, in railway carriages, I was denounced as a traitor, who had laid his train and was detected in a very act of firing it against the time-honoured establishment. There was indeed men beside my own immediate friends, men of name and position, who gallantly took my part, as Dr. Hook, Mr. Palmer, and Mr. Percival. It must have been a grievous trial for themselves, yet what after all could they do for me? Confidence in me was lost, but I had already lost full confidence in myself. Thoughts had passed over me a year and a half before in respect to the Anglican claims, which for the time had profoundly troubled me. They had gone. I had not less confidence in the power and the prospects of the Apostolical movement than before, not less confidence than before in the grievousness of what I call the dominant errors of Rome. But how was I any more to have absolute confidence in myself? How was I to have confidence in my present confidence? How was I to be sure that I should always think as I thought now? I felt that by this event a kind of providence had saved me from an impossible position in the future. First, if I remember right, they wished me to withdraw the Tract. This I refused to do. I would not do so for the sake of those who were unsettled or in danger of unsettlement. I would not do so for my own sake, for how could I acquiesce in a mere Protestant interpretation of the Articles? How could I range myself among the professors of a theology, of which it put my teeth on edge even to hear the sound? Next they said, "Keep silence, do not defend the Tract." I answered, "Yes, if you will not condemn it, if you will allow it to continue on sale." They pressed on me whenever I gave way. They fell back when they saw me obstinate. Their line of action was to get out of me as much as they could, but upon the point of their tolerating the Tract I was obstinate. So they let me continue it on sale, and they said they would not condemn it. But they said that this was on condition that I did not defend it, that I stopped the series, and that I myself published my own condemnation in a letter to the Bishop of Oxford. I impute nothing whatever to him, he was ever most kind to me. Also, they said they could not answer for what some individual bishops might perhaps say about the Tract in their own charges. I agreed to their conditions. My one point was to save the Tract. Not a line in writing was given me, as a pledge of the observance of the main article on their side of the engagement. Parts of letters from them were read to me, without being put into my hands. It was an understanding. A clever man had warned me against understanding some 13 years before. I have hated them ever since. In the last words of my letter to the Bishop of Oxford, I thus resigned my place in the movement. "I have nothing to be sorry for," I say to him, "except having made your Lordship anxious, and others whom I am bound to revere. I have nothing to be sorry for, but everything to rejoice in and be thankful for. I have never taken pleasure in seeming to be able to move a party, and whatever influence I have had has been found, not sought after. I have acted because others did not act, and have sacrificed a quiet which I prized. May God be with me in time to come, as He has been hitherto, and He will be, if I can but keep my hands clean and my heart pure. I think I can bear, or at least will try to bear, any personal humiliation, so that I am preserved from betraying sacred interest, which the Lord of grace and power has given into my charge." Footnote 7. To the pamphlets published in my behalf at this time I should add one tract more, an able and generous defence of Tractarianism, in number 90, by the present Lord Houghton. End of footnote. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Part 1 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 3, History of my religious opinions from 1839 to 1841. And now that I am about to trace, as far as I can, the course of that great revolution of mind, which led me to leave my own home, to which I was bound by so many strong and tender ties, I feel overcome with the difficulty of satisfying myself in my account of it, and have recoiled from the attempt, till the near approach of the day on which these lines must be given to the world forces me to set about the task. For who can know himself, and the multitude of subtle influences which act upon him? And who can recollect, at the distance of 25 years, all that he once knew about his thoughts and his deeds, and that, during a portion of his life, when, even at the time, his observations, whether of himself or of the external world, was less than before or after, by very reason of the perplexity and dismay which weigh upon him, when, in spite of the light given to him according to his need amid his darkness, yet a darkness it emphatically was. And who can suddenly gird himself to a new and anxious undertaking, which he might be able indeed to perform well, were full and calm leisure allowed him to look through everything that he had written, whether in published work or private letters? Yet again, granting that calm contemplation of the past, in itself so desirable, who could afford to be leisurely and deliberate, while he practises on himself a cruel operation, the ripping up of old griefs, and the venturing again upon the infandum dolorum of years in which the stars of his lower heaven were one by one going out? I could not in cool blood, nor except upon the imperious call of duty, attempt what I have set myself to do. It is both to head and heart an extreme trial, thus to analyze what has so long gone by, and to bring out the results of that examination. I have done various bold things in my life. This is the boldest, and were I not sure I should after all succeed in my object, it would be madness to set about it. In the spring of 1839 my position in the Anglican Church was at its height. I had supreme confidence in my controversial status, and I had a great and still growing success in recommending it to others. I had in the foregoing autumn been somewhat sore at the Bishop's charge, but I have a letter which shows that all annoyance had passed from my mind. In January, if I recollect aright, in order to meet the popular clamour against myself and others, and to satisfy the Bishop, I had collected into one all the strong things which they, and especially I, had said against the Church of Rome, in order to their insertion among the advertisements appended to our publications. Conscious as I was that my opinion in religions were not gained, as the world said, from Roman sources, but were, on the contrary, the birth of my own mind, and of the circumstances in which I had been placed, I had a scorn of the imputations which were heaped upon me. It was true that I had held a large bold system of religion, very unlike the Protestantism of the day, but it was the concentration and adjustment of the statements of great Anglican authorities, and I had as much right to hold it as the Evangelical, and more right than the Liberal party could show, for asserting their own respective doctrines. As I declared on occasion of Tract 90, I claimed, in behalf of who would in the Anglican Church, the right of holding with Bramhall a comprecation with the Saints, and the Mass all but transubstantiation with Andrews, or with Hooker that transubstantiation itself is not a point for churches to part communion upon, or with Hammond that a General Council truly such never did, never shall err in a matter of faith, or with Bull, that man had in Paradise and lost on the fall a supernatural habit of grace, or with Thorndike, that penance is a propitiation for post-baptismal sin, or with Pearson, that the all-powerful name of Jesus is no otherwise given than in the Catholic Church. Two can play at that, was often in my mouth, when men of Protestant sentiments appealed to the Articles, Homilies, or Reformers, in their sense that, if they had a right to speak loud, I had the liberty to speak out as well as they, and had the means, by the same or parallel appeals, of giving them tit for tat. I thought that the Anglican Church was tyrannized over by a mere party, and I aimed at the bringing into effect the promise contained in the motto to the Lyra, "They shall know the difference now." I only asked to be allowed to show them the difference. What will best describe my state of mind at the early part of 1839, is an article in the British Critic for that April. I have looked over it now for the first time since it was published, and have been struck by it for this reason. It contains the last words which I ever spoke as an Anglican to Anglicans. It may now be read as my parting address and valediction made to my friends. I little knew it at the time. It reviews the actual state of things, and it ends by looking towards the future. It is not altogether mine, for my memory goes to this, that I had asked a friend to do the work, that then the thought came on me that I would do it myself, and that he was good enough to put it into my hands what he had with great appositeness written, and that I embodied it in my article. Every one, I think, will recognize the greater part of it as mine. It was published 2 years before the affair of Tract 90, and was entitled The State of Religious Parties. In this article I begin by bringing together testimonies from our enemies to the remarkable success of our exertions. One writer said, "Opinions and views of a theology of a very marked and peculiar kind have been extensively adopted and strenuously upheld, and are daily gaining ground among a considerable and influential portion of the members, as well as ministers of the Established Church." Another, "The movement has manifested itself with the most rapid growth of the hot-bed of these evil days." Another, "The Via Media is crowded with young enthusiasts who never presume to argue except against the propriety of arguing at all." Another, "Were I to give you a full list of the works which they have produced within the short space of 5 years, I should surprise you. You would see what a task it would be to make yourself complete master of their system, even in its present probably immature state." The writers have adopted the motto, "In quietness and confidence shall be your strength." With regard to confidence, they have justified their adopting it; but as to quietness, it is not very quiet to pour forth such a succession of controversial publications. Another, "The spread of these doctrines is in fact now having the effect of rendering all other distinctions obsolete, and of severing the religious community into two portions, fundamentally and vehemently opposed one to the other. Soon there will be no middle ground left, and every man, and especially every clergyman, will be compelled to make his choice between the two." Another, "The time has gone by, when those unfortunate and deeply regretted publications can be passed over without notice, and the hope that their influence would fail is now dead." Another, "These doctrines had already made fearful progress. One of the largest churches in Brighton is crowded to hear them. So is the church at Leeds. There are few towns of note to which they have not extended. They are preached in small towns in Scotland. They obtain in Angleshire, 600 miles north of London. I found them myself in the heart of the Highlands of Scotland. They are advocated in the newspaper and periodical press. They have even insinuated themselves into the House of Commons. And lastly, a bishop in a charge. It is daily assuming a more serious and alarming aspect. Under the specious pretence of deference to antiquity and respect for primitive models, the foundations of the Protestant Church are undermined by men who dwell within her walls, and those who sit in the Reformer's seat are traducing the Reformation." After thus stating the phenomenon of the time, as it presented itself to those who did not sympathize in it, the article proceeded to account for it, and this it does by considering it as a reaction from the dry and superficial character of the religious teaching in the literature of the last generation or century, and as a result of the need which was felt both by the hearts and the intellects of the nation for a deeper philosophy, and as the evidence and as the partial fulfilment of that need to which even the chief authors of the then generation had borne witness. First, I mention the literary influence of Walter Scott, who turned men's minds in the direction of the Middle Ages. The general need, I said, of something deeper and more attractive than what had offered itself elsewhere may be considered to have led to his popularity, and by means of his popularity he reacted on his readers, stimulating their mental thirst, feeding their hopes, setting before them visions which when once seen are not easily forgotten, and silently indoctrinating them with nobler ideas which might afterwards be appealed to as first principles. Then I spoke of Coleridge thus: "While history in prose and verse was thus made the instrument of Church feelings and opinions, a philosophical basis from the same was laid in England by a very original thinker, who, while he indulged a liberty of speculation which no Christian can tolerate, and advocated conclusions which were often heathen rather than Christian, yet after all installed a higher philosophy into inquiring minds than they had hitherto been accustomed to accept. In this way he made trial of his age, and succeeded in interesting its genius in the cause of Catholic truth. Then came Southey and Wordsworth, two living poets, one of whom in the department of fantastic fiction, the other in that philosophical meditation, have addressed themselves to the same high principles and feelings, and carried forward their readers in the same direction. Then comes the prediction of this reaction hazarded by a sagacious observer withdrawn from the world, and surveying its movement from a distance, Mr. Alexander Knox. He had said 20 years before the date of my article, "No church on earth has more intrinsic excellence than the English Church, yet no church probably has less practical influence. The rich provision, made by the grace and providence of God, for habits of a noble kind, is evidence that men shall arise, fitted both by nature and ability, to discover for themselves, and to display to others, whatever yet remains undiscovered, whether in the words or works of God." Also I referred to a much venerated clergyman of the last generation, who said shortly before his death, "Depend on it, the day will come when those great doctrines, now buried, will be brought out to the light of day, and then the effect will be fearful." I remarked upon this, that they who now blame the impetuosity of the current, should rather turn their animadversions upon those who have dammed up a majestic river till it has become a flood. These being the circumstances under which the movement began and progressed, it was absurd to refer it to the act of 2 or 3 individuals. It was not so much a movement as a spirit afloat. It was within us, rising up in hearts where it was least suspected, and working itself, though not in secret, yet so subtly and impalpably as hardly to admit of precautions or encounter on any ordinary human rules of opposition. It is, I continued, an adversary in the air, a something one and entire, a whole, wherever it is, unapproachable and incapable of being grasped, as being the result of cause far deeper than political or other visible agencies, the spiritual awakening of spiritual wants. To make this clear, I proceed to refer to the chief preachers of the revived doctrines at that moment, and to draw attention to the variety of their respective antecedents. Dr. Hook and Mr. Churton represented the high Church dignitaries of the last century; Mr. Perceval, the Tory aristocracy; Mr. Keble came from a country parsonage; Mr. Palmer from Ireland; Dr. Pusey from the Universities of Germany and the study of Arabic, MSS; Mr. Dodsworth from the study of prophecy. Mr. Oakley had gained his views, as he himself expressed it, partly by study, partly by reflection, partly by conversation with 1 or 2 friends, inquirers like himself, while I speak of myself as being much indebted to the friendship of Archbishop Whately. And thus I am led on to ask, what head of a sect is there? What march of opinions can be traced from mind to mind among preachers such as these? They are one and all, in their degree, the organs of one sentiment, which has risen up simultaneously in many places, very mysteriously. My train of thought next led me to speak of the disciples of the movement, and I freely acknowledged and lamented that they needed to be kept in order. It is very much to the purpose to draw attention to this point now, when such extravagancies as then occurred, whatever they were, are simply laid to my door, or to the charge of the doctrines which I advocated. A man cannot do more than freely confess what is wrong, say that it need not be, that it ought not to be, and that he is very sorry that it should be. Now I said in the Articles, which I am reviewing, that the great truths themselves, which we were preaching, must not be condemned on account of such abuse of them. Aberrations there must ever be, whatever the doctrine is, while the human heart is sensitive, capricious, and wayward. A mixed multitude went out of Egypt with the Israelites. There will ever be a number of persons, I continued, professing the opinions of a movement party, who talk loudly and strangely, do odd or fierce things, display themselves unnecessarily, and disgust other people; persons too young to be wise, too generous to be cautious, too warm to be sober, or too intellectual to be humble. Such persons will be very apt to attach themselves to particular persons, to use particular names, to say things merely because others do, and to act in a party-spirited way. While I thus republish what I then said about such extravagancies as occurred in these years, at the same time I have a very strong conviction that those extravagancies furnished quite as much the welcome excuse for those who were jealous or shy of us, as the stumbling blocks of those who were well inclined to our doctrine. This too we felt at the time, but it was our duty to see that our good should not be evil spoken of, and accordingly 2 or 3 of the writers of the Tracts for the Times had commenced a series of what they called plain sermons, with the avowed purpose of discouraging and correcting whatever was uppish or extreme in our followers. To this series I contributed a volume myself. Its conductors say in their Preface, "If therefore as time goes on, there shall be found persons who, admiring the innate beauty and majesty of the fuller system of primate Christianity, and seeing the transcendent strength of its principles, shall become loud and voluble advocates in their behalf, speaking the more freely, because they do not feel them deeply as founded in divine and external truth, of such persons it is our duty to declare plainly, that as we should contemplate their condition with serious misgivings, so would they be the last persons from whom we should seek support. But if, on the other hand, there shall be any who, in the silent humility of their lives, and their unaffected reverence for holy things, show that they in truth accept these principles as real and substantial, and by habitual purity of heart and serenity of temper, give proof of their deep veneration for sacraments and sacramental ordinances, those persons, whether our professed adherents or not, best exemplify the kind of character which the writers of the Tracts for the Times have wished to form." These clergymen had the best of claims to use their beautiful words, for they were themselves, all of them, important writers of the Tracts, the 2, Mr. Kebles and Mr. Isaac Williams. In this passage, with which they ushered their series into the world, I quoted in the Articles, of which I am giving an account, and I added, "What more can be required of the preachers of neglected truth, than that they should admit that some, who do not assent to their preaching, are holier and better men than some who do? They were not answerable for the intemperance of those who dishonoured a true doctrine, providing they protest, as they did, against such intemperance. They were not answerable for the dust and din which attends any great moral movement. The truer doctrines are, the more liable they are to be perverted." The notice of these incidental faults of opinion or temper in adherents of the movement led on to a discussion of the secondary causes, by means of which a system of doctrine may be embraced, modified, or developed, of the variety of schools which may all be in the one Church, and of the succession of one phase of doctrine to another, while that doctrine is ever one and the same. Thus I was brought on to the subject of Antiquity, which was the basis of the doctrine of the Via Media, and by which was not to be understood a servile imitation of the past, but such a reproduction of it as is really new, while it is old. We have good hope, I say, that a system will be rising up, superior to the age, yet harmonizing with and carrying out its higher points, which will attract to itself those who are willing to make a venture and to face difficulties, for the sake of something higher in prospect. On this, as on other subjects, the proverb will apply, Fortis fortuna adjuvat. Lastly, I proceed to the question of that future of the Anglican Church which was to be a new birth of the ancient religion, and I did not venture to pronounce upon it. About the future, we have no prospect before our minds whatever good or bad. Ever since that great luminary, Augustine, proved to be the last Bishop of Hippo, Christians have had a lesson against attempting to foretell how Providence will prosper and bring to an end what it begins. Perhaps the lately revived principles would prevail in the Anglican Church. Perhaps they would be lost in some miserable schism, or some more miserable compromise. But there was nothing rash in venturing to predict that neither Puritanism nor Liberalism had any permanent inheritance within her. Then I went on. As to Liberalism, we think the formularies of the Church will ever, with the aid of a good Providence, keep it from making any serious inroads upon the clergy. Besides, it is too cold a principle to prevail with the multitude. But as regards what was called evangelical religion or Puritanism, there was more to cause alarm. I observed upon its organization, but on the other hand it had no intellectual basis, no internal idea, no principle of unity, no theology. Its adherents, I said, are already separating from each other; they will melt away like a snowdrift. It has no straightforward view on any one point, on which it professes to teach and to hide its poverty. It has dressed itself out in a maze of words. We have no dread of it at all. We only fear what it may lead to. It does not stand on an entrenched ground, or make any pretence to be a position. It does but occupy the space between contending powers, Catholic truth and rationalism. Then indeed will be the stern encounter, when two real and living principles, simple, entire, and consistent, one in the Church and the other out of it, at length rush upon each other, contending not for the names and words, or half-views, but for elementary notions and distinctive moral characters. Whether the idea of the coming age upon religion were true or false, at least they would be real. In the present day, I said, mistiness is the mother of wisdom. A man can set down half a dozen general propositions, which escape from destroying one another, only by being diluted into truisms, who can hold the balance between the opposites so skilfully as to do without fulcrum or beam, who never enunciates the truth without guarding himself against being supposed to exclude the contradictory, who holds that Scripture is the only authority, yet that the Church is to be deferred to, that faith only justifies, yet that it does not justify without works, that grace does not depend on the sacraments, yet is not given without them, that bishops are a divine ordinance, yet those who have them not are in the same religious condition as those who have. This is your safe man, and the hope of the Church. This is what the Church is said to want, not party men, but sensible, temperate, sober, well-judging persons, to guide it through the channel of no meaning, between the Scylla and Charybdis of A and No. This state of things, however, I said could not last, if men were to read and think. They will not keep in that very attitude which you call sound Church of Englandism or orthodox Protestantism. They cannot go on for ever standing on one leg, or sitting without a chair, or walking with their feet tied, or like Tityrus's stags grazing in the air. They will take one view or another, but it will be a consistent view. It may be Liberalism, or Erastianism, or Popery, Catholicity, but it will be real. I concluded the article by saying that all who did not wish to be democratic, or pantheistic, or popish, must look out for some via media which will preserve us from what threatens, though it cannot restore the dead. The spirit of Luther is dead, but Hildebrand and Loyola are alive. Is it sensible, sober, judicious, to be so very angry with those writers of the day, who point to the fact that our divines of the 17th century have occupied a ground which is the true and intelligible mean between extremes? Is it wise to quarrel with this ground, because it is not exactly what we should choose, had we the power to choose? Is it true moderation, instead of trying to fortify a middle doctrine, to fling stones at those who do? Would you rather have your sons and daughters members of the Church of England or of the Church of Rome? And thus I left the matter. But while I was speaking of the future of the movement, I was in truth winding up my accounts with it, little dreaming that it was so to be. While I was still, in some way or other, feeling about for an available via media, I was soon to receive a shock which was to cast out of my imagination all middle courses and compromises for ever. As I have said, this article appeared in the April number of the British Critic. In the July number, I cannot tell why, there is no article of mine. Before the number of October, the event had happened to which I have alluded. But before I proceed to describe what happened to me in the summer of 1839, I must detain the reader for a while, in order to describe the issue of the controversy between Rome and the Anglican Church, as I viewed it. This will involve some dry discussion, but it is necessary for my narrative, as plans of buildings and homesteads are at times needed in the proceeding of our law courts. I have said already that, though the object of the movement was to withstand the liberalism of the day, I found and felt this could not be done by mere negatives. It was necessary for us to have a positive Church theory erected on a definite basis. This took me to the great Anglican divines, and then of course I found at once that it was impossible to form any such theory, without cutting across the teaching of the Church of Rome. Thus came in the Roman controversy. When I first turned myself to it, I had neither doubt on the subject, nor suspicions that doubt would ever come upon me. It was in this state of mind that I began to read up Bellarmine on the one hand, and numberless Anglican writers on the other. But I soon found, as others had found before me, that it was a tangled and manifold controversy, difficult to master, more difficult to put out of hand with neatness and precision. It was easy to make points, not easy to sum up and settle. It was not easy to find a clear issue for the dispute, and still less by a logical process to decide it in favour of Anglicanism. This difficulty, however, had no tendency whatever to harass or perplex me. It was a matter which bore not on convictions, but on proofs. First, I saw, as all see who study the subject, that a broad distinction had to be drawn between the actual state of belief and of usage in the countries which were in communion with the Roman Church and her formal dogmas. The latter did not cover the former. Sensible pain, for instance, is not implied in the Tridentine decree upon purgatory, but it was the tradition of the Latin Church, and I had seen pictures of souls in flames in the streets of Naples. Bishop Lloyd had brought this distinction out strongly in an article in the British Critic in 1825. Indeed, it was one of the most common objections made to the Church of Rome, that she dared not commit herself by formal decree to what nevertheless she sanctioned and allowed. Accordingly, in my prophetical office, I viewed as simply separate ideas Rome quiescent and Rome in action. I contrasted her creed on the one hand with her ordinary teachings, her controversial tone, her political and social bearing, and her popular beliefs and practices on the other. While I made this distinction between the decree and the traditions of Rome, I drew a parallel distinction between Anglicanism quiescent and Anglicanism in action. In its formal creed, Anglicanism was not a great distance from Rome. Far otherwise, when viewed in its insular spirit, the tradition of its establishment, its historical characteristics, its controversial rancour, and its private judgment, I disavowed and condemned those excesses, and called them Protestantism or ultra-Protestantism. I wished to find a parallel disclaimer on the part of Roman controversialists of that popular system of belief and usage in their own Church, which I call Popery. When that hope was a dream, I saw that the controversy lay between the book theology of Anglicanism on the one side, and the living system of what I called Roman corruption on the other. I could not get further than this. With this result I was forced to content myself. These then were the parties in the controversy: the Anglican via media and the popular religion of Rome. And next, as to the issue to which the controversy between them was to be brought, it was this: the Anglican disputant took his stand upon antiquity or apostolicity, the Roman upon Catholicity. The Anglican said to the Roman, "There is but one faith, the ancient, and you have not kept it." The Roman retorted, "There is but one Church, the Catholic, and you are out of it." The Anglican urged, "Your special beliefs, practices, modes of action are nowhere in antiquity." The Roman objected, "You do not communicate with any one Church besides your own and its offshoots, and you have discarded principles, doctrines, sacraments, and usages, which are and ever have been received in the East and the West." The true Church, as defined in the Creeds, was both Catholic and Apostolic. Now, as I viewed the controversy in which I was engaged, England and Rome had divided these notes or prerogatives between them. The cause lay thus: Apostolicity versus Catholicity. However, in thus stating the matter, of course I do not wish to suppose that I allowed the note of Catholicity really to belong to Rome, to the disparagement of the Anglican Church; but I considered that the special point or plea of Rome in the controversy was Catholicity, as the Anglican plea was antiquity. Of course I contend that the Roman idea of Catholicity was not ancient and apostolic. It was in my judgment at the utmost only natural, becoming, expedient, that the whole of Christendom should be united in one visible body, while such a unity might, on the other hand, be nothing more than a mere heartless and political combination. For myself, I held with the Anglican divines, that in the primitive Church there was a very real mutual independence between its separate parts, though from a dictate of charity there was in fact a close union between them. I considered that each see and diocese might be compared to a crystal, and that each was similar to the rest, and that the sum total of them all was only a collection of crystals. The unity of the Church lay not in its being a polity, but in its being a family, a race, coming down by apostolical descent from its first founders and bishops. And I consider this truth brought out beyond the possibilities of dispute in the Epistles of St. Ignatius, in which the bishop is represented as the one supreme authority in the Church, that is, in his own place, with no one above him, except as, for the sake of ecclesiastical order and expedience, arrangements had been made by which one was put over or under another. So much for our claim to Catholicity, which was so perversely appropriated by our opponents to themselves. On the other hand, as to our special strong point, antiquity, while of course by means of it we were able to condemn most emphatically the novel claim of Rome to domineer over other Churches, which were in truth her equals. Further than that, we thereby especially convicted her of the intolerable offence of having added to the faith. This was the critical head of accusation urged against her by the Anglican disputant, and as he referred to St. Ignatius in proof that he himself was a true Catholic, in spite of being separated from Rome, so he triumphantly referred to the treatise of Vincentius of Lerins upon the quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab omnibus. In proof of that, the controversialists of Rome, in spite of their possession of the Catholic name, were separated in their creed from the apostolical and primitive faith. Of course, those controversialists had their own mode of answering him, with which I am not concerned in this place. Here I am only concerned with the issue itself, between the one party and the other, antiquity versus Catholicity. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Part 2 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Now I will proceed to illustrate what I have been saying of the status of the controversy as it presented itself to my mind, by extracts from my writings of the dates of 1836, 1840, and 1841. And I introduce them with a remark, which especially applies to the paper, from which I shall quote first, of the date 1836. That paper appeared in the March and April numbers of the British Magazine of that year, and was entitled Home Thoughts Abroad. Now it will be found that, in the discussion which it contains, as in various other writings of mine, when I was in the Anglican Church, the arguments in behalf of Rome is stated with considerable perspicuity and force. And at the time my friends and supporters cried out, "How imprudent!" And both at the time and especially in a later date, my enemies have cried out, "How insidious!" Friends and foes virtually agreed in their criticism. I had set out the cause which I was combating to the best advantage. This was an offence. It might be from imprudence, it might be with a traitorous design. It was from neither the one nor the other, but for the following reasons. First, I had a great impatience, whatever was the subject, of not bringing out the whole of it as clearly as I could. Next, I wished to be as fair to my adversaries as possible. And thirdly, I thought that there was a great deal of shallowness among our friends, and that they undervalued the strength of the argument in behalf of Rome, and that they ought to be roused to a more exact apprehension of the position of the controversy. At a later date, 1841, when I really felt the force of Roman's side of the question myself, as a difficulty which had to be met, I had a fourth reason for such frankness in argument, and that was because a number of persons were unsettled far more than I was as to the Catholicity of the Anglican Church. It was quite plain that unless I was perfectly candid in stating what could be said against it, there was no chance that any representations which I felt to be in its favour, or at least to be adverse to Rome, would have had any success with the persons in question. At all times I had a deep conviction, to put the matter on the lowest ground, that honesty was the best policy. Accordingly, in July 1841, I expressed myself thus on the Anglican difficulty: "This is an objection which we must honestly say is deeply felt by many people, and not inconsiderable ones; and the more it is openly avowed to be a difficulty, the better; for there is then the chance of its being acknowledged, and in the course of time obviated, as far as may be, by those who have the power. Flagrant evils cure themselves by being flagrant, and we are sanguine that the time is come when so great an evil as this is cannot stand its ground against the good feelings and common sense of religious persons. It is the very strength of Romanism against us, and unless the proper persons take it into their serious consideration, they may look for certain to undergo the loss, as time goes on, of some whom they would least like to be lost to our Church." The measure which I had especially in view in this passage was the project of a Jerusalem bishopric, which the then Archbishop of Canterbury was at the time concocting with M. Bunsen, and of which I shall speak more in the sequel. And now to return to the Home Thoughts Abroad of the spring of 1836. The discussion contained in the composition runs in the form of a dialogue. One of the disputants says, "You say to me that the Church of Rome is corrupt. What then? To cut off a limb is a strange way of saving it from the influence of some constitutional ailment. Indigestion may cause cramp in the extremities, yet we spare our poor feet notwithstanding. Surely there is such a religious fact as the existence of a great Catholic body, union with which is a Christian privilege and duty. Now, we English are separate from it." The other answers, "The present is an unsatisfactory, miserable state of things, yet I can grant no more. The Church is founded on a doctrine, on the gospel of truth. It is a means to an end. Perish the Church, though blessed be the promise, this cannot be. Yet let it perish rather than the truth should fail. Purity of faith is more precious to the Christian than unity itself. If Rome has erred grievously in doctrine, then it is a duty to separate even from Rome. His friend, who takes the Roman side of the argument, refers to the image of the vine and its branches, which is found, I think, in St. Cyprian, as if a branch cut from the Catholic vine must necessarily die. Also he quotes the passage from St. Augustine in controversy with the Donatists to the same effect, namely, that as being separated from the body of the Church, they were ipso facto cut off from the heritage of Christ. And he quotes St. Cyril's argument drawn from the very title Catholic, which no body or communion of men has ever dared or been able to appropriate besides one. He adds, "Now I am only contending for the fact that the communion of Rome constitutes the main body of the Church Catholic, and that we are split off from it, and in the condition of the Donatists." The other replies by denying the fact that the present Roman communion is like St. Augustine's Catholic Church, inasmuch as there must be taken into account the large Anglican and Greek communions. Presently he takes the offensive, naming distinctly the points in which Rome has departed from the primitive Christianity, namely, the practical idolatry, the virtual worship of the Virgin and Saints, which are the offences of the Latin Church, and degradation of moral truth and duty, which follow from these. And again, we cannot join a Church, did we wish it ever so much, which does not acknowledge our orders, refuses us the cup, demands our acquiescence in image worship, and excommunicates us, if we do not receive it and all other decisions of the Tridentine Council. His opponent answers these objections by referring to the doctrine of developments of gospel truth. Besides, the Anglican system itself is not found completely in those early centuries, so that the Anglican principle of antiquity is self-destructive. When a man takes up this via media, he is a mere doctrinaire. He is like those who in some matter of business start up to suggest their own little crotchet, and are ever measuring mountains with a pocket ruler, or improving the planetary courses. The via media has slept in libraries. It is a substitute of infancy for manhood. It is plain, then, that at the end of 1835, or the beginning of 1836, I had the whole state of the question before me, on which, to my mind, the decision between the Churches depended. It is observable that the question of the position of the Pope, whether as a centre of unity or as a source of jurisdiction, did not come into my thoughts at all, nor did it, I think I may say, to the end. I doubt whether I ever distinctly held any of his powers to be de jure divino while I was in the Anglican Church. Not that I saw any difficulties in the doctrine, not that in connexion with the history of St. Leo, of which I shall speak by and by, the idea of its infallibility did not cross my mind, for it did. But after all, in my view, the controversy did not turn upon it, it turned upon the faith in the Church. This was my issue of the controversy from the beginning to the end. There was a contrariety of claims between the Roman and Anglican religions, and the history of my conversation is simply the process of working it out to a solution. In 1838 I illustrated it by the contrast presented to us between the Madonna and Child and a Calvary. The peculiarity of the Anglican theology was this, that it supposed the truth to be entirely objective and detached, not, as the theology of Rome, lying hid in the bosom of the Church, as if one of her clinging to and, as it were, lost in her embrace, but as being sole and unapproachable, as on the cross or at the resurrection, with the Church close by, but in the background. As I viewed the controversy in 1836 and 1838, so I viewed it in 1840 and 1841. In the British Critic of January 1840, after gradually investigating how the matter lies between the Churches by means of a dialogue, I end thus: "It would seem that in the above discussion each disputant has a strong point. Our strong point is the argument from primitiveness, that of Romanists from universality. It is a fact, however, it is to be accounted for, that Rome has added to the Creed; and it is a fact, however we justify ourselves, that we are estranged from the great body of Christians over the world. And each of these two facts is at first sight a grave difficulty in the respective systems to which they belong. Again, while Rome, though not deferring to the Fathers, recognizes them, and England, not deferring to the large body of the Church, recognizes it, both Rome and England have a point to clear up." And still more strongly in July 1841, "If the note of schism, on the one hand, lies against England, an antagonist disgrace lies upon Rome, the note of idolatry. Let us not be mistaken here. We are neither accusing Rome of idolatry, nor ourselves of schism. We think neither charge tenable. But still the Roman Church practices what is so like idolatry, and the English Church makes much of what is very like schism, that without deciding what is the duty of the Roman Catholic towards the Church of England in her present state, we do seriously think that members of the English Church have a providential direction given them, how to comport themselves towards the Church of Rome, while she is what she is." One remark more about Antiquity and the Via Media. As time went on, without doubting the strength of the Anglican argument from Antiquity, I felt also that it was not merely our special plea, but our only one. Also I felt that the Via Media which was to represent it, was to be a sort of remodelled and adapted Antiquity. This I advanced both in Home Thoughts Abroad and in the Articles of the British Critic, which I have analyzed above. But this circumstance, that after all we must use private judgment upon Antiquity, created a sort of distrust of my theory altogether, which in the conclusion of my volume on the Prophetical Office, 1836-37, I expressed thus: "Now that our discussions draw to a close, the thought with which we entered the subject is apt to recur, when the excitement of the inquiry has subsided, and weariness has succeeded, that what has been said is but a dream, the wanton exercise, rather than the practical conclusion, of the intellect." And I concluded the paragraph by anticipating a line of thought into which I was in event almost obliged to take refuge. After all, I say, the Church is ever invisible in its day, and faith only apprehends it. What was this but to give up the notes of a visible Church altogether, whether the Catholic note or the Apostolic? The long vacation of 1839 began early. There had been a great many visitors to Oxford, from Easter to Commemoration, and Dr. Pusey's party had attracted attention, more, I think, than in any former year. I had put away from me the controversies with Rome for more than 2 years. In my parochial sermons the subject had at no time been introduced. There had been nothing for 2 years, either in my tract or in the British Critic, of a polemical character. I was returning for the vacation to the course of reading which I had many years before chosen as especially my own. I have no reason to suppose that the thought of Rome came across my mind at all. About the middle of June I began to study and master the history of the Monophysites. I was absorbed in the doctrinal question. This was from about June 13th to August 30th. It was during this course of reading that for the first time a doubt came upon me of the tenableness of Anglicanism. I recollect on the 30th of July mentioning to a friend, whom I had accidentally met, how remarkable the history was, but by the end of August I was seriously alarmed. I have described in a former work how the history affected me. My stronghold was Antiquity. Now here, in the middle of the 5th century, I found, as it seemed to me, Christendom of the 16th and 19th centuries reflected. I saw my face in that mirror, and I was a Monophysite. The Church of the Via Media was in the position of the Oriental Communion. Rome was where she now is, and the Protestants were the Eutychians. Of all the passages of history, since history has been, who would have thought of going to the sayings and doings of old Eutychus, that Delirus Senex, as I think Petavius calls him, and to the enormities and unprincipled Dioscorus, in order to be converted to Rome? Now let it be simply understood that I am not writing controversially, but with the one object of relating things as they happened to me in the course of my conversion. With this view I will quote a passage from the account which I gave in 1850 of my reasoning and feeling in 1839. It was difficult to make out how the Eutychians or Monophysites were heretics, unless Protestants and Anglicans were heretics also; difficult to find arguments against the Tridentine Fathers, which did not tell against the Fathers of Chalcedon; difficult to condemn the Popes of the 16th century without condemning the Popes of the 5th. The drama of religion and the combat of truth and error were ever one and the same. The principles and proceedings of the Church now were those of the Church then; the principles and proceedings of heretics then were those of Protestants now. I found it so, almost fearfully. There was an awful similitude, more awful because so silent and unimpassioned, between the dead records of the past and the feverish chronicle of the present. The shadow of the 5th century was on the 16th. It was like a spirit rising from the troubled waters of the Old World, with the shape and lineaments of the New. The Church then and now might be called peremptory and stern, resolute, overbearing, and relentless. The heretics were shifting, changeable, reserved, and deceitful, ever counting civil power, and never agreeing together except by its aid; and the civil power was ever aiming at comprehensions, trying to put the invisible out of view, and substituting expediency for faith. What was the use of continuing the controversy, or defending my position, if, after all, I was foregoing arguments for Arius or Eutychus, and turning devil's advocates against the much enduring Athanasius and the majestic Leo? Be my soul with the saints, and shall I lift up my hand against them? Sooner may my right hand forget her cunning, and wither outright, as his whose once stretched it out against a prophet of God. Anathema to a whole tribe of Cranmers, Riddles, Latimers, and Jewels. Perish the names of Bramhall, User, Taylor, Stillingfleet, and Barrow, from the face of the earth, ere I should do aught but fall at the feet in love and in worship, whose image was continually before my eyes, and whose musical words were ever in my ears and on my tongue. Hardly had I brought my course of reading to a close, when the Dublin Review of that same August was put into my hands, by friends who were more favourable to the cause of Rome than I was myself. There was an article in it on the Anglican claim by Dr. Wiseman. This was about the middle of September. It was on Donatus, with an application of Anglicanism. I read it, and did not see much in it. The Donatist controversy was known to me for some years, as has appeared already. The case was not parallel to that of the Anglican Church. St. Augustine in Africa wrote against the Donatists in Africa. They were a furious party who made a schism with the African Church, and not beyond its limits. It was a case of altar against altar, of two occupants of the same see, as that between the non-jurors in England and the Established Church; not the case of one Church against another, as of Rome against the Oriental Monophysites. But my friend and anxiously religious man now, as then, very dear to me, a Protestant still, pointed out the palmary words of St. Augustine, which were contained in one of the extracts made in the Review, and which had escaped my observation. Securus judicat orbis terrarum. He repeated these words again and again, and when he was gone they kept ringing in my ears. Securus judicat orbis terrarum. They were words which went beyond the occasion of the Donatists. They applied to that of the Monophysites. They gave a cogency to the article which had escaped me at first. They decided ecclesiastical questions on a simpler rule than that of antiquity. Nay, St. Augustine was one of the prime oracles of antiquity. Here, then, antiquity was deciding against itself. What a light was hereby thrown upon every controversy in the Church! Not that, for the moment, the multitude may not falter in their judgment; not that, in the Arian hurricane, seas more than can be numbered did not bend before its fury, and fall off from St. Athanasius; not that the crowd of Oriental bishops did not need to be sustained during the contest by the voice and the eye of St. Leo; but that deliberate judgment, in which the whole Church at length rests and acquiesces, is an infallible prescription and a final sentence against such portions of it as protest and secede. Who can account for the impressions which are made on him? For a mere sentence, the words of St. Augustine struck me with a power which I never had felt from any words before. To take a familiar instance, they were like the turn against Whittington of the chime; or, to take a more serious one, they were like the tolle lege of the child, which converted St. Augustine himself. Securus judicat orbis terrarum. By those great words of the ancient Father, interpreting and summing up the long and varied course of ecclesiastical history, the theory of the Via Media was absolutely pulverized. I became excited at the view thus opened upon me. I was just starting on a round of visits, and I mentioned my state of mind to two most intimate friends; I think to no others. After a while I got calm, and at length the vivid impression upon my imagination faded away. What I thought about it on reflection, I will attempt to describe presently. I had to determine its logical value and its bearing upon my duty. Meanwhile, so far as this was certain, I had seen the shadow of my hand upon the wall. It was clear that I had a good deal to learn on the question of the Churches, and that perhaps some new light was coming upon me. He who had seen a ghost cannot be as if he had never seen it. The heavens had opened and closed again. The thought of the moment had been, "The Church of Rome will be found right after all," and then it had vanished. My old convictions remained as before. At this time I wrote my Sermon on Divine Calls, which I published in my volume of Plain Sermons. It ends thus: "Oh that we could take the simple view of things, as to feel that one thing which lies before us is to please God! What gain is it to please the world, to please the great, nay, even to please those whom we love, compared with this? What gain is it to be applauded, admired, courted, followed, compared with this one aim, of not being disobedient to a heavenly vision? What can this world offer comparable with that insight into spiritual things, that keen faith, that heavenly peace, that high sanctity, that everlasting righteousness, that hope of glory, which they have who in sincerity love and follow our Lord Jesus Christ? Let us beg and pray Him day by day to reveal Himself to our souls more fully, to quicken our senses, to give us sight and hearing, taste and touch of the world to come, so to work within us that we may sincerely say, 'Thou shalt guide me with Thy counsel, and after that receive me with glory. Whom have I in heaven but Thee? And there is none upon earth that I desire in comparison of Thee. My flesh and my heart faileth, but God is the strength of my heart, and my portion for ever.'" Now to trace the succession of thoughts, and the conclusions and the consequent innovations of my previous belief, and the general conduct to which I was led upon this sudden visitation. And first, I will say, whatever comes of saying it, for I leave inferences to others, that for years I must have had something of an habitual notion, though it was latent, and had never led me to distrust my own convictions, that my mind had not found its ultimate rest, and that in some sense or other I was on journey. During the same passage across the Mediterranean in which I wrote, "Lead, kindly light," I also wrote the verses which are found in the Lyra under the head of Providences, beginning, "When I look back." This was in 1833, and since I have begun this narrative, I have found a memorandum, under the date of September 7th, 1829, in which I speak of myself as "now in my rooms in Oriel College, slowly advancing, etc., and led on by God's hand blindly, not knowing whither He is taking me." But whatever this presentiment be worth, it was no protection against the dismay and disgust which I felt in consequence of the dreadful misgivings of which I have been relating the history. The one question was, what was I to do? I had to make up my mind for myself, and others could not help me. I determined to be guided, not by my imagination, but by my reason. And this I said over and over again in the years which followed, both in conversation and in private letters. Had it not been for this severe resolve, I should have been a Catholic sooner than I was. Moreover, I felt on consideration a positive doubt, on the other hand, whether the suggestion did not come from below. Then I said to myself, time alone can solve that question. It was my business to go on as usual, to obey those convictions to which I had so long surrendered myself, which still had possession of me, and on which my new thoughts had no direct bearing. That new conception of things should only so far influence me, as it had a logical claim to do so. If it came from above, it would come again, so I trusted, and with more definite outlines and greater cogency and consistency of proof. I thought of Samuel, before "he knew the word of the Lord," and therefore I went and lay down to sleep again. This was my broad view of the matter, in my prima facie conclusion. However, my new historical fact had already to a certain point a logical force. Down had come the Via Media as a definite theory or scheme under the blows of St. Leo. My prophetical office had come to pieces, not indeed as an argument against Roman errors, not against Protestantism, but as in behalf of England. I had no longer a distinctive plea for Anglicanism, unless I would be a Monophysite. I had most painfully to fall back upon my three original points of belief, which I have spoken so much of in a former passage: the principle of dogma, the Sacramental System, and Anti-Romanism. Of these three, the first two were better secured in Rome than in the Anglican Church. The Apostolical Succession, the two prominent sacraments, and the primitive creeds belonged indeed to the latter, but there had been and was far less strictness on matters of dogma and ritual in the Anglican system than in the Roman. In consequence, my main argument for the Anglican claims lay in the positive and special charges which I could bring against Rome. I had no positive Anglican theory. I was very nearly a pure Protestant. Lutherans had a sort of theology, so had Calvinists. I had none. However, this pure Protestantism, to which I was gradually left, was really a practical principle. It was strong, though it was only a negative ground, and it still had a great hold on me. As a boy of 15, I had so fully imbibed it, that I had actually erased in my Gradus ad Parnassum such titles under the word Papa as Christe Vicaris, Sacer Interpres, and Sceptra Gerens, and substituted epithets so vile that I cannot bring myself to write them down here. The effect of this early persuasion remained as what I have already called it, a stain upon my imagination. As regards my reason, I began in 1833 to form theories on the subject, which tended to obliterate it. Yet by 1838 I had got no further than to consider Antichrist as not the Church of Rome, but the spirit of the old pagan city, the fourth monster of Daniel, which was still alive, and which had corrupted the Church which was planted there. Soon after this indeed, and before my attention was directed to the Monophysite controversy, I underwent a great change of opinion. I saw that, from the nature of the case, the true vicar of Christ must ever to the world seem like Antichrist, and be stigmatized as such, because a resemblance must ever exist between an original and a forgery, and thus the fact of such a calumny was almost one of the notes of the Church. But we cannot unmask ourselves or change our habits in a moment. Though my reason was convinced, I did not throw off, for some time after, I could not have thrown off, the unreasoned prejudice and suspicion which I cherished about her at least by fits and starts, in spite of this conviction of my reason. I cannot prove this, but I believe it to have been the case from what I recollect of myself. Nor was there anything in the history of St. Leo and the Monophysites to undo the firm belief I had in the existence of what I call the practical abuses and excesses of Rome. To her inconsistencies then, to her ambition and intrigue, to her sophistries, as I consider them to be, I now had recourse in my opposition to her, both public and personal. I did so by way of a relief. I had a great and growing dislike, after the summer of 1839, to speak against the Roman Church herself or her formal doctrines. I was very averse to speaking against doctrines which might possibly turn out to be true, though at the time I had no reason for thinking they were, or against the Church which had preserved them. I began to have misgivings, that strong as my own feelings had been against her, yet in some things which I had said, I had taken the statements of Anglican divines for granted, without weighing them for myself. I said to a friend in 1840, in a letter which I shall use presently, I am troubled by doubts whether, as it is, I have not in what I have published spoken too strongly against Rome, though I think I did it in a kind of faith, being determined to push myself into the English system, and say all that our divines said, whether I had fully weighed it or not. I was sore about the great Anglican divines, as if they had taken me in, and made me say strong things which facts did not justify. Yet I did still hold in substance all that I had said against the Church of Rome in my prophetical office. I felt the force of the usual Protestant objections against her. I believed that we had the Apostolic succession in the Anglican Church, and the grace of the sacraments. I was not sure that the difficulty of its isolation might not be overcome, though I was far from sure that it could. I did not see any clear proof that it had committed itself to any heresy, or had taken part against the truth, and I was not sure that it would not revive into full apostolic purity and strength, and grow into union with Rome herself, Rome explaining her doctrines and guarding against their abuse. That is, if we were but patient and hopeful. I began to wish for union between the Anglican Church and Rome, if and when it was possible, and I did what I could to gain weekly prayers for that object. The ground which I felt to be good against her was the moral ground. I felt I could not be wrong in striking at her political and social line of action. The alliance of a dogmatic religion with liberals, high or low, seemed to me a providential direction against moving towards Rome, and a better preservative against Popery, than the 3 volumes in folio in which, I think, that prophylactic is to be found. However, on occasion which demanded it, I felt it a duty to give out plainly all that I thought, though I did not like to do so. One such instance occurred when I had to publish a letter about Tract 90. In that letter I said, instead of setting before the soul the Holy Trinity, and heaven and hell, the Church of Rome does seem to me, as a popular system, to preach the Blessed Virgin and the Saints and Purgatory. On this occasion I recollect expressing to a friend the distress it gave me thus to speak, but I said, how can I help saying it? If I think it, and I do think it, my Bishop calls on me to say out what I think, and that is the long and short of it. But I recollected Hurrell Froude's words to me, almost his dying words. I must enter another protest against your cursing and swearing. What good can it do? And I call it uncharitable to an excess. How mistaken we may ourselves be, on many points that are only gradually opening on us. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 3, Part 3 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Instead then of speaking of errors in doctrine, I was driven by my state of mind to insist upon the political conduct, the controversial bearing, and the social methods and manifestations of Rome. And here I found a matter ready to my hand, which affected me the more sensibly for the reason that it lay at our very doors. I can hardly describe too strongly my feeling upon it. I had an unspeakable aversion to the policy and acts of Mr. O'Connell, because, as I thought, he associated himself with men of all religions and no religion against the Anglican Church, and advanced Catholicism by violence and intrigue. When then I found him taken up by the English Catholics, and, I suppose, at Rome, I considered I had a fulfilment before my eyes how the Court of Rome played fast and loose, and justified the serious charges which I had seen put down in books against it. Here we saw what Rome was in action, whatever she might be when quiescent. Her conduct was simply secular and political. This feeling led me into the excesses of being very rude to that zealous and most charitable man, Mr. Spencer, when he came to Oxford in January 1840 to get Anglicans to set about praying for unity. I myself at the time, or soon after, drew up such prayers. Their desirableness was one of the first thoughts which came upon me after my shock. But I was too much annoyed with the political action of the Catholic body in these islands to wish to have anything to do with them personally. So glad in my heart was I to see him, when he came to my room with Mr. Palmer of Magdalen, that I could have laughed for joy. I think I did laugh, but I was very rude to him. I would not meet him at dinner, and that, though I did not say so, because I considered him in loco apostate from the Anglican Church, and I hereby beg his pardon for it. I wrote afterwards with a view to apologize, but I dare say he must have thought that I made the matter worse, for these were my words to him: "The news that you are praying for us is most touching, and raises a variety of indescribable emotions. May their prayers return abundantly into their own bosoms. Why then do I not meet you in a manner comfortable with these first feelings? For this single reason, if I may say it, that your acts are contrary to your words. You invite us to a union of hearts, at the same time that you are doing all you can, not to restore, not to reform, not to reunite, but to destroy our Church. You go further than your principles require. You are leagued with our enemies. The voice is Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. This is what especially distresses us. This is what we cannot understand, how Christians, like yourselves, with the clear view you have that a warfare is ever waging in the world between good and evil, should, in the present state of England, ally yourself with the side of evil against the side of good. Of parties now in the country, you cannot but allow that next to yourselves we are nearest to revealed truth. We maintain great and holy principles, we profess Catholic doctrine. So near are we as a body to yourselves in modes of thinking, as even to have been taunted with the nicknames which belongs to you. And on the other hand, if there are professed infidels, scoffers, skeptics, unprincipled men, rebels, they are found among our opponents. And yet you take part with them against us. You consent to act hand in hand with these and others for our overthrow. Alas, all this it is that impresses us irresistibly with the notion that you are a political, not a religious party, that in order to gain an end on which you set your hearts, an open stage for yourselves in England, you ally yourselves with those who hold nothing against those who hold something. This is what distresses my own mind so greatly. To speak of myself, that, with limitations which need not now be mentioned, I cannot meet familiarly with leading persons in the Roman communion, and least of all when they come on a religious errand. Break off, I would say, with Mr. O'Connell in Ireland, and the Liberal parties in England, or come not to us with overtures for mutual prayer and religious sympathy. And here came in another feeling of a personal nature, which had little to do with the argument against Rome, except that in my prejudice I viewed what happened to myself in the light of my own ideas of the traditionary conduct of her advocates and instruments. I was very stern in the case of any interference in our Oxford matters on the part of charitable Catholics, and of any attempt to do me good personally. There was nothing, indeed, at the time more likely to throw me back. Why do you meddle? Why cannot you let me alone? You can do me no good. You know nothing on earth about me. You may actually do me harm. I am in better hands than yours. I know my own sincerity of purpose, and I am determined upon taking my time. Since I have been a Catholic, people have sometimes accused me of backwardness in making converts, and Protestants have argued from it that I have no great eagerness to do so. It would be against my nature to act otherwise than I do, but besides, it would be to forget the lessons which I gained in the experience of my own history in the past. This is the account which I have to give of some savage and ungrateful words in the British Critic of 1840 against the controversialists of Rome. By their fruits ye shall know them. We see it attempting to gain converts among us by unreal representations of its doctrines, plausible statements, bold assertions, appeals to the weakness of human nature, to our fancies, our eccentricities, our fears, our frivolities, our false philosophies. We see its agents smiling and nodding, and ducking to attract attention, as gipsies make up to truant boys, holding out tales for the nursery, and pretty pictures, and gilt gingerbread, and physic concealed in jam, and sugar plums for good children. Who can but feel shame when the religion of Ximenes, Borromeo, and Pascal is so overlaid? Who can but feel sorrow when its devout and earnest defenders so mistake its genius and its capabilities? We Englishmen like manliness, openness, consistency, truth. Rome will never gain on us till she learns these virtues and uses them, and then she may gain on us, but it will be by ceasing to be what we now mean by Rome, by having a right, not to have dominion over our faith, but to gain and possess our affections in the bonds of the gospel. Till she ceases to be what she practically is, a union is impossible between her and England. But if she does reform, and who can presume to say that so large a part of Christendom never can, then it will be our Church's duty at once to join in communion with the continental churches, whatever politicians at home may say to it, and whatever steps the civil powers may take in consequence. And though we may not live to see that day, at least we are bound to pray for it. We are bound to pray for our brethren that they and we may be led together into a pure light of the gospel, and be one as we once were one. It was most touching news to be told, as we were lately, that Christians on the continent were praying together for the spiritual well-being of England. May they gain light while they aim at unity, and grow in faith while they manifest their love. We too have our duties to them, not of reviling, not of slandering, not of hating, though political interests require it, but the duty of loving brethren still more abundantly in spirit, whose faces, for our sins and their sins, we are not allowed to see in the flesh. No one ought to indulge in insinuations. It certainly diminishes my right to complain of slander uttered against myself, when, as in this passage, I had already spoken in disparagement of the controversialists of that religious body to which I myself now belong. I have thus put together as well as I can what has to be said about my general state of mind for the autumn of 1839 to the summer of 1841. And having done so, I go on to narrate how my new misgivings affected my conduct in my relations towards the Anglican Church. When I got back to Oxford in October 1839, after the visits which I had been paying, it so happened there had been in my absence occurrences of an awkward character, compromising me both with my bishop and also with the authorities of the University, and this drew my attention at once to the state of the movement party there, and made me very anxious for the future. In the spring of the year, as has been seen in the articles analyzed above, I had spoken of the excesses which were to be found among persons commonly included in it. At that time I thought little of such evil, but the new views which had come on me during the long vacation, on the one hand made me comprehend it, and on the other took away my power of effectively meeting it. A firm and powerful control was necessary to keep men straight. I never had a strong wrist, but at the very time when it was most needed, the reins had broken in my hands. With an anxious presentiment on my mind of the upshot of the whole inquiry, which it was almost impossible for me to conceal from men who saw me day by day, who heard my familiar conversations, who came perhaps for the express purpose of pumping me, and having a categorical yes or no to their questions, how could I expect to say anything about my actual, positive, present beliefs, which would be sustaining or consoling to such persons as were haunted already by doubts of their own? Nay, how could I, with satisfaction to myself, analyze my own mind, and say what I held and what I did not hold? Or how could I say with what limitations, shades of difference, or degrees of belief, I still held that body of Anglican opinions which I had openly professed and taught? How could I deny or assert this point or that, without injustice to the new light in which the whole evidence for those old opinions presented itself to my mind? However, I had to do what I could, and what was best under the circumstances. I found a general talk on the subject of the article in the Dublin Review, and, if it had affected me, it was not wonderful that it affected others also. As to myself, I felt no kind of certainty that the argument in it was conclusive. Taking it at the worst, granting that the Anglican Church had not the note of Catholicity, yet there were many notes of the Church. Some belonged to one age or place, some to another. Bellarmine had reckoned temporal prosperity among the notes of the Church, but the Roman Church had not any great popularity, wealth, glory, power, or prospects in the 19th century. It was not at all certain as yet, even that we had not the note of Catholicity, but if not this, we had others. My first business then was to examine the questions carefully, and see whether a great deal could not be said after all for the Anglican Church, in spite of its acknowledged shortcomings. This I did in an article on the Catholicity of the English Church, which appeared in the British Critic of January 1840. As to my personal distress on the point, I think it had gone by February 21st in that year, for I wrote then to Mr. Bowden about the important article in the Dublin. Thus, it made a great impression here, Oxford, and, I say what of course I would only say to such as yourself, it made me for a while very uncomfortable in my own mind. The great suspiciousness of his argument is one of the things which have made me despond so much, that is, as anticipating its effect upon others. But, secondly, the great stumbling block lay in the 39 Articles. It was urged that here was a positive note against Anglicanism. Anglicanism claimed to hold that the Church of England was nothing else than a continuation in this country, (as the Church of Rome might be in France or Spain), of that one Church of which in old times Athanasius and Augustine were members. But, if so, the doctrine must be the same. The doctrine of the old Church must live and speak in Anglican formularies, in the 39 Articles. Did it? Yes, it did. That is what I maintained. It did in substance, in a true sense. Man had done his worst to disfigure, to mutilate the old Catholic truth, but there it was, in spite of them, in the Articles still. It was there, but this must be shown. It was a matter of life and death to us to show it. And I believe that it could be shown. I consider that those grounds of justification which I gave above, when I was speaking of Tract 90, were sufficient for the purpose, and therefore I set about showing it at once. This was in March 1840, when I went up to Littlemore; and, as it was a matter of life and death with us, all risk must be run to show it. When the attempt was actually made, I had got reconciled to the prospect of it, and had no apprehensions as to the experiment. But in 1840, while my purpose was honest, and my grounds of reason satisfactory, I did nevertheless recognize that I was engaged in an experimentum crucis. I have no doubt that then I acknowledged to myself that it would be a trial of the Anglican Church, which it had never undergone before; not that the Catholic sense of the Articles had not been held, or at least suffered, by their framers and promulgators; not that it was not implied in the teaching of Andrewes or Beveridge, but that it had never been publicly recognized, while the interpretation of the day was Protestant and exclusive. I observed also that though my Tract was an experiment, it was, as I said at the time, no feeler. The event showed this; for, when my principle was not granted, I did not draw back, but gave up. I would not hold office in a Church which would not allow my sense of the Articles. My tone was, "This is necessary for us, and have it we must and will; and, if it tends to bring men to look less bitterly on the Church of Rome, so much the better." This then was the second work to which I set myself, though, when I got to Littlemore, other things interfered to prevent my accomplishing it at the moment. I had in mind to remove all such obstacles as lay in the way of holding the Apostolic and Catholic character of the Anglican teaching; to assert the right of all who chose, to say in the face of day, "Our Church teaches the primitive ancient faith." I did not conceal this. In Tract 90 it is put forward as the first principle of all. It is a duty which we owe both to the Catholic Church and to our own, to take our Reformed confessions in the most Catholic sense they will admit. We have no duties towards their framers. And still more pointedly in my letter, explanatory of the Tract, addressed to Dr. Jelf, I say, "The only peculiarity of the view I advocate, if I must so call it, is this, that whereas it is usual at this day to make the particular belief of their writers their true interpretation, I would make the belief of the Catholic Church such. That is, as it is often said that infants are regenerated in baptism, not on the faith of their parents, but of the Church, so in like manner I would say that the Articles are received, not in the sense of their framers, but (as far as the wording will admit or any ambiguity require it) in the one Catholic sense. A third measure, which I distinctly contemplated, was a resignation of St. Mary's, whatever became of the question of 39 Articles; and as a first step I meditated a retirement to Littlemore. Littlemore was an integral part of St. Mary's Parish, and between 2 and 3 miles distant from Oxford. I had built a church there several years before, and I went there to pass the Lent of 1840, and gave myself up to teaching in the parish school, and practising the choir. At the same time I had a view of monastic house there. I bought 10 acres of ground, and began planting, but this great design was never carried out. I mention it, because it shows how little I had really the idea at the time of ever leaving the Anglican Church. That I contemplated as early as 1839 the further step of giving up St. Mary's, appears from a letter which I wrote in October, 1840, to Mr. Keble, the friend whom it was most natural for me to consult on such a point. It ran as follows: "For a year past a feeling has been growing on me that I ought to give up St. Mary's, but I am no fit judge in the matter. I cannot ascertain accurately my own impressions and convictions, which are the basis of the difficulty; and though you cannot of course do this for me, yet you may help me generally. and perhaps supersede the necessity of my going by them at all. First, it is certain that I do not know my Oxford parishioners. I am not conscious of influencing them, and certainly I have no insight into their spiritual state. I have no personal, no pastoral acquaintance with them. To very few have I any opportunity of saying a religious word. Whatever influence I exert on them is precisely that which I may be exerting on persons out of my parish. In my excuse I am accustomed to say to myself that I am not adapted to get on with them, while others are. On the other hand, I am conscious that by means of my position at St. Mary's, I do exert a considerable influence on the University, whether on undergraduates or graduates. It seems then on the whole that I am using St. Mary's to the neglect of its direct duties, for objects not belonging to it. I am converting a parochial charge into a sort of University office. I think I may say truly that I have begun scarcely any plan but for the sake of my parish, but every one has turned independently of me into the direction of the University. I began Saints' Day services, daily services, and lectures in Adam de Brom's chapel for my parishioners, but they have not come to them. In consequence, I dropped the last mentioned, having, while it lasted, been naturally led to direct it to the instruction of those who did come, instead of those who did not. The weekly communion, I believed, I did begin for the sake of the University. Added to this, the authorities of the University, the appointed guardians of those who form great part of the attendance on my sermons, have shown a dislike of my preaching. One dissuades men from coming. The late Vice-Chancellor threatens to take his own children away from the Church, and the present, having an opportunity last spring of preaching in my parish pulpit, gets up and preaches against doctrine with which I am in good measure identified. No plainer proof can be given of the feeling in these quarters than the absurd myth, now a second time put forward, that Vice-Chancellors cannot be got to take the office on account of Puseyism. But further than this, I cannot disguise from myself that my preaching is not calculated to defend that system of religion which has been received for 300 years, and of which the heads of house are the legitimate maintainers in this place. They exclude me, as far as may be, from the University pulpit, and though I never have preached strong doctrines in it, they do so rightly, so far as this, that they understand that my sermons are calculated to undermine things established. I cannot disguise from myself that they are. No one will deny that most of my sermons are on moral subjects, not doctrinal. Still I am leading my hearers to the primitive Church, if you will, but not to the Church of England. Now, ought one to be disgusting the minds of young men with the received religion, in the exercise of a sacred office, yet without commission, and against the wish of their guides and governors? But this is not all. I fear I must allow that whether I will or no, I am deposing them towards Rome. First, because Rome is the only representative of the primitive Church besides ourselves. In proportion then as they are loosened from the one, they will go to the other. Next, because many doctrines which I have held have far greater, or their only scope in the Roman system. And moreover, if, as is not unlikely, we have in process of time heretical bishops or teachers among us, an evil which ipso facto infects the whole community to which they belong, and if again, what there are at this moment symptoms of, there be a movement in the English Roman Catholics to break the alliance of O'Connell and of Exeter Hall, strong temptations will be placed in the way of individuals already imbued with a tone of thought congenial to Rome, to join her communion. People tell me, on the other hand, that I am, whether by sermons or otherwise, exerting at St. Mary's a beneficial influence on our prospective clergy. But what if I take to myself the credit of seeing further than they, and of having in the course of the last year discovered that what they approve so much is very likely to end in Romanism? The arguments which I have published against Romanism seem to myself as cogent as ever, but men go by their sympathies, not by arguments; and if I feel the force of this influence myself, who bow to the arguments, why may not others still more, who never have in the same degree admitted the arguments? Nor can I counteract the danger by preaching or writing against Rome. I seem to myself almost to have shot my last arrow in the article on English Catholicity. It must be added that the very circumstance that I have committed myself against Rome has the effect of setting to sleep people suspicious about me, which is painful now that I begin to have suspicions about myself. I mentioned my general difficulty to Rogers a year since, than whom I know no one of a more fine and accurate conscience, and it was his spontaneous idea that I should give up St. Mary's, if my feelings continue. I mentioned it again to him lately, and he did not reverse his opinion, only expressed great reluctance to believe it must be so. Mr. Kebley's judgment was in favour of my retaining my living, at least for the present. What weighed with me most was his saying, "You must consider whether your retiring either from the pastoral care only, or from writing and printing and editing in the cause, would not be a sort of scandalous thing, unless it were done very warily. It would be said, you see he can go on no longer with the Church of England, except in mere lay communion; or people might say you repented on the cause altogether, till you see your way to mitigation, if not remove this evil. I certainly should advise you to stay." I answered as follows: "Since you think I may go on, it seems to follow that, under the circumstances, I ought to do so. There are plenty of reasons for it, directly it is allowed to be lawful. The following considerations have much reconciled my feelings to your conclusion. 1. I do not think that we have yet made fair trial how much the English Church will bear. I know it is a hazardous experiment, like proving cannon. Yet we must not take it for granted that the metal will burst in operation. It has borne at various times, not to say at this time, a great infusion of Catholic truth without damage. As to the result, namely whether the process will not approximate the whole English Church, as a body, to Rome, that is nothing to us. For what we know, it may be the providential means of uniting the whole Church in one, without fresh schismatizing or use of private judgment. Here I observe that what was contemplated was the bursting of the Catholicity of the Anglican Church, that is, my subjective idea of that Church. Its bursting would not hurt her with the world, but would be a discovery that she was purely and essentially Protestant, and would be really the hoisting of the engineer with his own petard, and this was the result. I continue. 2. Say that I move sympathies for Rome, in the same sense does Hooker, Taylor, Bull, etc. Their arguments may be against Rome, but the sympathies they raise must be towards Rome, so far as Rome maintains truth which our Church does not teach or enforce. Thus it is a question of degree between our divines and me. I may, if so be, go further. I may raise sympathies more, but I am urging minds in the same direction as they do. I am doing just the very thing which all our doctors have ever been doing. In short, would not Hooker, if Vicar of St. Mary's, be in my difficulty? Here it may be objected that Hooker could preach against Rome, and I could not. But I doubt whether he could have preached effectively against transubstantiation better than I, though neither he nor I held that doctrine. 3. Rationalism is the great evil of the day. May not I consider my post at St. Mary's as a place of protest against it? I am more certain that the Protestant spirit which I oppose leads to infidelity than that which I recommend leads to Rome. Who knows what the state of the University may be as regards divinity professors in a few years hence? Anyhow, a great battle may be coming on, of which Milman's book is a sort of earnest. The whole of our day may be a battle with the Spirit. May we not leave to another age its own evil, to settle the question of Romanism? I may add that from this time I had a curate at St. Mary's, who gradually took more and more of my work. Also, this same year, 1840, I made arrangements for giving up the British Critic in the following July, which were carried into effect at that date. End of Chapter 3, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 4 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Such was about my state of mind on the publication of Tract 90 in February 1841. I was indeed in prudence taking steps towards eventually withdrawing from St. Mary's, and I was not confident about my permanent adhesion to the Anglican creed, but I was in no actual perplexity or trouble of mind. Nor did the immense commotion consequent upon the publication of the Tract unsettle me again, for I fancied I had weathered the storm. As far as the bishops were concerned, the Tract had not been condemned; that was the great point, and I made much of it. To illustrate my feelings during this trial, I will make extracts from my letters addressed severally to Mr. Bowden and another friend, which have come into my possession. 1. March 15th. The heads, I believe, have just done a violent act. They have said that my interpretation of the Articles is an evasion. Do you think this will pain me? You see, no doctrine is censured, and my shoulders should manage to bear the charge. If you knew all, or were here, you would see that I have asserted a great principle, and I ought to suffer for it, that the Articles are to be interpreted not according to the meaning of the writers, but, as far as the wording will admit, according to the sense of the Catholic Church. 2. March 25th. I do trust I shall make no false steps, and hope my friends will pray for me to this effect. If, as you say, a density hangs over us, a single false step may ruin all. I am very well and comfortable, but we are not yet out of the wood. 3. April 1st. The Bishop sent me word on Sunday to write a letter to him instanter, so I wrote it on Monday. On Tuesday it passed through the press, on Wednesday it was out, and to-day, Thursday, it is in London. I trust that things are smoothing now, and that we have made a great step is certain. It is not right to boast, till I am clear out of the wood, that is, till I know how the letter is received in London. You know, I suppose, that I am to stop the Tracts, but you will see in the letter, though I speak quite what I feel, yet I have managed to take out on my side my snubbing worth, and this makes me anxious how it will be received in London. I have not had a misgiving for 5 minutes from the first, but I do not like to boast, lest some harm come. 4. April 4th. Your letter of this morning was an exceedingly great gratification to me, and it is confirmed, I am thankful to say, by opinion of others. The Bishop sent me a message that my letter had his unqualified approbation, and since that he has sent me a note to the same effect, only going more into detail. It is most pleasant too to my feelings to have such a testimony to the substantial truth and importance of No. 90, as I have had from so many of my friends, from those who, from their cautious turn of mind, I was least sanguine about. I have not had one misgiving myself about it throughout, and I do trust that what has happened will be overruled to subserve the great cause we all have at heart. May 9th. The Bishops are very desirous of hushing the matter up, and I certainly have done my utmost to cooperate with them, on the understanding that the Tract is not to be withdrawn or condemned. Upon this occasion several Catholics wrote to me. I answered one of my correspondents in the same tone. April 8th. You have no cause to be surprised at the discontinuance of the Tracts. We feel no misgivings about it whatever, as if the cause of what we hold to be Catholic truth would suffer thereby. My letter to my bishop has, I trust, had the effect of bringing the preponderating authority of the Church on our side. No stopping of the Tracts can, humanly speaking, stop the spread of the opinions which they have inculcated. The Tracts are not suppressed. No doctrine of principle has been conceded by us, or condemned by authority. The bishop has but said that a certain tract is objectionable, no reason being stated. I have no intention whatever of yielding any one point which I hold on conviction, and that the authorities of the Church know full well. In the summer of 1841 I found myself at Littlemore without any harass or anxiety on my mind. I had determined to put aside all controversy, and I set myself down to my translation of St. Athanasius, but between July and November I received 3 blows which broke me. 1. I had got but a little way in my work, when my trouble returned on me. The ghost had come a second time. In the Arian history I found the very same phenomena, in a far bolder shape, which I had found in the Monophysites. I had not observed it in 1832. Wonderful that this should come upon me! I had not sought it out. I was reading and writing in my own line of study, far from the controversies of the day, on what is called a metaphysical subject. But I saw clearly, that in the history of Arianism, the pure Arians were the Protestants, the semi-Arians were the Anglicans, and that Rome now was what it was then. The truth lay not with the via media, but with what was called the extreme party. As I am not writing a work of controversy, I need not enlarge upon the argument. I have said something on the subject in a volume, from which I have already quoted. 2. I was in the misery of this new unsettlement, when a second blow came to me. The Bishop, one after another, began to charge against me. It was a formal, determined movement. This was the real understanding, that, on which I had acted on the first appearance of Tract 90, had come to naught. I think the words which had been used to me were that perhaps 2 or 3 of them might think it necessary to say something in their charges. But this time they had tided over the difficulty of the Tract, and there was no one to enforce the understanding. They went on this way, directing charges at me, for 3 whole years. I recognized it as a condemnation. It was the only one that was in their power. At first I intended to protest, but I gave up the thought in despair. On October 17th I wrote thus to a friend: "I suppose it will be necessary in some shape or other to reassert Tract 90, else it will seem after these Bishops' charges as if it were silenced, which it has not been, nor do I intend it should be. I wish to keep quiet, but if Bishops speak I will speak too. If the view were silenced I could not remain in the Church, nor could many others, and therefore, since it is not silenced, I shall take care to show that it isn't." A day or 2 after October 22nd, a stranger wrote to me to say that the Tracts for the Times had made a young friend of his a Catholic, and to ask, would I be so good as to convert him back? I made answer: "If conversions to Rome take place in consequence of the Tracts for the Times, I do not impute blame to them, but to those who, instead of acknowledging such Anglican principles of theology and ecclesiastical polity as they contain, set themselves to oppose them. Whatever be the influence of the Tracts, great or small, they may become just as powerful for Rome, if our Church refuses them, as they would be for our Church if she accepted them. If our rulers speak either against the Tracts or not at all, if any number of them not only do not favour, but even do not suffer the principles contained in them, it is plain that our members may easily be persuaded either to give up those principles or to give up the Church. If this state of things goes on, I mournfully prophesy, not 1 or 2, but many secessions to the Church of Rome." 2 years afterwards, looking back on what I had passed, I said, there were no converts to Rome till after the condemnation of No. 90. 3. As if all this were not enough, there came the affair of the Jerusalem bishopric, and with a brief mention of it I shall conclude. I think I am right in saying that it had been long a desire of the Prussian court to introduce episcopacy into a new evangelical religion, which was intended in that country to embrace both the Lutheran and Calvinistic bodies. I almost think I heard of the project when I was at Rome in 1833, at the hotel of the Prussian minister M. Bunsen, who was most hospitable and kind as to other English visitors, so also to my friends and myself. The idea of episcopacy, as the Prussian king understood it, was, I suppose, very different from that taught in the Tractarian school; but still I suppose also that the chief authors of that school would have gladly seen such a measure carried out in Prussia, had it been done without compromising those principles which were necessary to the being of a Church. About the time of the publication of Tract 90, M. Bunsen and the then Archbishop of Canterbury were taking steps for its execution, by appointing and consecrating a bishop for Jerusalem. Jerusalem, it would seem, was considered a safe place for the experiment. It was too far from Prussia to awaken the susceptibilities of any party at home. If the project failed, it failed without a harm to any one, and if it succeeded, it gave Protestantism a status in the East, which, in association with the Monophysites, or Jacobite, and the Nestorian bodies, formed a political instrument for England, parallel to that which Russia had in the Greek Church, and France in the Latin. Accordingly, in July 1841, full of the Anglican difficulties on the question of Catholicity, I thus spoke of the Jerusalem scheme in an article in the British Critic: "When our thoughts turn to the East, instead of reconciling that there are Christian churches there, we leave it to the Russians to take care of the Greeks, and the French to take care of the Romans, and we content ourselves with erecting a Protestant church at Jerusalem, or with helping the Jews to rebuild their temple there, or with becoming the august protector of the Nestorians, Metaphysites, and all the heretics we can hear of, or with forming a league with the Mussulmen against Greeks and Romans together. I do not pretend so long after the time to give a full or exact account of this measure in detail. I will but say that the Act of Parliament under the date of October 5, 1841, if the copy from which I quote contains the measure, as it passed the House, provision is made for the consecration of British subjects, or the subjects or citizens of any foreign state, to be bishops in any foreign country, whether such foreign subjects or citizens be, or be not subjects or citizens of the country in which they are to act, and without requiring such of them as may be subjects or citizens of any foreign kingdom or state to take the oath of allegiance and supremacy, and the oath of due obedience to the Archbishop for the time being. Also, that such bishop or bishops so consecrated may exercise, within such limits as may from time to time be assigned for that purpose in such foreign countries by Her Majesty, spiritual jurisdiction over the ministries of British congregations of the United Church of England and Ireland, and over such other Protestant congregations as may be desirous of placing themselves under his or their authority." Now here, at the very time that the Anglican bishops were directing their censure upon me for avowing an approach to the Catholic Church, not closer than I believe the Anglican formularies would allow, they were, on the other hand, fraternizing by their act or by their sufferance with Protestant bodies, and allowing them to put themselves under an Anglican bishop, without any renunciation of their errors or regard to their due reception of baptism and confirmation, while there was great reason to suppose that said bishop was intended to make converts from the orthodox Greeks and the schismatical Oriental bodies, by means of the influence of England. This was the third blow, which finally shattered my faith in the Anglican Church. That Church was not only forbidding any sympathy or concurrence with the Church of Rome, but it actually was courting an intercommunion with the Protestant Prussia and the heresy of the Orientals. The Anglican Church might have the apostolical succession, as had the Monophysites, but such acts as were in progress led me to the gravest suspicions, not that it would soon cease to be a Church, but that since the 16th century it had never been a Church all along. On October 12th I thus wrote to Mr. Bowden: "We have not a single Anglican in Jerusalem, so we are sending a bishop to make a communion, not to govern our own people. Next, the excuse is, that there are converted Anglican Jews there who require a bishop. I am told there are not half a dozen. But for them the bishop is sent out, and for them he is a bishop of the circumcision." (I think he was a converted Jew who boasted of his Jewish descent), against the Epistle to the Galileans pretty nearly. Thirdly, for the sake of Prussia, he is to take under him all the foreign Protestants who will come, and the political advantage will be so great from the influence of England, that there is no doubt they will come. They are to sign the Confession of Augsburg, and there is nothing to show that they will hold the doctrine of baptismal regeneration. As to myself, I shall do nothing whatever publicly, unless indeed it were to give my signature to a protest. But I think it would be out of place in me to agitate, having been in a way silenced. But the Archbishop is really doing most grave work, of which we cannot see the end. I did make a solemn protest, and sent it to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and also sent it to my own Bishop, with the following letter: "It seems as if I were never to write to your Lordship without giving you pain, and I know that my present subject does not specially concern your Lordship, yet after a great deal of anxious thought I lay before you the enclosed protest. Your Lordship will observe that I am not asking for any notice of it, unless you think that I ought to receive one. I do this very serious act in obedience to my sense of duty. If the English Church is to enter on a new course and assume a new aspect, it will be more pleasant to me hereafter to think that I did not suffer so grievous an event to happen, without hearing witness against it. May I be allowed to say that I augur nothing but evil, if we in any respect prejudice our title to be a branch of the Apostolic Church. That article of the Creed, I need hardly observe to your Lordship, is of such constraining power, that if we will not claim it, and use it for ourselves, others will use it in their own behalf against us. Men who learn whether by means of documents or measures, whether from the statements or the acts of persons in authority, that our communion is not a branch of the one Church, I foresee with much grief will be tempted to look out for that Church elsewhere. It is to me a subject of great dismay, that as far as the Church has lately spoken out on the subject of the opinions which I and others hold, those opinions are not merely not sanctioned, for that I do not ask, but not even suffered. I earnestly hope that your Lordship will excuse my freedom in thus speaking to you of some members of your most reverend and right reverend body, with every feeling of reverent attachment to your Lordship. I am, etc. Protest. Whereas the Church of England has claimed on the allegiance of Catholic believers only on the ground of her own claim to be considered a branch of the Catholic Church, and whereas the recognition of heresy, indirect as well as direct, goes far to destroy such claim in the case of any religious body, and whereas to admit maintainers of heresy to communion without formal renunciation of their errors goes far towards recognizing the same, and whereas Lutheranism and Calvinism are heresies repugnant to Scripture, springing up 3 centuries since and anathematized by East as well as West, and whereas it is reported that the most reverend primate and other right reverend rulers of our Church have consecrated a bishop with a view of exercising spiritual jurisdiction over Protestant, that is, Lutheran and Calvinist congregations in the East, under the provisions of an Act made in the last session of Parliament to amend an Act made in the 26th year of the reign of His Majesty King George III, entitled "An Act to empower the Archbishop of Canterbury or the Archbishop of York for the time being to consecrate to the office of bishop persons being subject or citizens of countries out of His Majesty's dominions," dispensing at the same time, not in particular cases and accidentally, but as if on principle and universally, with any abjuration of error on the part of such congregations, and with any reconciliations to the Church on the part of the presiding bishop, thereby giving some sort of formal recognition to the doctrines which such congregations maintain, and whereas the dioceses in England are connected together by so close an intercommunion that what is done by authority in one immediately affects the rest, on these grounds, I, in my place, being a priest of the English Church and vicar of St. Mary's the Virgin, Oxford, by way of relieving my conscience, do hereby solemnly protest against the measure aforesaid, and disown it, as removing our Church from her present ground, and tending to her disorganization. John Henry Newman, November 11th, 1841. Looking back 2 years afterwards on the above-mentioned and other acts on the part of Anglican ecclesiastical authorities, I observed, many a man might have held an abstract theory about the Catholic Church, to which it was difficult to adjust the Anglican, might have admitted a suspicion, or even painful doubts about the latter, yet never have been impelled onward, had our rulers preserved the quiescence of former years. But it is the corroboration of a present, living, and energetic heterodoxy that realizes and makes such doubts practical. It has been the recent speeches and acts of authorities, who had so long been tolerant of Protestant error, which has given to inquiry and to theory its force and its edge. As to the project of a Jerusalem bishopric, I never heard of any good or harm it has ever done, except what it has done for me, which many think a great misfortune, and I one of the greatest of mercies. It brought me on to the beginning of the end. End of Chapter 3, Part 4. Chapter 4, Part 1 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. Chapter 4. History of my religious opinions from 1841 to 1845. Section 1. From the end of 1841 I was on my deathbed as regards my membership with the Anglican Church, though at the time I became aware of it only by degrees. I introduced what I have to say with this remark, by way of accounting for the character of this remaining portion of my narrative. A deathbed has scarcely a history; it is a tedious decline, with seasons of rallying and seasons of falling back; and since the end is foreseen, or what is called a matter of time, it has little interest for the reader, especially if he has a kind heart. Moreover, it is a season when doors are closed and curtains drawn, and when the sick man neither cares nor is able to record the stages of his malady. I was in these circumstances, except so far as I was not allowed to die in peace, except so far as friends, who had still a full right to come in upon me, and the public world which had not, have given a sort of history to those last 4 years. But in consequence my narrative must be in great measure documentary, as I cannot rely on my memory, except for definite particulars, positive or negative. Letters of mine to friends since dead have come into my hands. Others have been kindly lent me for the occasion, and I have some drafts of others, and some notes which I made, though I have no strictly personal or continuous memoranda to consult, and have unluckily mislaid some valuable papers. And first, as to my position in the view of duty, it was this: 1. I had given up my place in the movement in my letter to the Bishop of Oxford in the spring of 1841, but 2. I could not give up my duties towards the many and various minds who had more or less been brought into it by me. 3. I expected or intended gradually to fall back into lay communion. 4. I never contemplated leaving the Church of England. 5. I could not hold office in its service, if I were not allowed to hold the Catholic sense of the Articles. 6. I could not go to Rome, while she suffered honours to be paid to the Blessed Virgin and the Saints, which I thought in my conscience to be incompatible with the supreme, incommunicable glory of the One, Infinite, and Eternal. 7. I desired a union with Rome under conditions, Church with Church. 8. I called Littlemore my Torres Vedras, and thought that some day we might advance again with the Anglican Church as we had been forced to retire. 9. I kept back all persons who were disposed to go to Rome with all my might. And I kept them back for 3 or 4 reasons. 1. Because what I could not in conscience do myself, I could not suffer them to do. 2. Because I thought that in various cases they were acting under excitement. 3. Because I had duties to my Bishop and to the Anglican Church. And 4. In some cases, because I had received from their Anglican parents or superiors direct charge of them. This was my view of my duty from the end of 1841 to my resignation of St. Mary's in the autumn of 1843. And now I shall relate my view during that time of the state of controversy between the Churches. As soon as I saw the hitch in the Anglican argument, during my course of reading in the summer of 1839, I began to look about, as I have said, for some ground which might supply a controversial basis for my need. The difficulty in question had affected my view both of Antiquity and Catholicity, for, while the history of St. Leo showed me that the deliberate and eventual consent of the great body of the Church ratified a doctrinal decision as a part of revealed truth, it also showed that the rule of Antiquity was not infringed, though a doctrine had not been publicly recognized as so revealed, till centuries after the time of the Apostles. Thus, whereas the Creeds tell us that the Church is one, holy, Catholic, and Apostolic, I could not prove that the Anglican Communion was an integral part of the one Church, on the ground of its teaching being Apostolic or Catholic, without reasoning in favour of what are commonly called the Roman corruptions. And I could not defend our separation from Rome and her faith without using arguments prejudicial to those great doctrines concerning our Lord, which are the very foundation of the Christian religion. The Via Media was an impossible idea. It was what I had called standing on one leg, and it was necessary, if my old issue of the controversy was to be retained, to go further either one way or the other. Accordingly, I abandoned that old ground and took another. I deliberately quitted the old Anglican ground as untenable, though I did not do so all at once, but as I became more and more convinced of the state of the case. The Jerusalem bishopric was the ultimate condemnation of the old theory of the Via Media. If its establishment did nothing else, at least it demolished the sacredness of diocesan rights. If England could be in Palestine, Rome might be in England. But its bearing upon the controversy, as I have shown in the foregoing chapter, was much more serious than this technical ground. For that time the Anglican Church was, in my mind, either not a normal portion of that one Church to which the promise were made, or at least in an abnormal state, and from that time I said boldly, as I did in my protest, and as indeed I have even intimated in my letter to the Bishop of Oxford, that the Church in which I found myself had no claim on me, except on condition of it being a portion of the one Catholic communion, and that that condition must ever be borne in mind as a practical matter, and had to be distinctly proved. All this is not inconsistent with my saying above that, at this time, I had no thought of leaving the Church of England, because I felt some of my old objections against Rome as strongly as ever. I had no right, I had no leave to act against my conscience. That was a higher rule than any argument about the notes of the Church. Under these circumstances I turned my protection to the note of sanctity, with the view of showing that we had at least one of the necessary notes as fully as the Church of Rome, or at least, without entering into comparisons, that we had it in such a sufficient sense as to reconcile us to our position, and to supply full evidence and a clear direction on the point of practical duty. We had the note of life, not any sort of life, not such only as can come of nature, but a supernatural Christian life, which could only come directly from above. Thus, in my article in the British Critic, to which I have so often referred in January 1840, before the time of Tract 90, I said of the Anglican Church that she has the note of possession the note of freedom from party titles, the note of life, a tough life and a vigorous. She has ancient descents, unbroken continuance, agreement in doctrine with the ancient Church. Presently I go on to speak of sanctity. Much as Roman Catholics may denounce us at present as schismatical, they could not resist us if the Anglican communion had but that one note of the Church upon it, sanctity. The Church of the day, 4th century, could not resist Meletius. His enemies were fairly overcome by him, by his meekness and holiness, which melted the most jealous of them. And I continue, we are almost content to say to Romanists, account us not yet as a branch of the Catholic Church, though we be a branch, till we are like a branch, provided that when we do become like a branch, then you consent to acknowledge us, etc. And so I was led on in the Articles to the sharp attack on English Catholics, for their shortcomings as regards this note, a good portion of which I had already quoted in another place. It is therefore that I speak of the great scandal which I took at their political, social, and controversial bearing, and this was the second reason why I fell back upon the note of sanctity, because it took me away from the necessity of making any attack upon the doctrines of the Roman Church, nay, from the consideration of her popular beliefs, and brought me upon a ground on which I felt I could not make a mistake. For what is a higher guide for us in speculation and in practice, than that conscience of right and wrong, of truth and falsehood, those sentiments of what is decorous, consistent, and noble, which our Creator has made a part of our original nature? Therefore I felt I could not be wrong in attacking what I fancied was a fact, the unscrupulousness, the deceit, and the intriguing spirit of the agents and representatives of Rome. This reference to holiness as the true test of a Church was steadily kept in view in what I wrote in connection with Tract 90. I say in its introduction, "The writer can never be a party to forcing the opinions or projects of one school upon another. Religious changes should be the act of the whole body. No good can come of a change which is not a development of feeling springing up freely and calmly within the bosoms of the whole body itself. Every change in religion must be attended by a deep repentance. Changes must be nurtured in mutual love. We cannot agree without a supernatural influence. We must come together to God to do for us what we cannot do for ourselves." In my letter to the Bishop I said, "I have set myself against suggestions for considering the differences between ourselves and the foreign Churches, with a view to their adjustment. I meant in the way of a negotiation, conference, agitation, or the like. Our business is with ourselves, to make ourselves more holy, more self-denying, more primitive, more worthy of our high calling. To be anxious for our composition of differences is to begin at the end. Political reconciliations are but outward and hollow and fallacious. Until Roman Catholics renounce political efforts, and manifest in their public measure the light of holiness and truth, perpetual war is our only prospect." According to this theory, a religious body is part of the one Catholic and Apostolic Church, if it has the succession and the creed of the Apostles, with the note of holiness of life; and there is much in such a view to approve itself to the direct common sense and practical habits of an Englishman. However, with the events consequent upon Tract 90, I sunk my theory to a lower level. For what could be said in apology, when the bishops and the people of my Church not only did not suffer, but actually rejected primitive Catholic doctrine, and tried to eject from their communion all who held it? After the bishops' charges, after the Jerusalem abomination, Matthew 24:15, while this could be said, still we were not nothing. We could not be as if we never had been a Church. We were Samaria. This then was the lower level on which I placed myself and all who felt with me at the end of 1841. To bring out this view was the purpose of 4 sermons preached at St. Mary's in December of that year. Hitherto I had not introduced the exciting topics of the day into the pulpit. Vide Note C, Sermon on Wisdom and Innocence. On this occasion I did. I did so, for the moment was urgent. There was great unsettlement of mind among us in consequence of those same events which had unsettled me. One special anxiety, very obvious, which was coming on me now, was, that what was one man's meat was another man's poison. I had said even of Tract 90, it was addressed to one set of persons, and has been used and commented on by another. Still more was it true now, that whatever I wrote for the service of those whom I knew to be in trouble of mind, would become on the one hand matter of suspicion and slander in the mouth of my opponents, and of distress and surprise to those on the other hand who had no difficulties of faith at all. Accordingly, when I published these 4 sermons at the end of 1843, I introduced them with a recommendation that none should read them who did not need them. But in truth the virtual condemnation of Tract 90, after that the whole difficulty seemed to have been weathered, was an enormous disappointment and trial. My protest also against the Jerusalem bishopric was an unavoidable cause of excitement in the case of many, but it calmed them too, for the very fact of a protest was a relief to their impatience. And so, in like manner, as regards the 4 sermons of which I speak, though they acknowledge freely the great scandal which was involved in the recent episcopal doings, yet at the same time they might be said to bestow upon the multiplied disorders and shortcomings of the Anglican Church a sort of place in the revealed dispensation, and an intellectual position in the controversy, and the dignity of a great principle for unsettled minds to take and use, a principle which might teach them to recognize their own consistency, and to be reconciled to themselves, and which might absorb and dry up a multitude of their grudgings, discontents, misgivings, and questionings, and lead the way to humble, thankful, and tranquil thoughts. And this was the effect which certainly it produced on myself. The point of these sermons is, that, in spite of the rigid character of the Jewish law, the formal and literal force of its precepts, and the manifest schism, and worse than schism, of the 10 tribes, yet in fact they were still recognized as a people by the divine mercy; that the great prophets Elias and Lysis were sent to them, and not only so, but were sent to preach to them and reclaim them, without any intimidation that they must be reconciled to the line of David in the Aaronic priesthood, or go up to Jerusalem to worship. They were not in the Church, yet they had the means of grace and the hope of acceptance with their Maker. The application of all this to the Anglican Church was immediate. Whether, under the circumstances, a man could assume or exercise ministerial functions or not, might not clearly appear, though it must be remembered that England had the Apostolic priesthood, whereas Israel had no priesthood at all. But so far was clear, that there was no call at all for an Anglican to leave his Church for Rome, though he did not believe his own to be part of the one Church. And for this reason, because it was a fact that the kingdom of Israel was cut off from the temple, and yet its subjects, neither in a mass nor as individuals, neither the multitudes on Mount Carmel, nor the Shunammite and her household, had any command given them, though miracles were displayed before them, to break off from their own people and to submit themselves to Judah. Footnote: as I am not writing controversially, I will only here remark upon this argument, that there is a great difference between a command, which presupposes physical, material, and political conditions, and one which is moral. To go to Jerusalem was a matter of the body, not of the soul. End of footnote. It is plain that a theory such as this, whether the marks of a divine presence and life in the Anglican Church were sufficient to prove that she was actually with the covenant, or only sufficient to prove that she was at least enjoying extraordinary and uncovenanted mercies, not only lowered her level in a religious point of view, but weakened her controversial basis. Its very novelty made it suspicious, and there was no guarantee that the process of subsistence might not continue, and that it might not end in a submersion. Indeed, to many minds, to say that England was wrong was even to say that Rome was right, and no ethical or casuistic reasoning whatever could overcome in their case the argument from prescription and authority. To this objection, as made to my new teaching, I could only answer that I did not make my circumstances. I fully acknowledged the force and effectiveness of the genuine Anglican theory, and that it was all but proof against the disputants of Rome; but still, like Achilles, it had a vulnerable point, and that St. Leo had found it out for me, and that I could not help it; that, were it not for a matter of fact, the theory would be great indeed. It would be irresistible, if it were only true. When I became a Catholic, the editor of the Christian Observer, Mr. Wilkes, who had in former days accused me, to my indignation, of tending towards Rome, wrote to me to ask which of the two was now right, he or I. I answered him in a letter, part of which I here insert, as it will serve as a sort of leave‐taking of the great theory, which is so specious to look upon, so difficult to prove, and so hopeless to work. November 8, 1845. I do not think, at all more than I did, that the Anglican principles which I advocated at the date you mention lead men to the Church of Rome. If I must specify what I mean by Anglican principles, I should say, for example, taking Antiquity, not the existing Church, as the oracle of truth, and holding that the apostolical succession is a sufficient guarantee of sacramental grace, without union with the Christian Church throughout the world. I think these still the finest, strongest ground against Rome, that is, if they can be held, as truth or facts. They have been held by many, and are far more difficult to refute in the Roman controversy than those of any other religious body. For myself I found I could not hold them. I left them. From the time I began to suspect their unsoundness, I ceased to put them forward. When I was fairly sure of their unsoundness, I gave up my living. When I was fully confident that the Church of Rome was the only true Church, I joined her. I have felt all along that Bishop Bull's theology was the only theology on which the English Church could stand. I have felt that opposition to the Church of Rome was part of that theology, and that he who could not protest against the Church of Rome was no true divine in the English Church. I have never said, nor attempted to say, that any one in office in the English Church, whether bishop or incumbent, could be otherwise than in hostility to the Church of Rome. The Via Media then disappeared forever, and a theory made expressly for the occasion took its place. I was pleased with my new view. I wrote to an intimate friend, Samuel F. Wood, December 13, 1841, "I think you will give me the credit, Carissimi, of not undervaluing the strength of the feeling which draw one to Rome, and yet I am, I trust, quite clear about my duty to remain where I am, indeed much clearer than I was some time since. If it is not presumptuous to say, I have a much more definite view of the promised inward presence of Christ with us in the sacraments, now that the outward notes of it are being removed. And I am content to be with Moses in the desert, or with Elijah excommunicated from the temple. I say this, putting things at the strongest. However, my friends of the moderate apostolical party, who were my friends for the very reason of my having been so moderate and Anglican myself in general tone in times past, who had stood up for Tract 90 partly from faith in me, and certainly from generous and kind feelings, and had thereby shared an obloquy which was none of theirs, were naturally surprised and offended at a line of argument, novel, and, as it appeared to them, wanton, which threw the whole controversy into confusion, stultified my former principles, and substituted, as they would consider, a sort of Methodistic self-contemplation, especially abhorrent both to my nature and to my past professions, for the plain and honest tokens, as they were commonly received, of a divine mission in the Anglican Church. They could not tell whither I was going, and were still further annoyed when I persisted in viewing the condemnation of Tract 90 by the public and the bishops as so grave a matter, and when I threw about what they considered mysterious hints of eventualities, and would not simply say, "An Anglican I was born, and an Anglican I will die." One of my familiar friends, Mr. Church, who was in the country at Christmas, 1841-1842, reported to me the feeling that prevailed about me, and how I felt towards it will appear in the following letter of mine, written in answer. Oriel, December 24, 1841. Carissimi, you cannot tell how your sad account of Moberly has made me. His view of the sinfulness of the Decree of Trent is as much against the union of churches as against individual conversions. To tell the truth, I never have examined those decrees with this object, and have no view, but that is very different from having a deliberate view against them. Could not he say which they are? I suppose transubstantiation is one. Charles Marriott, though of course he would not like to have it repeated, as things stand now, I do not think he would have objected to his opinion being generally known, does not scruple at that. I have not my mind clear. Moberly must recollect that Palmer, of Worcester, thinks that they all bear a Catholic interpretation. For myself, this only I see, that there is indefinitely more in the Fathers against our own state of alienation from Christendom than against the Tridentine decrees. The only thing I can say of that I can have said of a startling character is this, that there were persons who, if our Church committed herself to heresy sooner than think there was no Church anywhere, would believe the Roman to be the Church, and therefore would on faith accept what they could not otherwise acquiesce in. I suppose it would be no relief to him to insist upon the circumstance that there is no immediate danger. Individuals can never be answered for, of course, but I should think lightly of that man who, for some act of the bishops, should all at once leave the Church. Now, considering how the clergy really are improving, considering that this row is even making them read the tracts, is it not possible we may all be in a better state of mind 7 years hence to consider these matters? And may we not leave them meanwhile to the will of Providence? I cannot believe this work has been of man. God has a right to his own work, to do what he will with it. May we not try to leave it in his hands, and be content? If you learn anything about Martyr, which leads you to think that I can relieve him by a letter, let me know. The truth is this: our good friends do not read the Fathers, they assent to us from the common sense of the case. Then, when the Fathers and we say more than their common sense, they are dreadfully shocked. The Bishop of London has rejected a man: 1. For holding any sacrifice in the Eucharist; 2. The real presence; 3. That there is a grace in ordination. I cannot prove this at this distance of time, but I do not think it wrong to introduce here the passage containing it, as I am imputing to the Bishop nothing which the world would think disgraceful, but on the contrary, what a large religious body would approve. Are we quite sure that the bishops will not be drawing up some stringent declaration of faith? Is this what Moberly fears? Would the Bishop of Oxford accept them? If so, I should be driven into the refuge for the destitute (Littlemore). But I promise Moberly I would do my utmost to catch all dangerous persons and clap them into confinement there. Christmas Day, 1841. I have been dreaming of Moberly all night. Should not he and the like see that it is unwise, unfair, and impatient to ask others? What will you do under circumstances which have not, which may never come? Why bring fear, suspicion, and disunion into the camp about things which are merely in posse? Natural and exceedingly kind as Barter's and another friend's letters were, I think they have done great harm. I speak most sincerely when I say, that there are things which I neither contemplate nor wish to contemplate, but when I am asked about them 10 times, at length I begin to contemplate them. He surely does not mean to say that nothing could separate a man from the English Church, for example, its avowing Socinianism, its holding the Holy Eucharist in a Socinian sense. Yet he would say it was not right to contemplate such things. Again, our case is diverging from that of Ken's. to say nothing of the last miserable century, which has given us to start from a much lower level and with much less to spare than a churchman in the 17th century, questions of doctrine are now coming in. With him it was a question of discipline. If such a dreadful event were realized, I cannot help thinking we should all be vastly more agreed than we think now. Indeed, is it possible, humanly speaking, that those who have so much the same heart should widely differ? But let this be considered as to alternatives. What communion could we join? Could the Scotch or American sanction the presence of its bishop in the congregations in England without incurring the imputation of schism, unless indeed, and is that likely, they renounce the English as heretical? Is not this a time of strange providences? Is it not our safest course, without looking to consequence, to do simply what we think right day by day? Shall we not be sure to go wrong, if we attempt to trace by anticipation the course of divine providence? Has not all our misery as a Church arisen from people being afraid to look difficulties in the face? They have palliated acts when they should have denounced them. There is that good fellow, Worcester Palmer, can whitewash the Ecclesiastical Commission and the Jerusalem Bishopric. And what is the consequence? That our Church has, through centuries, ever been sinking lower and lower, till good part of its pretensions and professions is a mere sham, though it be a duty to make the best of what we have received. Yet though bound to make the best of other men's shams, let us not incur any of our own. The truest friends of our Church are they, who say boldly when her rulers are going wrong, and the consequence, and to speak catachrestically, they are most likely to die in the Church, who are under these black circumstances most prepared to leave it. And I will add, that considering the traces of God's grace which surround us, I am very sanguine, or rather confident, if it is right so to speak, that our prayers and our alms will come up as a memorial before God, and that all this miserable confusion tends to good. Let us not then be anxious, and anticipate differences in prospect, when we agree in the present. Postscript. I think when friends, that is, the extreme party, get over their first unsettlement of mind and consequent vague apprehensions, which the new attitude of the bishops and our feelings upon it have brought about, they will get contented and satisfied. They will see that they exaggerated things. Of course it would have been wrong to anticipate what one's feelings would be under such a painful contingency as the bishops charging as they have done. So it seems to me nobody's fault. Nor is it wonderful that others, moderate men, are startled, that is, at my protest, etc., etc., yet they should recollect that the more implicit the reverence one pays to a bishop, the more keen will be one's perception of heresy in him. The cord is binding and compelling, till it snaps. Men of reflection would have seen this, if they had looked that way. Last spring a very high churchman talked to me of resisting my bishop, of asking him for the canons under which he acted, and so forth. But those who have cultivated a loyal feeling towards their superiors are the most loving servants, or the most zealous protesters. If others became so too, if the clergy of Chester denounced the heresy of their diocesan, they would be doing their duty in relieving themselves of the share which they otherwise have in any possible defection of their brethren. St. Stephen's Day, December 26. How I fidget! I now fear that the note I wrote yesterday only makes matters worse by disclosing too much. This is always my great difficulty. In the present state of excitement on both sides, I think of leaving out altogether my reassertion of number 90 in my Preface to Volume 6 of the Parochial Sermons, and merely saying, as many false reports are at this time in circulation about him, he hopes his well-wishers will take this volume as an indication of his real thoughts and feelings. Those who are not, he leaves in God's hand to bring them to a better mind in his own time. What do you say to the logic, sentiment, and propriety of this? An old friend, at a distance from Oxford, Archdeacon Robert I. Wilberforce, must have said something to me at this time. I do not know what, which challenged a frank reply, for I disclosed to him, I do not know in what words, my frightful suspicion, hitherto only known to two persons, namely his brother Henry and Mr. Frederick Rogers, that as regard my Anglicanism, perhaps I might break down in the event, that perhaps we were both out of the Church. I think I recollect expressing my difficulty as deriving from the Arian and Monophysite history, in a form in which it would be most intelligible to him, as being in fact an admission of Bishop Bull's, namely, that in the controversies of the early centuries of the Roman Church was ever on the right side, which was of course a prima facie argument in favour of Rome and against Anglicanism now. He answered me thus, under date of January 29, 1842. I don't think that I ever was so shocked by any communication which was ever made to me as by your letter of this morning. It has quite unnerved me. I cannot but write to you, though I am at a loss where to begin. I know of no act by which we have dissevered ourselves from the communion of the Church universal. The more I study Scripture, the more I am impressed with the resemblance between the Romanish principles in the Church and the Babylon of St. John. I am ready to grieve that I ever direct my thoughts to theology, if it is indeed so uncertain as your doubts seem to indicate. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Apologia pro Vita Sua by John Henry Cardinal Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bill McGillivray. While my old and true friends were thus in trouble about me, I suppose they felt not only anxiety but pain, to see that I was gradually surrendering myself to the influence of others, who had not their own claims upon me, younger men, and of a cast of mind in no small degree uncongenial to my own. A new school of thought was rising, as is usual in doctrinal inquiries, and was sweeping the original party of the movement aside, and was taking its place. The most prominent person in it was a man of elegant genius, of classical mind, of rare talent in literary composition, Mr. Ockham. He was not far from my own age. I had long known him, though of late years he had not been in residence at Oxford, and quite lately he has been taking several signal occasions of renewing that kindness which he ever showed towards me when we were both in the Anglican Church. His tone of mind was not unlike that which gave a character to the early movement. He was almost a typical Oxford man, and as far as I recollect, both in political and ecclesiastical views, would have been of one spirit with the Oriel party of 1826-1833. But he had entered late into the movement; he did not know its first years, and beginning with a new start, he was naturally thrown together with the body of eager, acute, resolute minds who had begun their Catholic life about the same time as he. He knew nothing about the Via Media, but had heard much about Rome. This new party rapidly formed and increased in and out of Oxford, and, as it so happened, contemporaneously with that very summer, when I received so serious a blow to my ecclesiastical views from the study of the Monophysite controversy. These men cut into the original movement at an angle, fell across its line of thought, and then set about turning that line in its own direction. They were most of them keenly religious men, with a true concern for their souls as the first matter of all, with a great zeal for me, but giving little certainty at the time as to which way they could ultimately turn. Some in the event had remained firm to Anglicanism, some have become Catholics, and some have found a refuge in Liberalism. Nothing was clearer concerning them than that they needed to be kept in order, and on me, who had had so much to do with the making of them, that duty was as clearly incumbent; and it is equally clear, from what I have already said, that I was just the person, above all others, who could not undertake it. There are no friends like old friends, but of those old friends few could help me, Few could understand me, many were annoyed with me, some were angry, because I was breaking up a compact party, and some, as a matter of conscience, could not listen to me. When I looked around for those whom I might consult in my difficulties, I found the very hypothesis of those difficulties acting as a bar to their giving me their advice. Then I said bitterly, "You are throwing me on others, whether I will or no." Yet still I had good and true friends around me, of the old sort, in and out of Oxford too, who were a great help to me. But on the other hand, though I neither was so fond, with a few exceptions, of the persons, nor of the methods of thought which belonged to this new school, as of the old set, though I could not trust in their firmness of purpose, for, like a swarm of flies, they might come and go, and at length be divided and dissipated, yet I had an intense sympathy in their object and in the direction in which their path lay, in spite of my old friends, in spite of my old lifelong prejudices, in spite of my ingrained fears of Rome, and the decision of my reason and conscience against her usage, in spite of my affection for Oxford and Oriel, yet I had a secret longing love of Rome, the mother of English Christianity, and I had true devotion to the Blessed Virgin, in whose college I lived, whose altar I served, and whose immaculate purity I had in one of my earliest printed sermons made much of. And it was the consciousness of this bias in myself, if it is so to be called, which made me preach so earnestly against the danger of being swayed in religious inquiry by our sympathy rather than by our reason. And moreover, the members of this new school looked up to me, as I have said, and did me true kindness, and really loved me, and stood by me in trouble, when others went away, and for all this I was grateful. Nay, many of them were in trouble themselves, and in the same boat with me, and that was a further cause of sympathy between us; and hence it was, when the new school came on in force, and into collision with the old, I had not the heart, any more than the power, to repel them. I was in great perplexity, and hardly knew where I stood. I took their part, and, when I wanted to be in peace and silence, I had to speak out, and I incurred the charge of weakness from some men, and of my mysteriousness, shuffling, and underhand dealing from the majority. Now I will say here frankly, that this sort of charge is a matter which I cannot properly meet, because I cannot duly realize it. I have never had any suspicion of my own honesty, and, when men say I was dishonest, I cannot grasp the accusation as a distinct conception, such as it is possible to encounter. If a man said to me, "On such a day and before such persons you said a thing was white, when it was black," I understand what is meant well enough, and I can set myself to prove an alibi or to explain the mistake. Or if a man said to me, "You tried to gain me over to your party, intending to take me with you to Rome, but you did not succeed," I can give him the lie, and lay down an assertion of my own, as firm and as exact as his, that not from the time that I was first unsettled did I ever attempt to gain any one over to myself or to my Romanizing opinions, and that it is only his own coxcombical fancy which has bred such a thought in him. But my imagination is at a loss in pretence of those vague charges which have been commonly brought up against me, charges which are made up of impressions and understandings and inferences and hearsay and surmises. Accordingly, I shall not make the attempt, for, in doing so, I should be dealing blows in the air. What I shall attempt is to state what I know of myself, and what I recollect, and leave to others its application. While I had confidence in the Via Media, and thought that nothing could overset it, I did not mind laying down large principles which I saw would go further than was commonly perceived. I consider that to make the Via Media concrete and substantive, it must be much more than it was in outline; that the Anglican Church must have a ceremonial, a ritual, and a fulness of doctrine and devotion, which it had not at present, if it were to compete with the Roman Church with any prospect of success. Such addition would not remove it from its proper basis, but would merely strengthen and beautify it. Such, for instance, would be confraternities, particular devotions, reverences for the Blessed Virgin, prayers for the dead, beautiful churches, munificent offerings to them and in them monastic houses, and many other observances and institutions, which I used to say belonged to us as much as to Rome, though Rome had appropriated them and boasted of them, by reason of our having let them slip from us. The principle on which all this turned, I brought out in one of the letters I published on occasion of Tract 90. The age is moving, I said, towards something, and most unhappily the one religious communion among us, which has of late years been practically in possession of this something, is the Church of Rome. She alone, amid all the errors and evils of her practical system, has given free scope to the feelings of awe, mystery, tenderness, reverence, devotedness, and other feelings which may be especially called Catholic. The question then is, whether we shall give them up to the Roman Church, or claim them for ourselves. But if we do give them up, we must give up the men who cherish them. We must consent either to give up the men, or to admit their principles. With these feelings I frankly admit that while I was working simply for the sake of the Anglican Church, I did not at all mind, though I found myself laying down principles in its defence, which went beyond that particular kind of defence which high and dry men thought perfection, and even though I ended in framing a kind of defence which they might call a revolution, while I thought it a restoration. Thus, for illustration, I might discourse upon the communion of saints in such a manner, though I do not recollect doing so, as might lead the way towards devotion to the Blessed Virgin and the saints on the one hand, and towards prayers for the dead on the other. In a memorandum in the year 1844 or 1845, I thus speak on this subject: "If the Church be not defended on establishment grounds, it must be upon principles, which go far beyond their immediate object. Sometimes I saw these further results, sometimes not, though I saw them. I sometimes did not say that I saw them, so long as I thought they were inconsistent, not with our Church, but only with the existing opinions. I was not unwilling to insinuate truth into our Church, which I thought had a right to be there. To so much I confess, but I do not confess. I simply deny that I ever said anything which secretly bore against the Church of England, knowing it myself, in order that others might unwarily accept it. It was indeed one of my great difficulties and causes of reserve, as time went on, that I at length recognized in principles which I had honestly preached as if Anglican, conclusions favourable to the cause of Rome. Of course I did not like to confess this, and, when interrogated, was in consequence in perplexity. The prime instance of this was the appeal to antiquity. St. Leo had overset, in my own judgment, its force as the special argument for Anglicanism. Yet I was committed to antiquity, together with the whole Anglican school. What then was I to say, when acute minds urged this or that application of it against the via media? It was impossible that in such circumstances any answer could be given which was not unsatisfactory, or any behaviour adopted which was not mysterious. Again, sometimes in what I wrote I went just as far as I saw, and could as little say more, as I could see what is below the horizon, and therefore, when asked as to the consequence of what I had said, I had no answer to give. Again, sometimes when I was asked, whether certain conclusions did not follow from a certain principle, I might not be able to tell at the moment, especially if the matter were complicated, and for this reason, if for no other, because there is great difference between a conclusion in the abstract and a conclusion in the concrete, and because a conclusion may be modified in fact by a conclusion from some opposite principle. Or it might so happen that my head got simply confused by the very strength of the logic which was administered to me, and thus I gave my sanction to conclusions which really were not mine, and when the report of those conclusions came round to me through others, I had to unsay them. And then again, perhaps I did not like to see men scared or scandalized by unfeeling logical inferences, which would not have troubled them to the day of their death, had they not been forced to recognize them. And then I felt altogether the force of the maxim of St. Ambrose, Non in dialectica complicuit Deo salvum farce populum suum. I had a great dislike of paper logic. For myself it was not logic that carried me on, as well might one say that the quicksilver in the barometer changes the weather. It is a concrete being that reasons. Pass a number of years, and I find my mind in a new place. How? The whole man moves, paper logic is but the record of it. All the logic in the world would not have made me move faster towards Rome than I did. As well as might you say that I have arrived at the end of my journey because I see the village church before me, as venture to assert that the miles over which my soul had to pass before it got to Rome could be annihilated, even though I had been in possession of some far clearer view than I had, that Rome was my ultimate destination. Great acts take time. At least this is what I felt in my own case, and therefore to come to me with methods of logic had in it the nature of a provocation, and, though I do not think I ever showed it, made me somewhat indifferent how I met them, and perhaps led me, as a means of relieving my impatience, to be mysterious or irrelevant, or to give in because I could not meet them to my satisfaction. And a greater trouble still than these logical mazes was the introduction of logic into every subject whatever, so far, that is, as this was done. Before I was at Oriel, I recollect an acquaintance saying to me that the Oriel common room stank of logic. One is not at all pleased when poetry, or eloquence, or devotion is considered as if chiefly intended to feed syllogisms. Now, in saying all this, I am saying nothing against the deep piety and earnestness which were characteristic of this second phase of the movement, in which I had taken so prominent a part. What I have been observing is, that this phase had a tendency to bewilder and to upset me, and that, instead of saying so, as I ought to have done, perhaps from a sort of laziness, I gave answer at random, which have led to my appearing close or inconsistent. I have turned up 2 letters of this period, which in a measure illustrates what I have been saying. The first was written to the Bishop of Oxford on occasion of Tract 90. March 20th, 1841. No one can enter into my situation but myself. I see a great many minds working in various directions in a variety of principles with multiplied bearings. I act for the best. I sincerely think that matters would not have gone better for the Church had I never written. And if I write, I have a choice of difficulties. It is easy for those who do not enter into those difficulties to say, he ought to say this and not say that, but things are wonderfully linked together, and I cannot, or rather I would not, be dishonest. When persons too interrogate me, I am obliged in many cases to give an opinion, or I seem to be underhand. Keeping silence looks like artifacts, and I do not like people to consult or respect me, from thinking differently of my opinion from what I know them to be. And again, to use the proverb, what is one man's food is another man's poison. All these things make my situation very difficult, but that collision must at some time ensue between members of the Church of opposite sentiments, I have long been aware. The time and mode has been in the hand of Providence. I do not mean to exclude my own great imperfections in bringing it about, yet I still feel obliged to think the tract necessary. The second is taken from the notes of a letter which I sent to Dr. Pusey in the next year. October 16, 1842. As to my being entirely with Ward, I do not know the limits of my own opinions. If Ward says that this or that is a development from which I have said, I cannot say yes or no. It is plausible, it may be true. Of course, the fact that the Roman Church has so developed and maintained adds great weight to the antecedent plausibility. I cannot assert that it is not true, but I cannot with that keen perception which some people have appropriated it. It is a nuisance to me to be forced beyond what I can fairly accept. There was another source of the perplexity with which at this time I was encompassed, and the reserve and mysteriousness of which that perplexity gained for me the credit. After Tract 90, the Protestant world would not let me alone. They pursued me in the public journals to Littlemore. Reports of all kinds were circulated about me. Imprimis, why did I go up to Littlemore at all? For no good purpose certainly. I dared not tell why. Why, to be sure? It was hard that I should be obliged to say to the editors of newspapers that I went up there to say my prayers. It was hard to have to tell the world in confidence that I had a certain doubt about the Anglican system, and could not at that moment resolve it, or say what could come of it. It was hard to have to confess that I had thought of giving up my living a year or two before, and that this was a first step to it. It was hard to have to plead that, for what I knew, my doubts would vanish, if the newspapers would be so good as to give me time and let me alone. Who would ever dream of making the world his confidant? Yet I was considered insidious, sly, dishonest, if I would not open my heart to the tender mercies of the world. But they persisted. What was I doing at Littlemore? Doing there? Have I not retreated from you? Have I not given up my position and my place? Am I alone of Englishmen not to have the privilege to go where I will, no questions asked? Am I alone to be followed about by jealous prying eyes, which take note whether I go in at a back door or at the front, and who the men are who happen to call on me in the afternoon? Cowards! If I advanced one step, you would run away. It is not you that I fear. Die me terrent et Jupiter hostis. It is because the bishops still go on charging against me, though I have quite given up. It is that secret misgiving of heart which tells me that they do well, for I have neither lot nor part with them. This it is which weighs me down. I cannot walk into or out of my house, but curious eyes are upon me. Why will you not let me die in peace? Wounded brutes creep into some hole to die in, and no one grudges it them. Let me alone. I shall not trouble you long. This was the keen feeling which pierced me, and, I think, these are the very words in which I expressed it to myself. I asked in the words of a great motto, Ubi lapsus quid feci. One day when I entered my house, I found a flight of undergraduates inside. Heads of houses, as mounted patrols, walked their horses around those poor cottages. Doctors of divinity divided into the hidden recesses of that private tenement uninvited, and drew domestic conclusions from what they saw there. I had thought that an Englishman's house was his castle, but the newspapers thought otherwise, and at last the matter came before my good bishop. I insert his letter and a portion of my reply to him. April 12, 1842. So many of the charges against yourself and your friends, which I have seen in the public journals, have been, with my own knowledge, false and calumnious, that I am not apt to pay much attention to what is asserted with respect to you in the newspapers. In a newspaper, however, on April 9th, there appears a paragraph in which it is asserted as a matter of notoriety that a so-called Anglo-Catholic monastery is in process of erection at Littlemore, and that the cells of dormitories, the chapel, the refectory, the cloister, all may be seen advancing to perfection under the eye of a parish priest of the diocese of Oxford. Now, as I have understood that you really are possessed of some tenement at Littlemore, as it is generally believed that you are destined for the purposes of study and devotion, and as much suspicion and jealousies are felt about the matter, I am anxious to afford you an opportunity of making me an explanation on the subject. I know you too well not to be aware that you are the last man living to attempt in my diocese a revival of the monastic orders, in anything approaching to the Romanist sense of the term, without previous communications with me, or indeed that you should take upon yourself to originate any measure of importance without authority from the heads of the Church. And therefore I at once exonerate you from the accusations brought against you by the newspaper I have quoted, but I feel it nevertheless a duty to my diocese and myself, as well as to you, to ask you to put it in my power to contradict what, if uncontradicted, would appear to imply a glaring invasion of all ecclesiastical discipline on your part, or of inexcusable neglect and indifference to my duties on mine. I wrote an answer as follows: April 14, 1842. I am very much obliged by your Lordship's kindness in allowing me to write to you on the subject of my house at Littlemore. At the same time I feel it hard both on your Lordship and myself that the restlessness of the public mind should oblige you to require an explanation of me. It is now a whole year that I have been the subject of incessant misrepresentation, a year since I submitted entirely to your Lordship's authority, and, with the intention of following out the particular acts enjoined upon me, I not only stopped the series of tracts on which I was engaged, but withdrew from all public discussion of church matters of the day, or what may be called ecclesiastical politics. I turned myself at once to the preparation for the press of the translations of St. Athanasius, to which I had long wished to devote myself, and I intended and intend to employ myself in the like theological studies, and in the concerns of my own parish, and in practical works. With the same view of personal improvement, I was led more seriously to a design which had long been on my mind. For many years, at least 13, I have wished to give myself to a life of greater religious regularity than I have hitherto led, but it is very unpleasant to confess such a wish even to my bishop, because it seems arrogant, and because it is committing me to a profession which may come to nothing. For what have I done, that I am to be called to account by the world for my private actions, in a way in which no one else is called? Why may I not have that liberty, which all others are allowed? I am often accused of being underhand and uncandid in respect to the intentions to which I have been alluding, but no one likes his own good resolutions noised about, both from mere common delicacy, and from fear lest he should not be able to fulfil them. I feel it very cruel, though the parties in fault do not know what they are doing, that very sacred matters between me and my conscience are made a matter of public talk. May I take a case parallel, though different? Suppose a person in prospect of marriage, would he like the subject discussed in newspapers, and parties, circumstances, etc., etc., publicly demanded of him, at the penalty of being accused of craft and duplicity? The resolution I speak of has been taken with reference to myself alone, and has been contemplated quite independent of the co-operation of any other human being, and without reference to success or failure other than personal, and without regard to the blame or appropriation of man. And being a resolution of years, and one to which I feel God has called me, and in which I am violating no rule of the Church any more than if I married, I should have to answer for it, if I did not pursue it, as a good providence made opening for it. In pursuing it then, I am thinking of myself alone, not aiming at any ecclesiastical or external effects. At the same time, of course, it would be a great comfort to me to know that God had put into the hearts of others to pursue their personal edification in the same way, and unnatural not to wish to have the benefits of their presence and encouragement, or not to think it a great infringement on their rights of conscience, if such personal and private resolutions were interfered with. Your Lordship will allow me to add my firm conviction that such religious resolutions are most necessary for keeping a certain class of mind firm in the allegiance of our Church. But still I can as truly say that my own reason for anything I have done has been a personal one, without which I should not have entered upon it, and which I hope to pursue whether with or without the sympathies of others pursuing a similar course. As to my intentions, I propose to live there myself a good deal, as I have a resident curate in Oxford. In doing this, I believe I am consulting for the good of my parish, as my population at Littlemore is at least equal to that of St. Mary's in Oxford, and the whole of Littlemore is double of it. it has been very much neglected, and in providing a parsonage house at Littlemore, as this will be, and will be called, I conceive I am doing a very great benefit to my people. At the same time it has appeared to me that a partial or temporary retirement from St. Mary's Church might be expedient under the prevailing excitement. As to the quotation from the newspaper, which I have not seen, your Lordship will perceive from what I have said, that no monastery is in process of erection. There is no chapel, no refectory, hardly a dining room or parlour. The cloisters are my shed connecting the cottages. I do not understand what cells of dormitories means. Of course I can repeat your Lordship's words that I am not attempting a revival of the monastic orders, in anything approaching to the Romanist sense of the term, or taking on myself to originate any measure of importance without authority from the heads of the Church. I am attempting nothing ecclesiastical, but something personal and private, and which can only be made public, not private, by newspapers and letter writers, in which sense the most sacred and conscientious resolves and acts may certainly be made the objects of an unmannerly and unfeeling curiosity. End of chapter 4, part 2.